won the ticket and Odyssey.com.
Bunch of blubbering babies. We'll get to the Irish in a second. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Locked in on a Monday.
Yeah, here we go. Off and running.
New week.
It is. A lot happened this weekend.
A lot did, and we got playoffs on the brain. We'll get to how Packers and Bears impact our Lions later in the hour. We've got Overreact Gyms at 7:02. TJ Lang on a Monday will be with us for the final hour. John, let's start with the college football playoff.
Okay.
Did they get it right?
In the end, I believe they did, at least for the top 10. And the issue is going to be, and then I'm sure we'll hear it, and Notre Dame fans, give us a call, 248-539-9797. In the end, they got it right. The process of getting there was all jacked up. It makes no sense that you're going to, in last week's edition of the rankings, Notre Dame is sitting there and they're thinking, all right, well, hey, maybe we're going to be all right because they're at 10, BYU's at 11, and Miami's at 12. Notre Dame doesn't play. Miami doesn't play. BYU did and got spanked, so they drop out, and then all of a sudden Miami leapfrogs Notre Dame.
Convenient they could finally compare them. They could have compared them the whole time. They just decided to wait until the very end to do it.
Well, and they did a little bit of their voodoo magic the week before, because Alabama, where was Alabama at? Alabama was at 10.
They moved them up to
Notre
9.
Dame was at 9.
Yeah, they flipped them.
So they flipped them. And then all of a sudden in week 15, it's, hey, Miami, you didn't get enough done throughout the course of the year, even though you beat Notre Dame head-to-head. And then all of a sudden, magically, when the final rankings come out, oh, you're in, Notre Dame, you're out.
So I'm going to spend a lot of time today mocking Notre Dame, but let me just say on the front end, they were gaslit. They were led on by this committee for a long time. I understand having hurt feelings over that. I do. What I don't understand is taking your ball and going home.
Well, they're not the only ones.
No, I know.
There's been 9 teams, 9 programs that have opted out of going to bowl games, and I am concerned. And maybe nobody cares, because the bowl games traditionally have been what we love about college, part of what we love about college football. And now that you have opt-outs of players and coaches moving all around, now it's programs actually opting out. They're the biggest program, but
let me just
Kansas
ask.
State, Iowa State, Florida State, Auburn, UCF, Baylor, Rutgers, they all opted out of possible bowl bids.
And maybe it's just the optics. Would Notre Dame have opted out at 9-3? If they would, then I suppose it's optics. But it sure feels like they were opting out because they were left out of the college football playoff. And might I add, correctly left out of the college football playoff. They didn't beat anybody who made the playoff. They had 2 chances to do so and went 0 for 2. They don't have a single win in the top 15. Their best case is we lost to good teams and we blew out bad teams. To me, that is not someone who is deserving of a college football playoff spot. A multi-loss team that didn't win a conference championship and didn't beat anybody of significance. You should be left out of the playoff. And they have this superiority complex at Notre Dame, this God complex. You are not God's gift to football. You can be left out of the playoff, and you're going to have to just deal with it. And rather than deal with it and play on, they took their ball and went home. We're not playing any playoff games or any bowl games.
Right. Well, and so, I mean, the argument is, and I understand why Tulane is in. I understand why JMU is in. And if they hadn't flipped Miami into it, ACC would have been left out. And maybe that's part of why they did. Oh, well, we can't leave the ACC out. They didn't take care of business, so we'll just put Miami in, and we don't want to leave the ACC out. Now, all of a sudden, hey, you got the Power 4 conferences, plus, you've got Tulane.
Yeah. So let's talk Tulane JMU, because that's the other headline. People are going to see that and go, no, what the hell is this? I don't want to watch these 2 teams play playoff games.
Well, especially Tulane. They're playing Ole Miss,
who they already lost to by
35 points.
It was 45-10 earlier this season. Blame the ACC. Irish fans should blame the ACC. People who don't want the little guy in the playoff should blame the ACC. If the ACC, by the way, this is a huge issue. The ACC has 18 schools, 17 schools. They only play 8 conference games. So they have squirrely tiebreakers. If Miami won the ACC, Miami would take one of the bids from JMU. They'd take JMU's bid. And suddenly Notre Dame would have a spot. And there would be no complaints, right? If the ACC had properly crowned its champion, we would have no drama today. The Irish are in. There's only one little guy, which is what we all expected, and there's no issues. So if you want to blame somebody, blame the Atlantic Coast Conference. Because the committee was just handed the rubric. We have to give 5 conference champions a spot.
Right.
And they weren't going to put Duke in. And Notre Dame's not a conference champion. So we got to put 5. And our top 5 conference champs are Indiana, shout out the Hoosiers. Georgia, thunderous, emphatic bounce back against Alabama. Texas Tech is dominant. They're your 3rd conference champ. But the problem is we got to get 2 more. And everybody expected Tulane, North Texas, the winner would get in. But now JMU gets a spot too. If you're concerned these are going to be blowouts, I should just remind people, last year Tennessee was the 9 seed from the mighty SEC and got blown out. It was bad football, right? SMU was from a power conference, blown out, bad football. We're going to get a couple blowouts. That's just kind of the cost of adding an extra couple teams. We'll get down to our 8. We'll get down to our 4. We'll have some blowouts along the way.
Don't you? I mean, I think we could all make the argument that if Notre Dame was in versus JMU or Tulane,
they'd be more competitive, yes.
Yeah. I mean, would you rather see Ole Miss and Notre Dame?
Yes.
Versus Tulane and Ole Miss?
Yeah.
And so that's where I think that this is going wrong and is going awry. And then we get into, should you have all of these auto bids? Not auto seating. We got rid of auto seating, thankfully. Should we get rid of auto bids?
If you get rid of auto bids, are the group of 5 ever going to get a seat at the table?
Most likely not, except you would have had Cincinnati.
Right.
You know, a team like Cincinnati a few years ago, who I was arguing shouldn't have been in 4, but if it was 8 or if it's 12, then I could see a path for Cincinnati being in.
And there would still be a path for your Boise, like the historic Boise team that would go like a undefeated or 12-1 or something. They'd still find their way in. An undefeated Hawaii back in the day would likely be in a 12-team playoff. They'd still have a way in.
To put it succinctly, I think inclusion's important.
Sure. I want to include all the conferences and have everybody playing their way in and then settle it on the field. Like, that's my big thing with Notre Dame. They had a chance to settle it on the field. I know it's all the way back in week 1, but it's this college football season, and they lost.
Again, I don't have an issue with Notre Dame being left out. I have an issue with the committee waiting until the very last week when neither team played to say, oh, now, so what happened this weekend? Why did all of a sudden Miami have a better resume than Notre Dame?
Well, the committee is so backwards.
Did they went back and looked at week 1?
No.
How did you not look at it before?
John, I'm with you. By their explanation was once they removed BYU, suddenly the food's touched. You had them back-to-back in the standings, and an epiphany. Oh, we can compare these teams for the very first time.
Where do these people live?
I know, man.
You said what happened over the weekend. One of those 2 teams' resume improved over the weekend, and it was Notre Dame's because Boise won the Mountain West.
Yet Notre Dame ends up taking the tumble out. Let's get to Joseph and Flint. Joseph, you have a different team that should be brought up here.
Yes, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go Blue.
Go Blue.
I think Alabama should be taken out because they got 3 losses. I think Notre Dame should be in there. I just don't think Alabama should be in there because they lost to Georgia for their 3rd loss.
Yeah, but they also beat Georgia earlier in the year when Georgia was the top 5 team.
I understand that, but they got 3 losses.
So last year, and we're only 2 years into this, they didn't bump out a 3-loss team who lost the conference
a conference championship game.
Yeah, they didn't punish the conference championship losers last year, right?
Correct.
Nobody was 10-2 going in, lost, and finished 10-3.
They took a 3-loss team, but they won the ACC. Is that what happened last
Correct,
year?
that was Clemson.
Yes, yeah. But SMU, who picked up their 2nd loss, was not kicked out of the playoff for losing the ACC title game.
How'd Clemson do this year?
Thanks, John. The Bama thing is sticky. I don't like letting in 3-loss at-large teams, but I think the committee's trying to prioritize not punishing a team playing in that conference title game.
Right,
Or at
and,
least
and
not
if you're going to put in Notre Dame and
Well,
leave
not
out
Bama,
Alabama,
but BYU, sure.
Well, I think
but it goes to strength of schedule.
BYU wasn't in. I think maybe this is this is a small detail. We're not going to bump you out of the field if you lose. BYU wasn't in the field.
Wasn't
going,
in the field,
yeah.
correct. Yes, but if you're talking about Alabama and Notre Dame, like because Alabama lost in the conference championship game, first of all, Notre Dame get into a conference and play in one of those, and then we can make that conversation or that argument. But they won at Georgia, number 5 team. They played Vanderbilt, who was ranked 16 at the time, won. They played at Missouri, 14 and won. Tennessee, 11 at the time and won. And so you're looking at it going, they just played a stronger schedule than Notre Dame did. And again, that's part of the issue. Now, if they're in the ACC, I don't know if their schedule's any better officially, like both feet into the ACC. Mm-hmm. But if they were in a conference, at least they would have an argument if they were playing in a conference championship game.
They would be protected if they had a conference championship game because you could win said conference and then be in one of the auto bids.
Yeah, like if they're beating Virginia on Saturday, they're in.
Right.
You know, I would
Instead,
say
they're
that,
sitting on their butt and they want to be in.
you know, you made the point there. Notre Dame was 0-2 against playoff teams, right?
Yeah.
Alabama was 1-2.
Yeah. So that's the difference.
Yeah.
As long as we're talking about week 1 losses, I will remind everyone that Alabama lost to Florida State, who finished 5-7.
And got spanked.
Did they get it right? 248-539-9797 and bring on those Irish tears today. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
It's crunch time for the football season and for your calendar. Work, family, game days, holidays. It's easy to forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. You want to start the new year with a brighter smile? Now's the time. Brightside Dental, welcoming new patients, $35 new patient special, and Brightside can see you often same day, 9 offices to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Good morning. 97.1. 'Tis the season.
Love it that we're playing some Christmas music.
All month long. Bring me those Notre Dame Fighting Irish tears today. How are we feeling? Did they get it right? 248-539-9797. And how do you feel about the Irish saying no playoff, no bowl game? We're taking our ball and going home.
And as the song says, they're being left out in the cold.
Yes, it's cold outside for the Irish. 248-539-9797. We did get a text, and this is a good note. And I don't even know if people realize this. Apparently, this was revealed by Notre Dame's athletic director. They signed an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding. Starting next year, if they finish top 12, they have to be, contractually have to be, in the college football playoff. It doesn't go into effect this year, but does next year. And to that I say, this is why we hate you.
Why do they get that and nobody else?
They're
this?
They're Notre Dame. They're the gift of college football. They're iconic, and if you don't bend the knee to them, then you're nothing. See, this is why we hate you.
It's part of it. And when the big controversy is going to happen next year if they have a head-to-head against Miami, because they do play Miami.
They do play.
Let's just play this out again.
Same
and
thing.
they lose, but they lose it mid-season.
They lose midseason at home to
Miami is 11 and Notre Dame is 12.
Contractually, they have to ignore the head-to-head and put the Irish in anyway.
Right. And so it's
Despicable.
I think they're going to have to take this into account when they initially rank them. Like, don't rank them higher than 13.
That is the workaround. The committee go, oh, weird, you came in at
13.
Baker's dozen 13.
Sorry, 12 and a half.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're not 12.
I will say the other end of this is, hey, the committee, have a boundary. You're not setting a boundary for Notre Dame. You're not saying, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah, I don't know why
You're
they
letting your
caved.
kid
Yeah.
eat cookies before bed.
Right, yes.
Set a boundary.
Yes, and not clean his plate.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Omar. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. You know what? I'm going to say that I agree totally with Notre Dame, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. Here's a conspiracy theory on this. See, I look at that because NBC is an affiliate of Notre Dame, and the people on the committee is probably affiliates of Disney, that was like the nail on the coffin when it came down to it. Yeah, I get it. They're not part of a conference. But in that case, then the NCAA should make sure they schedule Notre Dame at least to the top 2 teams of each conference in their schedule instead of
Notre Dame controls
anybody
that.
to play against.
Notre Dame controls that.
Yeah, they control their own schedule.
Yeah, well, see, I mean, I get that too. So,
And
but like I
Omar,
said,
and
the
Omar,
problem is-
and Omar, they played 2 really good teams,
Lost to them both.
and they lost to both.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I
so
understand.
I'm cool with them
But-
being left out. Like, and I don't know that it has any. Look with these networks. Who knows? I don't think it has anything to do with who carries who. Alabama beat a playoff team in Georgia on the road. Alabama lost this weekend, a weekend Notre Dame wasn't playing. I think that's the other reason. I mean, Miami, it's obvious. Miami beat them. Why Bama over Notre Dame? Bama beat somebody, and they're not going to punish Bama for playing while Notre Dame sat.
Right. And I mean, is part of it Notre Dame saying, you know what, we're not going to let our brand raise up a bowl game that we don't really want to be at, because it would. And so now insert any other team.
Did you hear the rumor of the bowl they were going to play in?
No.
The Pop-Tarts Bowl. which is a Rising Bowl. It's a 3:30 ABC game. It would have been against BYU. So 2 teams just outside the playoffs.
Yeah.
Big national brands.
Yeah.
But Notre Dame said,
3 national brands with Pop-Tarts, by the way.
there you go.
Yep.
I don't want to slight them. But Notre Dame said, no, we can't. We can't possibly play because our feelings are hurt.
So from a player's perspective, and I know that they said, okay, our players agree on this, the coaches agree, the administration agrees, and we're going to opt out. And they're not the only team that is opted out. But to that, I would say you are missing an opportunity to start to prepare for next year. That 15 practices. Now, for Notre Dame, maybe it doesn't matter that much. They'll have spring ball. They'll be able to do, they'll be just fine for next year. But for Kansas State, Iowa State, Auburn, UCF, Baylor, Rutgers, Florida State, who opted out, but I think they opted out because all these other teams, by the time you get down the list, they may actually be in with a 5-7 record. I would say don't opt out, because that is an opportunity for you to improve your program. 15 practices means something.
John, nor is this the first time Notre Dame has done this.
Right.
The year of our Lord, 1996. Not that long ago, but it's also college football has changed quite a bit. We say we like college football in the mid-'90s. They lost to USC a little unexpectedly, got passed over by the Orange Bowl, I think rightfully, because then they became a 8-3 team, and said, we're not going to play in a bowl game.
Yeah, but it's okay. Look, if the Stars are going to opt out to start their pro journey, it doesn't mean your Twos can't get a jump start on next season. To thumb your nose at it, I guess it's fitting for the Irish. Let's get to Brad in Waterford. Brad, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hey, let me say this. Being an Indiana alum, I have so much disdain for Notre Dame. And before I start, hey, Milliken, who's your daddy?
Tell him.
Who's your daddy? All right, anyways, Notre Dame, again, Brad, you're on 97.1. Again, I cannot absolutely like Notre Dame, but they got to get the top 12 in there. Okay, you can't sit there and say James Madison, come on. You can't say Tulane, come on. You've got this rule and you've got that rule. Notre Dame's current SEC bias if they turn around and act like little bees because now they got to be contractually obligated. No, guys, get the top 12 in there. Get Nick Saban in there. Let's not make this the Wild West with NIL, with transfer portal. Let's get some rules. Let's get some structure. They will never get it right. It all depends on what we think if they got it right. And quite honestly, we don't matter. And if I ever see Paul Feinbaum on TV again, I just want to twist his little head up.
Yeah,
Hey, thanks,
yeah, grab his ears.
Hard to miss him.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brad. I think they got it right by the rubric, like what they had to do. They had to put JMU in. They had to put in Tulane.
Yeah.
And they had to go with the head-to-head, and they should. Every other sport, the tiebreaker is head-to-head, Miami in over Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean everybody's happy. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a family in Ann Arbor is mourning the loss of their dog after it was shot and killed during an attempted break-in early Sunday morning.
Oh, no.
So police say around 4 a.m., the suspect tried breaking into a vehicle in the driveway of the home before things turned violent. It sounds like the homeowner confronted the suspect, and after the homeowner walked outside, the dog followed, right? As dogs typically do. And that's when the suspect fired shots at the dog, killed the dog, then fled on foot. And as this guy was running away, he fired several more rounds into the neighboring homes. Thankfully, nobody else besides this dog was injured. But the suspect is described as an adult male wearing all black with a black face covering. It sounds like they're still investigating. How tragic, though.
It's awful.
It's such an awful story. Let's see. An East Point elementary school teacher has been placed on administrative leave after he was arrested for possessing child pornography. Martin Wiskowski taught at Pleasant View Elementary School for 3 years. He was also this long-term substitute teacher. He was taken into custody in Vermont on December 3rd. He was charged with possession and transportation of child exploitation materials. Following his arrest, Michigan State Police searched his house. They uncovered multiple devices. They took a computer, hard drives, iPad, and they found more than 12,000 files appearing to contain child sexual abusive material. And this guy did admit that he's been collecting child porn for about 20 years. He also admitted that he understands the behavior is wrong, and he says he's made attempts to stop, but he never sought treatment for help. Anyway, he's going to be back in court on December 23rd.
Do you have something that's not a dead dog or child porn?
Of course I do. Of course I do. Okay, well, I got one about...
Just a rough start to the Monday morning.
I do. Okay, let's talk about this one. There's a guy in Ohio.
Ohio.
Yeah, he's facing some sort of drug-related charges after he used the drive-through of his local bank and accidentally deposited drugs. Oh, first off, who still uses the drive-through with the little air tube system? Like, nobody does.
Well, that's not true.
Well,
use the
I know it's not
ATM.
true. People do use it, but very few. Or they just do
I
online
do.
banking.
Do you?
Yeah, if I have...
Okay, so if you got 3 lanes to choose from and you're actually going to do a drive-through at your bank, you're going to do the tube system?
Yeah,
you're not
'cause I
going to
think
do the
it's fun.
ATM?
No.
You think it's fun?
It's fun as hell. What a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, as soon as I put the deposit slip in there, I put the cash in there.
deposit slip? Like,
I
who's
seal
using
it.
a deposit
I
slip?
am, and then you all of a sudden you put it in there and you watch it go.
Yeah,
It's awesome, and then you're just sitting there waiting for it to come through the window, and you see it. All of a sudden, it lands in the teller's basically their lap. They pull it out, and then they do the same thing.
John, did you... Did your mom take you like to the bank and she ran this errand for you and you were like sitting in the back seat?
Yeah.
Right.
Like when I was a kid.
back
Sure.
in the 80s.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's-
or my dad.
90s.
It's a reminder of your childhood, and that's
Sure.
why people love it so much.
Yeah,
Or
I
you
think
do,
it's
at least.
awesome.
I thought it was cool, and then I grew up.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah.
I can't
I
remember
don't
the
really
last time
wanna grow
I've
up.
been to a bank.
So if somebody gives you a check,
I deposit it on my phone.
well, I do sometimes as well, but sometimes, okay. Sometimes you want to deposit some of it, but you need some cash in return. So can I have a deposit slip, please? You fill it out.
No, you don't even need to
and,
fill it
you
out.
know-
You just, if you,
Having said that,
Okay,
you've never
whatever.
sent meth back through the
No.
tube.
I have not sent drugs back through the tube.
well, he did this accidentally. 46-year-old guy, Jason Smith, he's never going to use this type of banking again. He'll only bank
yeah.
through his phone, I believe. But anyway, accidentally sent the meth. They discovered it, called police, and now he's been arrested. So
Can't send meth through the phone.
Nope.
that's true.
Not yet, anyway. 248-539-9797. That's Heather with the news. We're going to get into how the Bears and Packers game impacts the Lions. John, you said last week you wanted us to wait till Monday before doing a deep dive into the Lions playoff predicament.
Here we are.
It's Monday. It's 97.1.
Hey, I think we all understand that the holidays create a little bit of stress. How do you deal with that? You could deal with it by working out. You can find a great place to work out at Planet Fitness. We all like to eat maybe in a little bit more of excess at this time of the year. How do you deal with that? You can counter it a little bit by going to work out. Planet Fitness, it's always clean when you walk in there. It's always welcoming when you walk in there. They've got brand new plate-loaded machines, and they have free weights, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, anything you want to do. And if you want even more, you go with the Black Card membership. It's $24.99 a month. You'll have access to everything that they have in there. You can also bring a guest anytime you want. Unlimited guest privileges. Plus, you have access to 2,700 locations nationwide. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
You like this one?
I love Christmas music. All but one song. We've already detailed that one. But yes, I love Christmas music, and now that we're playing it for our opens, it just brings a smile to my face.
Good morning, 97.1. We get to Overreact Gyms at 7:02. John, the Lions didn't play this weekend.
No, they did not.
But we were paying very close attention around the NFL because they need help. On Friday's show, you didn't want to get too much into the playoff picture. You wanted to focus on beating the Cowboys, and I respect it. Mm-hmm. It is now Monday. Will the Lions make the playoffs? Where do you stand today?
I do think they make the playoffs. They've got to, and here's where, and I forget the exact years. It was 85 and 2008 is what I said. The 2008 Patriots won 11 games, didn't make it in. The 95, 85, sorry. There was a team in 85 that won 11 games, and that was a 16-game schedule. Since it has gone to 17 games, an 11-win team has never been left out of the playoffs. So that means the Lions have to win 3 of their final 4 games. Do you think they win 3 of their final 4 games?
I'm not sure. I'm not. Throw in the Brian Branch injury, throw in the fact they haven't won back-to-back in 2 months. I'm not sure that they go 3-1. And I'm also not sure if 3-1 is the lock that it's been historically. Just because of what's going on, San Francisco keeps winning, Seattle keeps winning. I think we got the ideal outcome with the Bears losing.
Sure.
But, John, there's a world where if the Bears draw even with Green Bay and beat San Francisco and also beat Cleveland,
right,
it doesn't matter if we beat them in Week 18.
There is a path where if they are an 11-win team, I'm just telling you historically, and again, the history isn't long for the 17-game season, but weird things happen. And you never know what they're going to be from now until the end of the regular season. And I think if they get to 11 wins, obviously, if they just take care of their own business and win all 4, they're going to be in.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. If they win out, they're in. Now, the big roadblock is they've got LA, the best team in football, on the road as their next opponent. And, John, at the same time, the Bears, who, again, we just drew a game within, are going to play Cleveland this week. Most likely outcome is we will be 2 games back with 3 weeks to go. So it's why I'm still of the belief, and the odds support it, that they don't make the playoffs. It's 43% as people wake up today with 4 weeks to go. 43% odds are they miss it.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys have processed it, that Cowboy win was awesome, but ultimately it doesn't prove anything unless they can go 3-1 the rest of the way. Or, I mean, look, beating the Rams would change everything. 248-539-9797. Are they in or are they out? What do you think happens at the end of the season?
So let's just take it one game at a time. And it's the Rams. Obviously, they are one of the best teams in football. They may be the best team in football right now. And you look at the way that they're playing and what are their strengths? Defensive line. And obviously their offense, they just seem, with Matthew Stafford playing at an MVP level right now, and Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua, they've got the kind of the two-headed. They're starting to develop that two-headed monster at running back.
Yep.
The odds are long.
They're the overwhelming Super Bowl favorite right now.
Correct. But I'm just talking about this week.
Yeah, I'm just saying like the level of caliber opponent they're playing, right. And specifically, I think the front. And we'll dig into it over the course of a full week here. The front they're going to play, those types of fronts have hurt Detroit when they faced Green Bay, when they faced Philadelphia, Kansas City to an extent. Again, this team has made a habit of beating the Commanders and the Giants and the Cowboys now while losing to the Packers and the Eagles, and I don't feel good about the Rams.
No, I don't feel good about the Rams either, but to sit there and say that they can't win.
I didn't say can't.
I know you didn't say that. I know there's a lot of people that are saying, why even bother going because you can't beat the Rams. Well, that's why we play the game. And no, it's not going to be like the people that are pro-Lion in this matchup say, well, the Carolina Panthers beat them. Mm-hmm. Well, that was in a monsoon.
Cross country.
Yes, and it's just, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, that's not going to happen in L.A. It's simply that weather scenario is not going to happen. And then you go back to Dan Campbell's first year playing against the Rams. Well, you can't have multiple onside kicks. Like it doesn't happen.
Forgot about that game. That's a good pull.
And so there's a lot of things. You're just going to simply have to go out there and play good football. And it's with Brian Branch being down. Don't know if Kirby Joseph is going to be back. The secondary, the Legion of whom, they're going to have to play like they did against Tampa, like they did last week, and find a way to force some mistakes.
So there's a couple big differences. The Legion of whom, last time they faced a borderline MVP candidate in Baker Mayfield, it was 1, in Detroit.
Correct.
2, they didn't have Godwin, Bucky Irving, and they lost Mike Evans in the game.
Mm-hmm.
This team will have Kyron Williams, they will have Devontae Adams, and they will have Puka Nacua out west.
Mm-hmm. And Blake Corum. Don't forget that two-headed monster in the backfield.
I did notice that you made sure to slip that in there.
Well, because they use both
no,
guys.
They do,
yeah.
and I think this last week showed you they were so balanced. They had 30 first downs, and they throttled Arizona.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. What do you guys think now? As you sit on this, stretch run is here. The odds say the Lions won't make the playoffs. Do you believe they get in or not?
I can't wait to get to some of our callers because I think they're making some great points. And it's so the question then is if we're going to go on game by game, right, with the Steelers. Right, what are the Steelers? All of a sudden we thought, hey, we were kind of all leaving them for dead, and then Baltimore craps the bed. The Steelers get a win. And I don't think anybody's looking at the Steelers as they're certainly not Super Bowl contenders, but they're doing everything they can to remain in the game. And Mike Tomlin, even though there are some people that think his time in Pittsburgh has run its course, and maybe it has, is he not still a really good coach? Does he find ways to manufacture wins?
He does. So suddenly the Steelers look a little tougher. The Vikings, I know they only played the Commanders. Dominant, convincing win. And even
did 9 make an appearance?
I don't know if 9 played. JJ did. And then the last game of the season is not a gimme. Like, I know the Bears lost.
Correct.
But they are much better than when they faced the Lions back in week 2. And, John, I won't be surprised if they beat the Packers and even things up in the second meeting in Chicago. And look, let's get to the calls. 248-539-9797. I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. Let's get to John in Detroit. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, like I was explaining, the Lions, we can make the playoffs, right? We can get in there. We have to go back to what we did last year. Last year, we used David Montgomery as the number 1 running back. Every time David came in, he ran every defense down. That's how we was controlling the clock last year. That's how we got a lot of our wins. After David Montgomery got finished running the defense down, what did they do? They brought Jahmyr Gibbs in after the defense was tired, and he ran all over any team. And we got to go back to that format. Use Montgomery to tire the defense out and control the clock. Last year, that's how we got a lot of our wins. We controlled the clock a lot of the times. So he was getting us 3rd and 1 and first downs, and Jahmyr Gibbs would come in and just run all over the defense because they was tired from dealing with Montgomery. This season, they put number 1 for Jahmyr Gibbs, and they don't use Montgomery no more. So every time we do 3 and out, guess what? That's hurting us because our defense stay on the field more than our offense do. And that's what's killing the Lions right now. Now, if we go back to running David Montgomery, using him number 1, and let him tire the defense out, and then bring Jahmyr Gibbs in to run all over the defense after they tired, we can make the playoffs. Easy.
Well, I'll build on your point. Last year against the Rams, all the way back in week 1, how did they win that game? They bludgeoned them with David Montgomery. Now, that was late in the game, but they bludgeoned them with David Montgomery. Look, if they beat the Rams, the math on this changes dramatically.
No question it does.
Yeah, I just...
And I don't necessarily agree with they have to lead with David Montgomery to tire the defense out like John was talking about there. But I do agree that he needs to be a big part of the equation.
Yeah. All right, Lions fans, we'll get more of your phone calls in the mix. 248-539-9797. You sat on it over the weekend. It's Monday. Do you think this team makes the playoffs? 97-1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. Plus, they still have that cool vacuum tube in the drive-thru. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
think we got the outcome we wanted. A Bears loss draws them within one game of Detroit, and we all know Week 18's in Chicago. And the Lions going to do this. They're going to get back in this and make the playoffs. 248-539-9797. The odds would say no. Still 43%, less than a coin flip to get in. And some of that is Detroit is not expected to win this week, and Chicago is.
Correct.
So then it becomes 2 games with 3 to go. You no longer control your own destiny.
Right, you need help.
You need Chicago to lose. You end up being Packer fans again and Niner fans. And that's if Detroit can win out, which again is a huge question. This team hasn't won back-to-back games in a couple months. And there's no Brian Branch.
Yes, the odds look long. You paint a very stark picture.
It's dramatic to the finish. Here we go. This text says, Costa, what happened to your fandom? It's not a blind fandom.
No, and I'm not. I mean, if you believe that they're going to make the playoffs, okay, I don't think that's blind fandom.
But I think you are ignoring some things.
So I would disagree that you're ignoring things. I'm not sitting here going, yeah, they beat the Rams. We're going to go undefeated the rest of the season and run all the way through to the Super Bowl. I think it's very likely that they lose to the Rams, and then they find a way to beat the Steelers. They find a way to beat Minnesota, right or wrong, even though that one's going to be on the road, is Christmas Day. And then they find a way to beat Chicago, which is not going to be easy. I'm not sitting there going, they're going to destroy them like they did in week 2.
In that path, you still need the Bears to lose one other game.
Correct.
Yeah. And they can.
Yes.
They can, but they've also been annoyingly good at winning ugly.
Yes, but they're playing annoyingly other good teams now.
Yeah.
And so they're going to have to, and if they go out there and they beat San Francisco and they beat Green Bay at home, then they've earned it.
Yeah. Let's get to D in Detroit. D, how do you see it?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
First and foremost, I called y'all on last Wednesday, and I said the Bears will lose one of their last 4 of their last 5 games. And I said the Lions will win 4 of their last 5. So that's still gonna happen. The Lions gonna make the playoffs at 11-6 as a wild card, and they're gonna go to the NFC Championship game, and they're probably gonna lose to the Rams. And then next year we're gonna get some players from free agency, and then we'll win the Super Bowl next year. Next year is our year. We will be healthy and go blue and go Lions.
Yep, go blue. I think most people are, in terms of Super Bowl,
I don't think
are
anybody's
looking towards next year, and they're looking for Brad Holmes to make some adjustments in how he operates and constructs the roster. That's next year's issue.
Guys, wasn't Dallas one of the best teams last week? Why, after the Lions beat them down, do we discount the win? Well, we're not discounting the Dallas win. No, we've watched them rally and bounce back repeatedly. This is the next step they haven't shown yet. This is what they still have to prove.
Yeah, this is
building on it.
So they've been able to manufacture the backs against the wall. Every time they lose a game, they come back and they get a win. Now, even though they're coming off a win to Dallas, their backs remain against the wall all the way out. And so do they find a way to maintain focus, not make mistakes when you're playing a better team?
Yeah. Guys, I'm sure there are multi-team tiebreakers, but if the Lions win 11 and one of them is the Bears, I think they are in. It does feel like they're chasing the 2 seed in this division.
Yes.
Because of what Seattle keeps doing and what San Francisco and the Rams keep doing. There's going to be 3 teams from the West.
Mm-hmm.
Your best path is to
get to 2.
And I think Green Bay will be 1, so it's toppling the Bears conveniently. You play the Bears in Week 18. That is the path. Okay, this one says, I think 4-0 is the only road to the playoffs. Too many teams ahead of them keep winning. I don't think beating the Rams is impossible. It's clearly unlikely. I think they'll miss the playoffs, in my opinion, Joe and Redford.
The teams ahead of them keep winning, but a lot of those teams end up playing each other.
There's a cannibalizing. Lamar in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Hey, I'm pretty good. Hey, look, the Rams are not that good. John Matthew Stafford is that good, but the Rams are not that good, man. You got to attack Forbes, and you got to attack that other corner. Those guys are like soft corners, man. So I think it'll be a shootout. I really believe Jared Goff is going to go home, show those people what they've been missing. And, if we lose that game, honestly, man, I don't know if the playoff chances are good. So our playoffs started a week ago. That's what I've been telling my family.
Yeah.
That's what I've been telling everybody. Our playoffs started a week ago. If you guys want to, put the doubt train in because of John Matthew Stafford, he's elite. I got it. But the team wins the game. They can't stop the run, and they still soft up the middle. So I just don't see how we lose this game. We definitely going to run with one of those guys, Montgomery or Gibbs, and I just feel as though that we have the edge because we're the tougher team. Everything they do is really cute schematically.
But let me just ask you the question, Lamar. Do you think Detroit's a tough football team?
Absolutely.
Well, they can't run the ball against any good teams.
Where's the bravado that y'all had last year? Where's the bravado?
Well, they're not that team, Lamar. They're not that team. And with all due respect, they're not last year's team.
I'm just saying they brought back everybody from last year. They brought back they're the same team.
No,
as last
they're
year.
not.
They're the same team, bro.
John, you want to help me out here? Is this the same team as last year?
Are we talking about the Lions as the same team as last year?
Yeah. Look, the whole league got better, not them. They brought the same people back and everything. That's a GM issue.
If you're not getting better, you're getting worse.
Well, but they don't have Frank Ragnow. They don't have Kevin Zeitler, and the guys inside aren't playing at that level, so they don't have those guys back. They don't, and if we're talking about the guys that they had last year, they had Laporta. They don't now. They had Brian Branch. They don't now.
That don't have to do nothing with the Rams game. Look, I'm
absolutely
telling you,
does. They're not going to play in the game. Lamar, look, Lamar, I'm going to meet you here. They're in playoff mode. They control their own destiny. If they win out, they're in the playoffs. Yeah. So go out and grab it and beat the Rams this week. But in terms of selling this fairy tale that
they're the same team
as last year, they're not. And to call the Rams soft, they have a top 10 run defense. Their front is one of the best at hitting the opposing quarterback. Detroit has not been decidedly tough against the best teams they played. Were they tough enough in Philadelphia? Were they tough enough in Kansas City? Were they tough enough against the Packers twice? Look, last year they were. This year I haven't seen that.
They're 11 against the run. The Lions are 10 against the run.
I'm looking at yards per carry.
I'm
Rams
looking at yards
8th.
per game.
Okay, yeah. You can make stats say what you want. These are good run defenses. But I look, there's a reason the Rams are favored in this spot.
Yes, obviously.
But
tell
this guy that.
But you're going to play games throughout the course of the year where you're not the favorite team. If you're going to accomplish your goals, you're going to have to beat some of those teams. And this would be the first time that the Lions would have beaten one of those teams.
Yeah. Feels like these are the things you have to do to be playoff teams.
Yeah. And you're going to have to win on the road. I mean, so this is a great test to see what they would actually do in the playoffs.
Yes.
You're going to have to win on the road. The Lions are going to play playoff games on the road if they make the playoffs. You're going to have to play against good teams on the road. This is a great test to see where they are going to L.A. to play the Rams when you're going to have to play teams of that caliber on the road if you're continuing to play postseason.
I don't think they'll beat the Rams, but in fairness, they will play the game, and if they do, it's going to dramatically change the way we view them. Both their path to make the playoffs, they'll have won the hardest game remaining, but also maybe you start to get a little glimmer of hope for the postseason if you can go into LA and win this game. I mean, I can't say enough how big this game is.
Yeah.
Got Overreact Gyms coming up next to start the hour, both college and pro takeaways, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Michigan Wolverines will be Citrus Bowl bound when they play Texas, neither team making the college football playoff. At 10-2, the same can be said about Notre Dame, who in response have removed themselves from bowl game consideration. Lions not in play yesterday after handling their business last Thursday against the Cowboys. They have Matthew Stafford and the Rams ahead of them in 6 days. We'll likely see some shifts in the college basketball rankings due to the weekend's results. MSU suffering their first loss on the season Saturday to number 4 Duke, 66-60. Meanwhile, Michigan basketball cracking 100 points for their third straight game. They blew out Rutgers to remain unbeaten. Expect to see the number 3 Wolverines jump in the rankings after number 1 Purdue was blown out by number 10 Iowa State. Jeff Kent was elected to the National Baseball Hall of Fame last night. At 377, he holds the record for most home runs by a second baseman. The all-time home run leader, Barry Bonds, and also Roger Clemens did not earn a selection to the Hall. The Red Wings with late-night hockey tonight in Vancouver. I'll have your pregame at 9:45 right here on 97.1. Red Wings, they can pick up 2 points in Tampa Bay if they take a loss to Toronto in regulation. Detroit would end with first place in the Atlantic Division. Detroit in the midst of a 6-game road trip. Patrick Kane also in the midst of chasing a history goal. He's 3 goals shy of 500 on his career. From the Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned. You can also head to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Oh, fresh batch of Overreact Gyms. Let's get after it. I'm with the Mafia. Okay, then. The Indiana football turnaround is the greatest in college football history. When they hired Curt Cignetti, they had the most losses of any program in all of college football. They hadn't won the Big Ten since 1967, and they had never won 10 games in a season. Now they've won back-to-back. They just won a Big Ten conference, and they're the lone undefeated team in America. The greatest turnaround in college football history.
I would say yes. I don't think this is an overreaction, but I'll give you a couple of examples. And if you go all the way back to the early 90s, when Bill Snyder took over Kansas State and then made them a perennial top 10 program, that would be one turnaround, but they never were competing for a national title. The other one, actually, I think is a little bit earlier, more recent, in regards to Sonny Dykes taking over TCU, who was 5-7 in 21, and then took them to the national championship game in 2022.
This is not an overreaction. It's the greatest turnaround in the history of the sport. 59 years since a Big Ten championship. That's insane. I would say the qualifier is here maybe is a 2-year turnaround. You know, because John pointed out TCU, and then you're pointing out of KSU was really good too, but they blew a critical Big 12 championship game that would have changed everything for their program.
I just think the idea that Indiana football is the number 1 team and the only undefeated team 2 years after this man was hired.
I mean, they put a staple on it on Saturday night, beating them the way they beat them.
Yep. I'm Jim Costa, and I approve this message.
Acosta.
So this is kind of a continuation. Cignetti just got 10 to 15 more coaches fired. They just don't know it yet.
This year? Or
next year.
Next year.
And in the future years to follow.
Future years.
I mean, it may be way more than 10 to 15.
So I think it's really going to depend on some of these other hires. He may be the unicorn, and it may just be an unbelievable fit, and it may be just an unbelievable couple-year run. I think he's a tremendous coach. And what he has done is unbelievable. I don't want this to sound like I'm discounting what he's done at all, because I think doing it with now 2 different quarterbacks, making your team even better. Who says he's not going to do it again next year and the year after and the year after? But I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Pat Fitzgerald. Is he able to do it? And you look at all the other hires around college football, who was able to make that jump from where they were this year at firing their coach to within a year or 2 being in the college football playoffs? If it's repeatable by other programs, then yeah, I think the leader in the clubhouse, the reason it's happening is Cignetti. But until somebody else does it.
All right, this is an overreaction because I thought you meant now. When I read that, I mean, you didn't put a qualifier on it.
No, you're fine.
No, it's not an overreaction if you go to next offseason, especially if he continues to do this. But I think he's putting on the table next year Josh Heupel's job being in jeopardy.
Yeah, look, if they can do it, why can't you? Yeah.
Kalen DeBoer's job could be in jeopardy potentially after next year.
Yeah.
The standards of some of these programs, especially Alabama, they're not going to put up with this crap if they don't do something in this playoff in the next year.
Why can they do it in Indiana, but we can't?
Yep.
Do you have something that's not a dead dog or child porn? That's a quick turnaround on that drop. Okay, look, a lot of people are upset at the college football playoff picture and the results. You got 2 little guys and no Notre Dame. The real villain is the ACC. We don't need playoff expansion. We don't need to change the rules. We need the ACC to crown a proper champ. They have too many teams, and they only play 8 conference games, and they have bad tiebreakers, and they screwed this up. If Miami is the ACC champion, JMU is out, and Notre Dame is in, and the system works perfectly fine. The only thing we need to change here is the ACC needs to add a 9th game and fix their tiebreakers.
I mean, and if you're going to go with, I don't think this is an overreaction, but I think maybe just blaming the ACC because next year it could be the Big 12. I think we have to go back to, as much as people didn't like them, divisions. And so that you have a West and an East or a North and a South, and you play a championship game where maybe you don't have Duke playing against Virginia.
Right.
All right, this is an overreaction. The real villain is the system. Take the top 12 in the rankings at the end of the year, and I'm getting BYU Texas debate here instead of James Madison and Tulane. Right. I don't want to watch it.
Do you believe? Notre Dame football is a program of petulant children and pouty losers. They took their ball and went home because they didn't make the college football playoff. Look, they didn't win a conference. They didn't beat a team in the top 15, and they went 0-2 against playoff teams. They weren't good enough. You got to own that sometimes in life. You're not good enough. The lesson isn't, we were, but the world's out to get us. Notre Dame has this superiority complex, and they're a bunch of pouty, petulant children.
I think it's a little bit of an overreaction.
And Marcus Freeman, who we all love and I love, is a pouty, petulant child. You should have your team on the field.
They were the only team that was opting out of bowl games. Now, the reason obviously plays a part of it.
Ask yourself, if they were 9-3, would they be going to a bowl game? I think they would.
They might be. I don't know. But there are other teams that have opted out, and I think moving forward, the big concern is, and the issue may take care of itself. Why are you going to look and watch these bowl games? I'll watch them because I'm fiending for college football and football until it's all said and done, and then we fiend for it until it comes back. I think you are looking at a lot of programs that look at the expense of going to a bowl game. A lot of these programs will lose money by going to bowl games, even though they get the money from the bowl.
John, you learned a lot of life lessons playing football.
Yeah.
I'm sure one of them wasn't, if you face adversity, just quit.
No, but I think if that's the only reason that you're thinking that they opted out of this, then sure.
This is not an overreaction. They've always been entitled. They need to get in a conference, and I really don't I think they should remove the Irish from their nickname as an Irishman, John.
Oh, jeez.
Stick a fork in the Colts. They're done. They don't lead the division anymore. They've lost 4 of 5. Their quarterback's scary, man. That sucks what happened to Daniel Jones. Achilles injury. They're going to finish 3rd in their division.
Yeah, I mean, they're out of the playoffs right now. This is not an overreaction. They're done.
This is not an overreaction. Riley Leonard, seriously. And here's their schedule. The Texans, the Jags, who they just got murdered by. And then, unfortunately for Lions fans, the Colts still play Seattle and San Francisco. So you can chalk those up for those teams. Mm-hmm. The path to the playoffs is through the Bears.
Yeah. Yes, I was rooting for Western Michigan. Yes, I'm happy for Western Michigan. How could you not? I hate you. And I know what you're doing. They just won the MAC title this weekend. I'm not talking about him. No, I want to move on. Lamar Jackson is no longer an elite quarterback. 2 touchdown passes since Halloween, 4 interceptions in that span. John, he had multiple drives to win the game. And John, he ends the game taking a sack. You can't. You have to throw it up. You have to lateral it to somebody. Your knee can't hit the ground with the football on the final play. This is not a 1-week thing. This is now a month plus. He's not an elite quarterback anymore.
Okay, this year, he's not an elite quarterback. Can he be an elite quarterback next year? Absolutely. Can he continue to be an elite quarterback? Absolutely. I think this is, if you're looking long-term, it's an overreaction. If you're just looking at this year, he's not an elite quarterback this year.
I do think this is an overreaction. It's too soon. He still has a QB rating of 100. And how about this? Go get him an elite number 1 receiver. And you know who I'd love them to get, who I think's on his way out, is A.J. Brown.
In addition to being a creep, he's a moron. The Packers will win the NFC North. Now 4-0 in the division, a decisive victory yesterday. I mean, nail-biter, but it was declarative. They needed that win, and they got it. Green Bay will win the North.
Yeah, I don't think this is much of a stretch when you're looking at the teams that they play. Now, obviously, they beat the Bears. They're at Denver. And you're looking at two offenses that, against really good defenses, can they move this? This might be the worst offensive game of the year. It might finish at 9-6, and it's just a matter of field goals. But then play the Bears, the Ravens. You already talked about Lamar Jackson. They finish with the Vikings. Yes, they're going to win the division.
Not an overreaction. I think 2-2 is the worst case scenario. That gets them to 11-5-1. And I don't trust the Lions to win out yet until I see them consistent. They win this game this week, and maybe it's on the table.
Do me. The Chiefs are done. Kelsey's washed. Mahomes doesn't look very good. They can't protect him. He was their leading rusher last night. It's happened all too often this season. They've lost 4 of 5. They're not mathematically out, but guys, this will be the first time Mahomes missed the playoffs.
Yeah, they're done for this year. I think Patrick Mahomes will be just fine. They'll be back in the years to come. It'll be without Kelsey. But you look at the offense, and I didn't think much of their offensive line to begin with, but they're down to their 4th or 5th offensive tackle.
Yep.
That's why they can't run the ball. They can't protect him. They never did a great job of protecting Patrick Mahomes, but this is just an offense that can't move the ball. And defensively, and I'm not sure what's happened to them defensively. Spags is a great defensive coordinator. They still got Chris Jones, yet they can't stop anyone.
This is an overreaction, and I know it sounds crazy, but their playoff chances are still 16%. I thought they would be lower. They're 6-7. They still have the best quarterback and the best coach in the world, and I know they've got their problems with injuries, but there is a path, because listen to this. First off, they beat the Colts. The Colts are going to be in a free fall. I don't think the Colts win another game. Chiefs could get the 10-7. They could win out. They've got to beat Denver. I don't know about that. Interesting thing here. This is they can't win the division anymore. That's
right.
After 9 years, they're not division champs. 9 straight division champions. That's ridiculous. But listen to this. How about a Chargers free fall? Listen to their schedule. Philly, the Chiefs, where the Chiefs can go head-to-head against them. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys, the Texans, and the Broncos.
If the Chargers
could
lose
go
out,
1-4, and that would be 9-8. So 10-7 Chiefs, 7 seed. Who wants that?
All right, then. Those are your overreact gyms. 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with the new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Quick note from Greg. He said, hey, if the ACC wanted to get to 18 teams so they could play a 9-game conference schedule, he might know a team.
Oh, yes.
If they're ever, in that position where they would, lower themselves to that level. Anyway, some text. Let John know that the OSU-Indiana replay is on TV right now, and the stat of the weekend is Indiana held Ohio State scoreless for the final 40 minutes and 8 seconds. Wide left, signed Steve.
Yeah, and that very familiar score, 13-10. I think I've heard that score happen before. I can't remember where it was, but yeah, I think a similar result happened within the last 24 months.
We brought up the Lions and the playoff predicament that they're in. 43% as you wake up today. Got some help. We wanted the Bears to lose. The Bears lost. Do you think they get in or not? Let's get to Ron in Ann Arbor. Ron, good morning.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good.
I just want to see everybody before the season when the schedule came out, no one said they were going to get 13 wins. It was, 12-5, 11-6. Some were 10, some were 9 because it was such a horrific road schedule. It's a very difficult schedule. So, so if you flip the Packers loss with a Bears win and you sweep them because you normally don't sweep your division opponents, beating Baltimore was a bonus. Nobody thought we were going into Baltimore going to win that game. And then you lost to Minnesota. So really, they haven't looked like they have, but win-loss wise, they're kind of where they should be, right?
Well, okay, so if going into the season from your theory, and I agree with your theory in regards to if you thought they were a 12-win team, they could still do that. If you thought they're an 11-win team, they're kind of where you thought they would be. The problem is how they got to this point and the fact that all the really good teams and Baltimore coming into the season, we thought they were going to be a really good team. I don't think anybody thinks that they're a really good team right now. So some of your wins may look better, some of your losses may look worse.
Well, and Ron, I would just add, I think people still thought they were the best team in this division. The Parsons trade made it equal in terms of betting, but I don't think people expected Detroit to go 0-2 against Green Bay,
no.
and certainly didn't expect Chicago to be as good as they are.
Right, exactly. So it's kind of like almost like not our fault, but people have just come out of nowhere, like Seattle. Really, did anybody pick the Rams doing what they're doing? So. And then Washington, they just, we thought, they were going to be ready. And then they went downhill. So
this is the risk you run when you're building for sustained success. When you don't make an aggressive move or two to keep the window open as long as possible, you're inviting other teams who are more aggressive and surprises that do happen to topple you, to put you in a bad position, to put you into a back against the wall spot in December.
Yeah, it's somewhat how they got to this point and the fact that we know about this team now. We know their strengths, their weaknesses, and then you look at the matchups with the Rams. You look at the matchups even with the Steelers. Yeah. And you could sit there and say, well, it's not the auto win that we thought at the beginning of the season.
Let's get to Adam in Frankenmuth. Adam, good morning.
Boys, how you doing?
Good.
Man, the NFL is something else. I'm telling you what, I can't figure it out. I really can't. I got a couple points, man. I think the Lions, this is obviously a must-win on the road, and that's going to be tough. At least it's indoors. I just want to hit on a point, man. I got to go to the college game.
Okay.
We're paying players now. There's no longer the Reggie Bushes, the big dogs making the money, the $50 handshakes under the table. But we still have to play the game. James Madison, Tulane. Come on, man. Those two teams have no shot. They have no shot. Like I heard a couple people say yesterday about, this is not March Madness. This is not the Field of 64 Cinderella story. These are grown men. These are grown men. There is a difference. There is. And once you start playing these Power 5 conferences, they know that. And you know what? I love a Cinderella story. I love the fact that James Madison had a great year. Tulane, a 2-loss team of Tulane is in the playoffs, and you have teams like Texas, Notre Dame, Michigan. I know Michigan, but 3 losses. You know what I mean? No way. And I guess that's where we come to college football. I hope we make a change to this, and I think we will. Nick Saban back in it.
Yeah. Look,
you guys though?
I think it's going to be jarring for anybody. They were kind of ready mentally for one of the little guys to get in, but not two.
Right.
But they're not leaving out juggernauts.
No.
The teams that are being left out are multi-loss non-champs. And last year, we put in Tennessee from the mighty SEC, and they were blown out. We put in SMU from a power conference, blown out. Yeah, do I think JMU is going to win the national title? Absolutely not. And they may get blown out. But it'd be no different than putting Tennessee in this game from a year ago.
Right. The difference is Notre Dame. If you put Notre Dame in versus JMU, I think you have a good game. I think Notre Dame is a team, especially with the way that they're playing. I don't know that they are national championship caliber, but they could push for some. And it's just, if you put in BYU, do you think BYU has a better chance of winning a game versus Tulane or James Madison?
I guess those teams had their chances, though. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, but why do we have to give a chance to somebody else?
So we can decide it on the field and crown the champion the proper way. If we're going to expand, we expanded to let in the little guy, right? That was part of the explanation. Not to let the 5th team. They already have 5 SEC teams. Do we need 6 SEC teams?
It's part of their explanation. I'd rather see good football.
My point is, good football was Tennessee last year, blown out.
Well, I would say here, unbalanced schedules are dictating who is making the playoffs. I mean, right now, A&M might be last year's Tennessee. Off the top of my head,
sure.
Did A&M beat a playoff team?
Well, no, now that Notre Dame got left out.
My point, exactly.
Yeah.
They're
Right.
last year's Tennessee problem.
Maybe. Look, I think one of the playoff I was in favor of is I think a good thing for the sport, even with some drawbacks. But it did make these teams who get left out feel like we used to have a team that would go 1 loss and go, damn, we just weren't good enough this season. And now we got teams with 2 and 3 losses going, damn it, we should have a seat at the table. Like how quickly these teams that aren't very good have suddenly gotten this like second wave of confidence. Like Texas.
Right,
Texas
but we also have
10 years ago would have no case, but now we've given them a case, which is silly.
We also have more teams that are able to win a national title versus just 1 or 2. Now you're looking at 4 or 5, maybe 6, and I think next year we could be looking at 7 or 8.
No matter the size of the field, 4, 12, 64, 68, someone will gripe that they didn't get in. When the inclusion is subjective.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to keep this conversation rolling, but first, Heather with the news.
Okay, this is a great story, Jim. I'm going to start with this one. There is a dog that went missing from California that was just found in Michigan nearly 5 years later.
Wow.
So incredible. Chaco, this dachshund mix, was adopted in 2016, lived with his family in Antelope, California, before going missing in 2021. Got out of the house. Owner couldn't find it. She said she did everything she could to try to locate this dog, but unfortunately never showed up. It was microchipped, though, which is the most important part of the story. This dog was recently found tied to a fence near a shelter in Lincoln Park, near an animal shelter. And it was 4 years and 7 months later and more than 2,200 miles away from home.
Well, with those little legs, it's hard to walk that far.
It took a long time. Nobody knows how this dog got from California to Michigan.
Incredible.
But the owner was then contacted because of the microchip, and then a nonprofit stepped in because it's like, okay, how do we get this dog?
Yeah.
that's in Michigan back to California.
Transport it, yeah.
Well, volunteers, somebody gave up their their airline miles. So a volunteer could go on the plane with Chaco, fly to California, get the dog home. So a happy reunion. The dog now has 2 human siblings that were born during his time away, which is great.
Any
And
other
then
dogs in the house?
they didn't, the article didn't say anything about dogs, just human siblings. So there's 2 little kids now, and the owner is very grateful. And the moral of the story is microchip your dog.
Yeah.
Especially with the colder weather and holidays around. Dogs tend to get out a little bit more, or people are getting dogs for the holidays.
Yep.
So there's a little safety tip. NFL Red Zone had some audio issues over the
terrible.
weekend, and people went crazy. So after starting off normally on Sunday, the audio for the Red Zone channel went totally static. Like just, I
thought it was.
just
I had it
totally
on
went out.
like a tablet device.
Yeah.
I go, oh no, my device has gone bad.
Oh no! Gonna need to get a new one.
That or your ears.
Yeah.
I can't hear anything.
So people then took to social media to ask, like, oh, is this happening to you too? Is this happening all over? The audio did briefly come back and then quickly went out again. And a lot of people had some fun with it on social media. That's what they're saying. The only positive thing from this was all the memes that people were posting. Like, and I did go through and look at some. You can't really talk
Describe
about memes
'em,
on
yeah.
the air, but pretty funny stuff. Have you guys ever heard or been on a cookie walk? Sounds amazing.
It does sound amazing. I'm guessing you walk around and eat all the cookies you possibly can.
Well, that's what I thought it was going to be like,
Yeah.
but it's actually more of like a cookie exchange. You don't necessarily have to bring your own cookies, but you go to this event, you're given a box or some sort of container, and you walk around from table to table and collect the different type of cookies you would like to purchase. It's a way to get a whole bunch of different cookies.
Oh, okay.
Instead of having to sit at home and make every type of cookie you can think of for the holidays. Well, apparently they're very popular, and these cookie walks in Metro Detroit are coming on very quickly, very fast. Most are scheduled for the next 2 weekends, and there's a whole long list of places. Most of them also benefit local churches or local community projects and stuff. So go check them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, pretty cool. Finally, this is a short one. There's only 17 days until Christmas, but there's still plenty of time for you to take in some of the classic holiday movies. And Us Weekly just put together this ranked list of the best Christmas movies of all time. And this is all according to their IMDb score. So
Okay.
this is not like anyone's opinion. Well, it is opinions.
Yeah, it is opinion.
It is opinions, but
It's expert opinion.
Yeah, exactly. The expert. So
Whatever
number
that's
one,
worth.
It's a Wonderful Life with an IMDb rating of 8.6.
John, you love that movie, right?
It's okay. Yeah.
A Christmas Carol,
There you go.
I like that
8.1.
one.
Miracle on 34th Street, 7.9. A Christmas Story, 7.9. And then I would rank this as a Halloween movie, but A Nightmare Before Christmas is a 7.9.
No Home Alone.
Teddy loves
Christmas
Home Alone is
Vacation.
right there at number
Yeah.
6 at 7.7.
Christmas.
White Christmas is next.
Oh,
The
that's
Bishop's
my one.
Wife,
That's
I've
mine.
never even
White
heard
Christmas.
of. That's your favorite Christmas
Oh,
movie?
yeah. Mhm. Bing Crosby.
Where's Die Hard?
The National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is 9, and then Love Actually is 10.
It's Heather with the news. If you're
I didn't make the list, John.
Yes.
Don't shoot the
Saw my
messenger.
approval. Yeah. I thought you said it was a short one. I thought you start talking about Colin.
Oh, no. Tell us what you really think. All right, if you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG and KG Law. It's one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. Lawrence KG and his staff and his team have won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. If you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law right now. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY. Check them out, kgcares.com.
I think we can recreate the song. You'd have to do the high part and
you're the low part. Good morning, 97.1.
I'll just be the jingle bells in like the background. You know?
You refuse to
tambourine.
sing.
I do. So I'll just play the beat
you could be
with the tambourine or something.
Play the instruments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like my low voice. Deep voice guy. Hey, try to stay warm today. It's 16 degrees out.
Yeah. It'll open
December.
your eyes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, brisk, cool. Again, it'll give a little energy, little pep in the step.
We're getting to the Lions at 8:02. John, on Friday's show, I think you made the right decision. You said, let's stay focused on beating the Cowboys, right? The aftermath of backs against a wall, double-digit win at home. How about them Lions? And anytime the playoffs would come up, you'd say, let's just wait till Monday. So at 8 o'clock, we're going to get into it. It's Monday.
Okay.
Lions playoff chances. Will they get in or not? We'll give you the updated standings, what yesterday meant between the Lions, or between the Bears and the Packers, or what it means for the Lions. We'll do all of it at the top of the hour. College football playoff field is set. Did they get it right? And there's a Notre Dame conversation to be had here. 248-539-9797. John, did they get it right?
In the end, they did. I think they're putting Miami in over Notre Dame, and obviously at the top of it, it would be very hard to get that wrong. Indiana, the only undefeated team, deserves to be number one. Ohio State, and I had no issue with Ohio State being 1 and Indiana 2. The wins and losses, all they do is flip. I wouldn't have dropped Ohio State any lower. Georgia is the SEC champ, a one-loss team. I think they deserve to be at 3. You go right down the list, and you're like, okay, I think they got it right. The debate obviously comes as you start nearing the end of it. And Alabama as a 3-loss team that got blown out in the SEC championship game. I don't have that much of an issue is still including them because they played the extra game. Notre Dame didn't play. Miami didn't play. All of a sudden, Miami jumps Notre Dame. The only issue I have is the fraudulent system to get to this point. Mm-hmm. They got it right in the end, so I guess that is that supposed to be all that really matters?
I guess. I do think it's a lot like that test you take where you have to show your work and you arrive at the correct answer, but your teacher's like, I'm not really sure you did this right.
Right.
That's how this felt, because all along they played dumb and acted like they couldn't compare Notre Dame and Miami until BYU lost and the foods touched, which is silly. And I've been very harsh on Notre Dame today, but I'll say this on their behalf. They were gaslit by this committee. They were led on by this committee to believe, well, we've already compared the full resume of Notre Dame and Miami, and in the committee's eyes, Notre Dame is more deserving, only to have the rug pulled out at the last minute. If they never did a ranking show, and this was the first time we saw it, I don't think there'd be the outrage, because Miami beat Notre Dame. And in every sport, the first tiebreaker is head-to-head.
Yeah.
Miami on the field settled it with Notre Dame. So then Notre Dame's other debate becomes with Alabama. Well, Alabama played last weekend and Notre Dame didn't.
Right. They actually are members of a conference.
Right.
A good one.
Right. And while Alabama didn't win their conference, they did beat a team that made the playoff. They won at Georgia. They also beat Vandy. They have a couple significant wins. Notre Dame played 2 teams in the playoff and lost to both. So no conference champ, no win over a playoff team, no game last weekend to add an extra data point. Notre Dame should have been left out.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
Again, you look at it and you say, well, if neither team played last week, they sit there and they go, okay, well, Notre Dame right now is a better team than Miami. So they don't play, and then all of a sudden, Miami's a better team than Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Miami also did not have that extra data point. So did also a lot of other teams.
Right.
Oklahoma, Ole Miss, etc.
Where they screwed this up is they put Notre Dame ahead of Miami the week before. And the weeks prior, which is not the way it should have been all along. If they had kept Miami ahead of Notre Dame from the point where both teams had 2 losses, there would have been no instant outrage or shock or awe the way there was on Sunday afternoon.
Right. The only other issue that I have is Tulane and JMU. Okay, are we just, I mean, if you put in Notre Dame and you don't put in James Madison, do you get a better game?
I think that field would have been a better field. Yeah. There would have been no drama, and everybody would have been happy. So what what is the big reason why Notre Dame's out and JMU's in? Oddly enough, it has nothing to do with Notre Dame or JMU. It has to do with the fact that Miami didn't win the ACC. If Miami won the ACC, they take JMU's spot as one of the 5 conference champions, and suddenly there's a spot open for the Fighting Irish to make it. So the ACC crowning their champion poorly is what created the biggest griping that you're going to hear today.
Well, we talk about like the little guys and letting the little guys in. Apparently, the ACC is the little guy because their champion's not in this year.
Right.
Little guys. 8-5 Duke.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you could argue ACC and the Big 12. Now, the Big 12 has at least a team.
A clear-cut dominant team.
Yeah, that has decided that they're going to pony up, pay a lot of money for their roster.
Can I throw this one into the fire?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect year for a 14 playoff.
See, but here's what I would say.
I would
say back to
disagree.
that. If those are the 4 best teams, they will be the 4 last teams standing, and you'll get your 14 playoff.
Right.
Only now we will simply know that for a fact.
Right. And so the argument that I would have is I think with NIL, transfer portal, all of these different reasons why you're starting to see a spreading out of the talent, right? A number 2 quarterback that could be a starter at a lot of places ends up leaving and is a starter at a lot of places. You're starting to see more talent spread around college football. And if your 4 teams going in are, and the eventual champion may come out of Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech. Most likely it will.
Yeah.
But do you feel like Oregon could win a national championship?
I do.
All right. Do you? And Ole Miss is kind of it's hard to say because of the whole coaching situation.
But it's fascinating.
Texas A&M. Do you believe that they could, or at least play in the national championship game?
I don't. Maybe that's where I'd start to draw the line.
All right, but Oklahoma, Alabama, these are teams that throughout the course of the year, and because there is this long layoff, does John Mateer get healthy enough for Oklahoma to where he's playing more like he was in the first 5 weeks of the season versus the way he was at the end of the year?
And paired up with that defense, which is the biggest reason they're here,
right? Suddenly
they become dangerous. Look, I thought 8 was the perfect number for a long time. The reality is we're going to get to 8 after 1 round of the playoff, right? It's like I'm not all that disappointed in how this played out. Like, I ideally would have had the ACC crown the proper champion and put Notre Dame in instead of JMU, but really there's not a lot of like lost sleep. I don't think we need a revamp of the entire system right now. Maybe you do.
Well, I think there's a whole lot that could be done with the entire system, starting with the schedule.
I'm just talking playoff.
Right, just in terms of the playoffs. I'm not a big everyone gets a gold star. I don't want the auto bids for 4 for the Big Ten and 4 for the SEC, and then all, because if you went 4 for the Big Ten this year, there wasn't a 4th team that belonged in the college football playoffs.
Preach.
But if you're looking at all of the other teams, and maybe there's a year where you have 6 in the SEC, and I know, yes, they cannibalize themselves. There'll be years where the Big Ten cannibalizes itself, but they are better teams than letting in JMU and Tulane.
The Notre Dame part of this, I do want to see and hear from people. Notre Dame decided, if you're not putting us in the playoff, we're not playing in a bowl game.
Along with 8 other teams.
I understand. They're the high-profile one. They're the one that
everyone's going to point to.
Yes. We'll talk about that coming up next. Marcus Freeman, by the way, not this weekend, but had discussed, well, should Notre Dame remain an independent? He had discussed this previously. We're going to play that audio coming up next. It's 97.1.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers on Monday Night Football a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. And so the question is, you need to make FanDuel your go-to app for any and every snap. But if you haven't, now's time to jump in the game. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning. 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Talking about the Irish taking their ball and going home. They didn't make the playoff. Were they wronged? And are they wrong for opting out of the Bulls entirely? 248-539-9797. A lot of this has led to the talking point of Notre Dame needs to join a conference. This was Marcus Freeman with Joel Klatt. He said that, I believe, in the offseason, not this past weekend.
And it might have also been with the knowledge that next year, because of the signed, memorandum of understanding, the MOU,
which we're just learning about, their AD shared with everybody. If Notre Dame, starting next year, finishes top 12, they have a birthright into the college football playoff because they are Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so... Yes,
this is why we hate you, by the way.
Has provided a path
for them to stay independent.
Yes,
which is nauseating. This is why we hate you, Notre Dame. It's why no one's sad that you're left out.
Yeah.
This is the reason they shouldn't cry. I know you can get into a subjective debate with Alabama, but Alabama beat Georgia. Notre Dame didn't beat a team that made the playoff. A&M didn't beat a team that made the playoff. Your loss that you're claiming is such a good loss isn't maybe that good of a loss. But guess what? It was decided on the field the first week of the season.
Which was part of this season, as much as people want to say it's all the way back in week 1. It's this season.
Miami beat Notre Dame.
Yep.
They beat you.
They shouldn't have been in. And then, look, John, you're right.
And then coming out of that game, what did we say? Miami controlled both lines of scrimmage. Yeah. And I had talked about Notre Dame and the fact that they were 2 years ago, or last year, a very young offensive line, and they outkicked their coverage. They made the college football playoffs. This year, I expected them to be much better. I didn't expect them to be manhandled. But you look at that game and you say, Miami was the better team.
Yeah. So we're going to have the same thing in the NFL coming up here. The Lions' path to the playoffs is probably winning a head-to-head tiebreaker against the Bears.
Yes.
Okay? That's what settles it.
Yeah, you play it. You televise the games, John. You keep score and you figure out who wins, and that determines who's in.
You could argue the Lions could, if it's not the Bears, that they could get screwed because they would lose a tiebreaker to Seattle or San Francisco. You know,
and why are we putting a team from the NFC South in anyway?
Yeah,
the JMU of the NFL. Let's get to the
Sam
phones.
Darnold.
JT and Southgate. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Nothing. I know you guys say you think that the committee got it right. I think they got it all wrong. I think this was a total setup on the Irish. They burned them. And I go back to this. 2 weeks ago, every team in the top 25, Notre Dame is the only team after they beat Stanford, and Alabama barely beat an Auburn team that's not very good this year. They're the only team in the top 25 after both winning their games that they flipped them. Notre Dame was 9 for the 2-3 weeks prior to that. Now all of a sudden they're 10, right?
Oh, I agree that they got to the right conclusion the wrong way. They never should have played with your emotions and gaslit you and made you believe that they had already decided that Notre Dame was going to finish ahead of Miami. They did it all wrong, but Miami should have finished ahead of Notre Dame, right?
Well, that's debatable.
Well, okay, let's debate it right now. What do you think?
Okay. We go back to week 1 and 2, and I know as a college football fan, week 1 or 2, you know what? I want to see the big game matchups. I want to see Notre Dame, Miami. I want to see Texas playing in Michigan and Alabama playing in Michigan. I don't want to see, no disrespect to any of the smaller schools, but I don't want to see Notre Dame playing a Western Michigan, a Central Michigan. I'm a college football. I want to see good games.
I agree with you, and I want those games to matter. I want the winner to get a reward, and I want the loser to get punished.
You want them to get, so you would rather see.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play big games. There's stakes. Otherwise, otherwise it's a preseason game. Why even play it?
If we're looking at this from Notre Dame's perspective, and I think the point is that you're trying to make is why would you play those big games if it's going to be held against you? Why did Miami get in? Because they played that big game and won.
They were rewarded. Yeah, I just feel like if you play those big games and we're going to get amped for it and we're going to make our Saturdays centered around it.
Yeah.
The stakes have to hold, even if it's week 1. And if it does come down to these are the last 2 teams for the last spot.
And if that was their only loss,
then Notre Dame would have been fine.
in.
Yes. Let's get to, this is great. We got Rob in Brighton. You are the Rob in Brighton, our big Notre Dame fan. What's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it was a bummer yesterday. I'll be the first one to say it. You got to win big games. I think back to the Texas A&M game, up 40-34 with 3 seconds left, 4th and goal, and Texas A&M wins the game. And it kills. That stings. And it's a bummer they're truly not in. But I think the question was, Jim, you went on a rant, and Gov, and first of all, Gov, the whole debate or the talking point, because that's what it is, a talking point of they should join the conference. Say that to Duke. And also, Alabama proved that conference championships mean nothing because they're the first team in 3 years. There's been 16 teams in the last 3 years that have played in a conference championship game that have lost and dropped in the rankings. Alabama's the first one that hasn't. I think we're talking about the wrong team. Miami should be in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Alabama should be in. They just got housed.
To a team that they already beat too, though.
That's John. We're talking about. Guys, Notre Dame lost 2 of their biggest games of the year. You have to win those games. They're not in a conference. That's not. You have to win those big games. Period.
So is Notre Dame's best case is that Bama isn't good? Because I'm still not hearing a case where Notre Dame's good.
No, what I'm saying is, Jim, I think that, and the passive-aggressive stuff is what annoys the crap out of me because I feel like you know football, and I feel like when you watch Notre Dame from week 1 to now.
They're impressive. They've blown everybody out.
They're very good.
Yeah.
When Alabama just got smoked in the conference championship game and didn't move at all.
So, Rob, I put it to you this way.
There's the precedent.
I'd put it to you this way. Notre Dame is playing better football eye test than Alabama, but I think there's a danger in doing the eye test because there is a bias sometimes with the eye test. I think what's easier to do is say Bama beat a couple good teams this season, including at Georgia, one of the best wins of anybody in the country this season.
And if you look at their strength of schedule was much greater than Notre Dame's strength of schedule.
Right. And in terms of the precedent, SMU lost the ACC title last year, right? SMU lost the ACC title?
Yeah.
They were only a 2-loss team, but they kept them in the playoff. Losing the conference title didn't kick them out of the playoff. And I think that's what they were trying to do with Bama. They didn't want to kick them out of the playoff for losing. Where Notre Dame sat on the sideline and didn't play. They didn't want to punish Alabama.
Right, yeah. And then all of a sudden, if that's the case, then you're just going to have teams that are going to opt out of championship games saying, well, if we lose this one, you're going to just bump us down.
Notre Dame being in a conference wouldn't have fixed everything, but it would have given them one more chance to play themselves in. And that's why people say, should they join a conference?
I wonder what that world looks like, opting out of conference championship games.
I don't want to live in it. 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan may not be college football playoff bound, but they will be bowl eligible as they're slotted to play Texas in the Citrus Bowl. Notre Dame, they won't be seeing the college football playoffs or bowl games this year. After missing the 12-team playoff cut, the Fighting Irish have opted out of bowl game contention. As for the teams that will be participating in the CFP, Indiana topping that list with the 1 seed after winning the Big Ten, Ohio State coming in at number 2. The Packers took charge of the NFC North with their win over the Bears yesterday. That means Detroit trails Chicago by a single game for the final playoff spot. Lions will be seeing Matthew Stafford and the Rams on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Red Wings playing tonight right here on 97.1. They'll be taking on the Canucks in Vancouver. I'll have your pregame starting at 9:45. Detroit in the middle of a 6-game road trip and a chance to end the night in first place of the Atlantic Division with a win. Michigan basketball resuming play tomorrow. They came into the weekend at number 3 in the country, but number 1 Purdue losing on Saturday could see them bumped up. Michigan State likely to be bumped down a bit. They lost to number 4 Duke. The NBA Cup tournament games begin tomorrow. The Pistons not a part of those games, so they will resume action again on Friday. Meanwhile, Monday Night Football tonight, we have a matchup in Los Angeles. It's the 8-4 Chargers taking on the 8-4 Philadelphia Eagles. From the Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can either stay tuned. You can also head to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, we're talking a little bit about the Irish. They're the team that got left out, the first team out of the college football playoff, and then they said, we're not even going to play a bowl game. There's this discussion about should they join a conference. We're going to get all your phone calls and read your text, 248-539-9797. And then, of course, we are going to get into the Lions because, John, on Friday's show, we made it all about, hey, you beat Dallas. Let's celebrate the win. We'll worry about the playoffs next week. Next week is here. Let's knock out a couple phone calls on the Irish. Let's go to Joe in Lake Orion. Joe, good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. One of the things mentioned was who did Notre Dame beat? Well, who did Oregon beat? Who did Oregon beat? Did they beat anybody that's
Oregon
in the playoff?
Oregon beat the same win that Notre Dame would flaunt, which would be USC, right? That's Notre Dame's best win. It's also Oregon's best win, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's their best win. But Notre Dame
so
also
then if
beat
they
Boise
both
State.
have one notable win, but one team has 2 losses and one team has 1 loss, it felt pretty obvious Oregon should be in and Notre Dame wouldn't be, right?
And they're the ones that made the wheels fall off in Happy Valley.
Yeah, well, one other thing, though. It's just like I was mentioned before about having a big game in the first game of the season. Look, I think isn't more important how you finish in a way that Notre Dame came in at Miami with a freshman quarterback, and they just got better as the season went on.
You're right. And I like C.J. Carr. I think he's a really good quarterback. I would vote Jeremiah Love to win the Heisman. I know I'm going to be the Notre Dame hater extreme today, but the truth is the way you finish the season is good, but it's about the entire season. And the entire season has a resume just short of making the college football playoff. Nathan and Warren, you're on 97.1.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
How you doing?
Every team needs to be in a conference, first of all. The playoff should run like a top 2 teams in every conference make the playoff. That's it. There should be no voting. College athletics it's a joke to me because there should be no voting. This isn't Dancing with the Stars. This is athletics. You play your schedule. If you win enough games to be in the top 2 of your division, you go to the playoff. It should be cut and dried. John said something that I've had a problem with for years and years and years with college football, and it's let them in. Oh, we shouldn't have let this team in. This team shouldn't be in. We have to let them in the playoff. If they play their schedule and they win enough games to be eligible for the playoff, they should be in. End of story.
Yeah.
Then there's no more worrying about, well, we're ranked, here, we should win. That's BS.
Yep. The subjectivity of it leads to all of this.
Sure, but you're never going to have
a perfect play-in slotted system.
Right, because you don't have
Equal
enough teams from the
conferences.
Big 12 or the ACC playing Big 10, SEC teams. Like, you don't get enough comparables.
Yeah, it's impossible.
We've kind of agreed that Miami does deserve to be in, and the debate comes down to Bama and Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think
right?
it's shifted that way, yes.
How would you felt if it was the tables were turned?
So if they had put in Notre Dame and left Alabama out.
Yeah.
I would feel like Alabama should have been in.
Really?
Yeah.
Because Notre Dame beat nobody.
Yeah, and because Alabama went and won at Georgia, split that game when you factor in the SEC title, but it's a game that they had to play that the Irish didn't.
Right. So,
can I also just say this too? Now that we're to 12 teams, I'd really just have a lot less sympathy for anybody that gets left out in general. Like, I'd still have my preferences. I thought Miami should have been in. I thought Bama should have been in. I thought Notre Dame should have been out. But let's put all 3 and throw BYU in there too and talk about all 4. I really don't think there should be a lot of sympathy for teams that lose multiple games and don't win a conference. Like, by definition, you had ample opportunity to play your way into the playoff. You didn't. You're a deeply flawed team. Some are going to get in, some aren't. I just don't think you should shed tears for Notre Dame or really anybody that gets left out.
But I think the argument is, instead of having the best 12 teams in the country, we have the best 10 teams, and we're just allowing 2 along for the ride.
And just don't forget, when it comes down to Bama and Notre Dame, Bama beat a team in the playoff that got a bye.
Yeah.
Notre Dame didn't beat a playoff team.
Alabama also lost to Florida State. I think that's severely getting overlooked.
It's been ticket texted in. It's been sent to us, and I think we can acknowledge it. Yeah, it's a really bad loss. It's probably the worst loss of any team that made the playoff. Yes.
Right. I mean, we're talking about week 1 losses here. We're arguing them.
Yeah.
Bama got beat Vandy, though, too.
Right.
The quality wins, I think, were favored over maybe the losses. But the sport is sold on chaos, okay?
Right.
I almost wonder if it's like it is intentional that we're in this even more chaotic era with player movement and all this stuff. That's what's always sold the sport. The quality of play on the field continues to get worse. They need something to sell it. The chaos sells it.
Well,
to a degree, yeah.
I think parity is also taking over college football, which is not a bad thing because it used to be Alabama, Clemson, and then maybe every once in a while another team would jump in there, Georgia or Michigan at times. But now you're looking at 5 or 6 teams that you kind of believe, if you play the right opponent at the right time, the right game, you could win a national title. And I think as further down the road that we go, we're going to literally have 10 teams, 11 teams, and if they continue to allow a group of 5 in, okay, fine, so be it. You're going to have 11 teams eventually where you're like, there could be a path for 9 or 10 of those teams, or even 11, that you think could win a national title.
Well, the Big Ten has caught the SEC.
You see 3 of the top 5 teams are Big Ten teams, and they've won the last 2 national titles.
They get the Natty this year. You have to say they passed them.
Yeah. Yet I still got to listen to Greg Sankey. I don't know if you saw this. He said they should have 7 at-large teams, which, if you really think about it, that would mean that nobody else gets any other teams? 5 conference champs?
Right,
but there'd be one extra spot.
It goes to which teams do you think have a chance to win a national title?
Yeah.
If we're just looking at this objectively,
but how do we determine
6th
that?
Team in the SEC better than JMU?
But how do we determine?
Yes.
But how do we determine that?
No, I know that's
no, but I'm just asking because you do have to have a process that you can explain out loud, not just I touch myself when I watch SEC football. You have to have a real reason. You have to have a real reason.
I think we got to do a drop for overreactions.
Jim, I think that the committee has a tough time adjusting to the season that doesn't go according to plan. And I think one game that did go according to plan here is Alabama and Oklahoma.
If that game flips,
Alabama's in no problem.
Oklahoma's out
no problem.
With a 3rd regular season loss, yeah.
But it's tough just kind of adjusting this now that, they're 10-2. Well, Notre Dame's 10-2. Well, Miami. It's just like it rewires their brain, and it takes them a long time to adjust to this new reality of the college football season that they didn't think they were getting.
Let me just say, you go, come on, Jim, you clear the SEC's better than JMU. I'm not saying JMU's going to go win a college football playoff game this year. I'm going to point out that Tennessee last year got housed in their playoff game too. The middle upper SEC teams are perfectly capable of getting blown out.
They weren't paying their quarterback enough.
Well, there you go. My point is they're perfectly capable of being blown out anyway.
Yeah.
The teams that are 4th, 5th, and 6th in the SEC are not blowout proof come playoff time.
You can't tell me the playoff's not better if Notre Dame replaces Tulane and BYU would replace James Madison. You're getting better quality football on the field, most likely. That should be the goal of this thing, but guess what? That's boring.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Kyle and Howell. You're on 97.1.
What's up, fellas? First off, I just want to say I think the Buckeyes' loss against Indiana is going to have the same effect that it did last year against Michigan. I think they're going back-to-back for the national champions. Secondly, I think Miami deserves to be in the playoffs. Carson Beck is playing out of his mind. I'm pretty sure he's got the highest completion percentage out of any college quarterback to date.
No, that would be Julian Sayin for Ohio State, but you're close.
I said Carson Beck for Miami.
Yeah, I know. You said he had the highest completion percentage, and I just told you that Julian Sayin has a higher completion percentage.
Okay. That is what it is, but they played.
Right, facts are facts.
I think Miami and Notre Dame are pretty comparable teams. I think if they play 10 times, they're probably going to split 5 out of 5, and they won the headbreaker. So I think Miami deserves to be in over Notre Dame, and I think that's the common consensus among everybody except Notre Dame fans.
I think they were led on by previous rankings, and I think it only inflames them more. But if they were able to just take a deep breath and look at the resumes, like they should be the first team out. The other thing I don't like is, he wasn't making the case for Notre Dame, but the case of, well, if this team played 10 times, how often would it go? I only care about the time that happened. I don't care about hypotheticals. Notre Dame was favored against Miami in the first game. Notre Dame was favored against Texas A&M. Notre Dame would be favored against potentially Oklahoma or Alabama. I don't really know, and I don't really care who would be favored in the hypothetical games. I think that's a very dangerous way to rank teams. What does Vegas think is going to happen isn't always what happens, and we can't live in the matrix. We got to play the games.
No, but if the goal is to get the best 12 teams, I think you have yet to accomplish that goal.
I think that kind of goes against this is kind of where I feel a little bit for BYU is that they had to relive their worst result a second time.
Right.
Imagine if Oklahoma had to play Texas again and they lost to Texas again.
Yeah.
You know, like it almost is.
Or if Georgia had to play Alabama.
Right. But I'm just saying, like,
but Alabama
I hate
lost.
saying the word it's unfair, but it's like, man, wouldn't that hate to have your worst day of work ever relived again?
So it's not unfair because BYU got a chance to right the wrong and they had a chance to play themselves in. I do think we haven't talked about BYU. If the committee had ranked BYU one spot higher as a one-loss team, would they have kicked them out of the playoffs for losing the conference title game? Because the precedent says no, they wouldn't kick a team out that was already in. Greg is saying yes, they'd kick them out because they're a Big 12 school. Maybe. Rules for thee.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Not for me.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We got a lot of people who want to talk college football. The playoff is set. Notre Dame is out, and they're not going to play a bowl game. We also did say we'll talk Lions football, and we have a lot to discuss with them. It's 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season. We all see it as a challenge. And we were challenged last week with some snow. And when the snow starts piling up on Woodward and the slush takes over I-75, you don't need a sleigh. You need a Sierra. This is professional grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north, and boy, we love our toys, right? And we love going up north. So whether it's a four-wheeler or a boat, it's got the power. Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
It's Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head football coach. Get back to the phone calls and ticket texts. You had the Bears fall to the Green Bay Packers. I think that was good for the Lions. It didn't change their odds dramatically. They're still sub 50%.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Get to the playoffs.
Yeah, we're going to explore that a little more coming up at 8:50. We got TJ Lang at 9:02. Got Overreactions coming up at 8:35. And we got more of your thoughts on a day where it's a lot of playoff talk. Both the college football playoff being set and the playoff harsh realities. Can the Lions get this done? We'll get to that later in the show. Let's get to Justin in East Point. Justin, you're on 97.1.
Hi, what's going on, fellas?
What's
up?
Hey, morning. Real quick, I think it's BS that Alabama's in. Alabama, I know that they made the SEC championship game, but they got smoked. Okay, so you beat a team once, but then when you play them the second time, you get crushed. And so I'm sick of the SEC bias that we have to stick a 3. So there's never been a 3-loss team ever to make the playoff. But of course, because it's the SEC, we just got to stick Alabama in, right? So if we're going off, I know everybody wants to say, let's go off of resumes. But if you look, what team has been playing between Notre Dame and Alabama? Who's been playing better the last few weeks?
But Justin, I guess the pushback, is it about who's played well the last few weeks, or is it who played well for the season?
Well, if you want to go about the season, let's talk about the Florida State loss from Alabama.
No, let's do it. Let's factor it in. Let's do all of it together in one giant comparison.
And when you're doing this comparison with Notre Dame, you can only compare the 12 regular season games. So their loss to Georgia shouldn't factor in at all.
Who's Alabama?
Yeah.
That's what John's saying, yes.
Yeah. Okay, but listen, here's the thing. All I'm saying is it seems like every year we're always trying to look to find support an SEC team.
Justin, I hate that. Just so we're clear, I am the furthest thing from an SEC honk. I think their best days are behind them. I think the Big Ten has leaped up and grabbed the mantle. I am not an SEC guy, but I did feel like Bama should be in over Notre Dame. And the biggest difference for me is I saw Bama beat someone in the playoff. If we're going to talk about putting someone in that can do something in the playoff, Bama went 1-1 against playoff teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame went 0-2. Both teams had 2 regular season losses. Bama beat a playoff team. Notre Dame went 0-2. To me, that was the difference. Now, some people might want to penalize Alabama more for the Florida State loss. I chose to focus more on good wins as opposed to bad losses. You can have whatever criteria you want, but I felt like Notre Dame being left out was fitting.
How about this? And they played at Georgia, at Missouri, and they had ranked wins against Vandy and Tennessee at home.
Right.
How about this? Just on a given Saturday, Alabama can beat somebody more likely than Notre Dame.
Based on the results we saw this season, yes.
So you don't touch yourself when talking about the SEC?
I'm not Paul Feinbaum.
Just for the record, I don't touch myself with the Eagles.
Okay, Mr. Philadelphia.
I'll be Mr. Philadelphia, and I won't be touching myself tonight.
I'm just going to remove myself from this conversation.
Yeah, just to be clear,
I don't have anything
just to be clear,
regarding that.
No erotic relationship when watching football. I just like watching football for what it is. I had to clear that up this morning.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Again, I'm still going to refrain from this conversation.
What team do you belong to? 248.
No. We're a little early for Heather with the news. Couple more texts. Okay, this one says, as a Notre Damer and CJ Carr fan, John, can you please punch Cookie square in his face, capital FACE, punch him in the face?
Well, normally that is an urge that I have, and it's not that I haven't had that urge today, but I do believe that they got it right by putting Miami in simply because you had 2 teams that didn't play. I don't like how they got there, but I do believe Miami deserves to be in because they beat Notre Dame head-to-head. And yes, I love CJ Carr. I don't love Notre Dame. I like what they did this year in being able to recover from those 2 losses, but who did they play in their recovery?
John, how about this complaint? Tulane lost 45-10 against Ole Miss. They're playing them again. What a joke. Notre Dame's better, and you guys know it.
Yes. The argument's not if the argument was should Tulane be in versus Notre Dame, I will 100% say Notre Dame should be in. Should Notre Dame be in versus JMU? 100%. That's not the argument. We can't have that argument because of the way the rules are set up with the top five conference champions.
Quickly to that, yeah, get the 12s in, and if you have to, move a seed line around, avoid a rematch. I'm a little annoyed that there's 2 rematches in the first round of the playoff.
Oklahoma, Alabama being the other.
Well, and when they came out with their rankings last week, guess who magically appeared as ranked teams? Tulane and JMU.
Just in time. 248-539-9797. Everybody's really heated. We did the Notre Dame discussion. We are going to get into the Lions. 8:50, and TJ Lang will help us out at 9 o'clock. But the question is simple. Do you feel like the Lions are going to make the NFL playoffs? Forget about the college football playoff stuff. Will the Lions make the playoff? We spent a lot of Friday's show just celebrating the win over Dallas and how pivotal it was to win that game, backed into a corner. But no Brian Branch, and the odds still have the Lions out. Do you believe? We'll get to it at 8:50. Here's Heather with the news.
So the cold weather that's been sweeping through Michigan may not be welcome to or for everyone, right? Some people don't love the cold, but there is at least one industry that is celebrating. So after several difficult years, the local ski resorts, that's Pine Knob, Mount Holly, Mount Brighton, and Alpine Valley, are now open and rejoicing in the colder temperatures. So I know at Pine Knob, the snow guns have been going for at least last week. We literally, the first day the snow guns were turned on, it was like an event in my house. We took the kids to watch.
Oh, really?
Because my husband's a big snowboarder, loves to be out there. We're getting Emily into snowboarding. Brooks will too, and he's a little bit bigger, but we watched it. They've already been snowboarding there. But anyway, obviously they're very excited. The crews over there at Pine Knob have been working hard to get things ready. And here's the assistant snow sports director at Pine Knob, Andy Brown, talking about the season opening.
Good for them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's great. Great news. Great fun, too. Get out there if you can. An act of kindness brought 3 strangers together after the tree lighting ceremony in Detroit. So there's this man, Dave Hilliard, who lost his wallet during the crowded downtown event. And what happened next, he says, restored his faith in humanity. So while working at this pop-up bar during the tree lighting ceremony, this girl, Sierra Williams, was given the wallet by a coworker, and she couldn't find a lost and found. So she said, you know what, instead of just leaving it behind, she made the decision to surprise everyone involved. So after her shift ended that same night, she drove from downtown Detroit to Farmington Hills to return the wallet to the man's home. What she didn't realize was that she was going to be caught on like a Ring doorbell camera doing this. And the guy ended up posting this on social media because he wanted to know who this woman was, who decided to drop off the wallet with everything inside of it, right? All of his credit cards, all of the money that was there. And somehow, obviously, with the social media post that went viral, they were able to connect. And on Friday, he and his girlfriend met Williams in person to express their gratitude. And for Williams, she just said that the gesture came naturally. She did what she knew you're supposed to do.
Has it ever happened to you? Have you found a wallet or had one returned?
Yes, you know what? This is probably in college at a movie theater, found a wallet in the cup holder, and it was thick, like whatever they had, cash or whatever was in it, like there was a lot of stuff in it, and we ended up just giving it to like the lost and found or somebody at the movie theater. And you always wonder, is that the right thing? Because what are they going to do?
Right?
Is that young person or whoever it is going to just
sit there,
or are they going to pocket the money that's in there and then return it? But yes, I have. That's the only time I've ever found a wallet.
I have 2 instances. One, I left my card in the ATM, and the person found it and messaged me and returned it, which is incredible. The second one is we found a wallet, my wife and I, walking in the neighborhood. Yeah. And
like right on the
just
curb?
like it must have fallen out of a pocket or something. And because the person lived close by, we just extended the walk and found their house and left it and knocked on the door and left it for them.
They're probably so thankful for.
Yeah. I left my wallet on the top of a gas pump one point.
Oh,
and I talked about this a couple of years ago, and all of a sudden somebody rang the doorbell and said, hey, I think this is yours. Thank
Which
you very
is
much. Yeah.
Pretty darn incredible. Hey, people, Michigan State Police are investigating after a 14-year-old boy was stabbed. Those people, Saturday night at a Royal Oak Township hotel. So when officers arrived at the American Inn and Suites, they found this teen with a stab wound to his leg. They did provide first aid. They applied a tourniquet and they rushed him to the hospital. The boy's mother was notified, taken to the hospital by troopers. Investigators interviewed multiple people at the scene, are developing leads on a possible suspect. The officers have not released any information about what led to the incident. But if anyone does know anything, you're being urged to call Michigan State Police. A dog that went missing from California was found right here in Michigan nearly 5 years later. Just had a happy reunion with its owner. Chaco was adopted back in 2016 in California, right? Went missing in 2021. Got out of the house, ran away. Owners searched for it, never found it. Well, the dog was microchipped, and it was recently found tied to a fence outside of an animal shelter in Lincoln Park. So they took it in, made sure it was healthy, called the owners, and then a nonprofit found ways to get this dog back to California. Somebody turned over their frequent flyer miles. A volunteer got on a plane, took the dog back, and they've been reunited. And now the dog has 2 human siblings to live with.
That's such a crazy story.
Yeah.
It was it was about 2,289 miles away. No idea how this dog got from California to Michigan.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the overreact gyms. This quarterback's no longer elite. That and more. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has spent 30 years helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. And he doesn't just believe in what he does. His own family has trusted him with their hair. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and even his nephew's. And when your own family sits in your chair, that says something. He's also a board-certified surgeon and the only doctor in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, performed entirely by his in-house medical team. No traveling techs, no assembly line clinics, just experience, precision, and results that look completely natural. And the holidays are the perfect time. Take advantage of the downtime, recover discreetly, and step into the new year feeling like you again. Schedule your free consultation today. And when you mention 97.1, you'll get $1,000 off your procedure. Let Dr. B treat you like family this holiday season. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdown to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play and every play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token on Monday Night Football. That's right, you can get in all the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. And you don't even have to leave the app. It's all right there. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. You can see terms, a full list of them, at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, all you need to do is call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, 97.1. TJ Lang's going to join us for the 9 o'clock hour as he does on Mondays. John, on Friday's show, we were feeling good. Lions won by double digits at home, backed into a corner, had to have it against the Dallas Cowboys. And every so often, I try to insert a little bit of playoff discussion. And you said, not today.
No, it was a complete celebration about beating a good team.
You said, wait till Monday.
Mm-hmm.
John?
It's Monday.
It's Monday. So I will ask, and we have the results of this weekend to help answer the question. Are the Lions going to make the playoffs?
I do think that they make the playoffs. I think they get to 11 wins, and that means that they win 3 of the final 4. I don't know if it's the Rams game. That's the most likely loss remaining on the schedule, and I know everybody's going to say, oh, well, the Bears are better. Yes, the Bears are better. We'll see when that game comes. It may be you win that final game of the season, and you're in. You lose, and you're out. Now, if they do lose to the Rams and the Bears win,
you're going to be 2 games back with 3 to go.
You're going to still need help.
Mm-hmm.
You need the Bears to lose 1 game other than the one that you beat them. So you're going to have them have 2 losses. One of them needs to be you.
Yeah, yesterday you wanted the Bears to lose. Bears are the easier team to catch because you beat them once and you play them again. Ship's kind of sailed on Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy Green Bay beat Chicago. Having said that, Detroit's chances of making the playoffs are 43%. I don't think they're going to get in. The Branch injury doesn't help. This team's going to have to rattle off a bunch of wins in a row, something they haven't done in 2 months. And, John, they will need help, even if they beat the Bears the last week of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I currently don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
If they get to 11 wins. So you don't think they get to 11 wins?
Even if they get to 11, they could miss.
They could, yes. Yeah. To this point, with the 17-game schedule, anybody with 11 wins has not missed the playoffs. Right. And it's going to happen at some point, and maybe this is the year the Lions are that team.
Well, because it's kind of a weird year. Seattle and San Francisco refuse to lose,
mm-hmm.
and so it feels like you're getting 3 from the West. All are going to be like 11, 12-win teams. Detroit's best chance is to finish second in their division, and that's why I'm rooting for the Bears to drop a game again. But if we're just calling it what it is, if they're 2 games back with 3 weeks to go, why would I expect them to get in? They can. I'll root like hell that they do, but I won't expect them to get in. And that's the most likely scenario. The Lions will go out to L.A. this week. The Bears will play the Cleveland Browns this week. They still need quite a bit of help.
They do. But I think at this time of the year, weird things happen in the NFL.
Yeah, but you expect it.
What's that?
You expect the weird things to happen and break the Lions' way.
Well, some of the weird things need to happen so that, they would be breaking the Lions' way. And one of those weird things might be you go out to the Rams and you beat a better team.
See, now that's a total game changer.
Yeah.
Total game changer. They beat the Rams. First of all, they control their own destiny today. If they go 4-0, they get to 12 wins. They're in. There's no debate. They're in. They would have the tiebreaker with the Bears, even if the Bears were to win all their other games. Detroit would be in. They would earn their way in at 12 wins.
Yeah, and obviously some of those weird things can go against the Lions. You could beat the Rams, and then we already saw it. They lost to Minnesota. Maybe 9 shows up again and finds a way to beat the Lions in Minnesota on Christmas.
And suddenly the Steelers are at least competent.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think anybody should ever take the Steelers for granted. While they're not I wouldn't even classify them as a good team, they can show up and win. Mike Tomlin has shown that he can pull wins out of thin air when he needs it most. And so if they need that one to stay ahead of Baltimore, that could be a tight game.
Yeah, because beating the Cowboys felt good. It was necessary.
Well, it doesn't feel good. It was good.
But it didn't prove anything.
Well, it proved that you could beat a good team.
It proved they could bounce back, which we had the point drilled in and proven over 3 years. Winning back-to-back and beating good teams, that's the next step for them. The Rams offer you a chance to check both boxes. If they lose to the Rams, again, this is a real front. Lions have struggled against big-time fronts. Detroit loses the game, they're going to be sitting there groveling for help.
Yes, and here's the other thing. If the Lions make the playoffs, where are they going to play?
On the road.
On the road.
Probably against a good team with a great front.
Yes. So if you want to prove that you can win a playoff game, this is a playoff game. Go out to LA against a good team, and it may be a team right now that is playing better than anyone else in the NFL.
Yep.
Find a way to win that game, and now you're going to give the fan base something to believe in if you make the playoffs.
Well, that's the other game changer. You're right. If they win this week, you very strongly feel like this team would make the playoffs, and you would suddenly have a feather in your cap for the postseason. If we can go out and beat the Rams, are we figuring things out at the right time of year? Because up till this point, lost to the Philadelphia Eagles, lost to the Packers twice, lost in Kansas City against the Chiefs. There have been a whole bunch of signs that say you're not good enough. The Rams would be a chance to flip the script.
Right. But you've put your back up against the wall. You still control your own destiny. Now's the time. If you're going to be that team that, quote unquote, gets hot at the end of the year, it had to start against Dallas, and it has to continue against the Rams.
So where are you at today? 248-539-9797. One of the playoff predictors, New York Times, they have the Lions at 43% to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They have the Lions missing, and they forecast, John, that they don't get to 11 wins. They have them at 10-7 to close the season.
Yeah, and 10 wins isn't going to get it done.
It will not get them in.
No, especially if you're sitting there going, well, they may be the first team with 11 wins to not get in. 10 certainly won't get it done. So you're going to have to get to 11. It's 3 of the last 4, and if it's not against the Rams, you're not setting yourself up for success. You're setting yourself up to have to hope that somebody else comes through.
Let's talk about this through the Bears lens for a second here. Most likely the Lions would lose this week. I'm not saying they can't win, but just they lose this week.
If that's the path you're going to go down.
Yes,
sure.
okay, sure. Lions lose this week. Bears play the Browns. Bears are going to win that game, yes? Most likely. Touchdown favorites.
Most likely.
Okay,
I mean,
yes.
the Browns did beat Green Bay.
Browns also lost to the Tennessee Titans this week.
Yes.
The Bears would then close with Green Bay, who they just played really tight. I don't know what you made of that game, John. Like, Caleb Williams was rough in the first half. He led some big drives in that second half. Disaster on the fourth down, but they are right there to win the game in Lambeau. It wouldn't surprise me if the Bears split the season series and won the game in Chicago. Well, now the Bears have to lose to San Francisco or the Lions are out.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even get to week 18 with a chance. That's what's at stake here. If the Bears are able to win their next 3 games and the Lions lose the Rams game, it's done.
Right, that's obviously worst case scenario.
Yeah,
but my thing is, I don't think the worst case scenario is going to happen. It outside of what the Lions do. The Lions may eliminate themselves.
Yeah,
but do you really think that it's the Browns, the Packers, the Niners, and the Lions? Do you think they go 4-0? Do you think they go 3-1? Is it most likely that they go 2-2? Now, if they go 2-2, one of those has to be the Lions.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. First, the Lions can't beat the Cowboys. Now the win doesn't prove anything. Geez, cookies. Pessimistic much? No, I had the Lions beating the Cowboys. I had the Lions winning that
you
game.
picked against them, didn't you?
We had a graphic and everything. I took the Lions.
Oh.
Called it a grit check, not a gut check.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So.
No, I backed the Lions coming off a loss. I know what they're capable of when they lose a game and they bounce back and
it's still a good win. That was a good team at that time.
Yeah. Can they build on it? That becomes the question down the stretch. 248-539-9797. We'll get TJ Lang in the studio. Get some of his thoughts. We want to open up the phone lines for you guys as well. Let us know. It's 97.1. We're going to get to all your response on the phones and the texts. Bears losing, a good thing for the Lions. Bears the team that you're more likely to catch because you beat them once and you play them again. Mm-hmm. Lions only a game back of the Bears. Lions control their own destiny. One problem. Rams game this week. You lose it, you lose control of your own destiny. There's a reason their playoff odds are sub 50%. They are not expected to make the playoffs. But we've asked you guys. Friday was all about celebrating a Cowboy game. Mm-hmm. Now we get to the reality of where the Lions are in their playoff chase. 248-539-9797. We got TJ Lang with pages of notes. Is this from the Cowboy game?
The game feels like it was so long ago.
I was going to say. John, you see this? He's got pages.
No, I expect that. Yeah,
some of them
that's
are
what we do.
A couple weeks, but no, it's. I was thinking this morning. I gotta go do radio, and I'm like, man, I can't even. Like, who did they play? I don't know. It seemed like it was so long ago. I was like, oh, Cowboys Thursday. So I had to glance over my notes and kind of remember some of the things that happened. But yeah, I mean,
well, take us through. What'd you think?
Look, if they turned a corner. Last week against Dallas, against a good team, against one of the hottest teams in the league. If you can build off some of the consistency that we saw in that game, meaning the pass rush, right? Getting to Dak 5 times and being disruptive, getting some takeaways, offensively finding ways to just play complementary football, the 14 points off the turnovers. Continue to find ways to be creative in the play calling where, hey, let's get the short game pass in a little bit. Now let's ramp back up with the play action pass. Like, you know what I mean? If the more multiple you can be. And even last week talking with you guys, and I think even with those guys on Thursday in the afternoon was like, hey, can Kelvin Shepard find ways to put guys in different positions and be a little bit more unpredictable and change things up a little bit? You definitely saw that last week. Yep. Now, certainly that win helped. I mean, it lets you take a little bit of a breath, but like you said, you're still going to have to take care of your business, right? And maybe even still get some help with the way that this NFC is working out. But that was a positive sign to see that team bounce back and remind themselves, I think, more than anything, that like, okay, man, like, it really is about one play, right? Yep. And I don't mean to go over all the losses, but, the last couple ones you had, Philly and Green Bay specifically, even Minnesota. I mean, like, you look at that, and it's literally one play goes your way, and you're like, man, I think last week was a reminder that, like, yeah, we never know when that one play is going to be, but we gotta make the big plays in the big moments, and they had a lot of guys that did that, and hopefully that allows them to hit a new gear here going into the last month of the regular season.
So I'm going to start probably at the end, but we'll talk more about Miles Frazier because I want to get your take on him as well and what they were doing with the offensive line. But in the performance that they had against Dallas, if they play that game, is that good enough to beat the Rams?
You mean the whole team game?
Yeah. Offense, defense, special teams. Because even if you look at what they did in special teams, they finally had a return game.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can find ways to win the turnover battle 3-0, I mean,
you're
going to win most of the games, right? So, yeah, that's what I mean by playing consistent. Like, you can't. We've seen, especially throughout the last 6 weeks now, just up and down, right? Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Now is, like Coach said last week before the game, you dug yourself a little bit of a hole. Last week was a good stepping stone to try to work your way out of that. But, yeah, if you play consistent, if you play the same way you played against Dallas, take care of the football, be good in situations.
Get after the quarterback.
Get after the quarterback, get some takeaways, you can beat anybody. And we saw that with I know it might be an outlier, but when the Rams played Carolina a couple weeks ago, I mean, that's how they did it. They ran the football against them. They got a couple big takeaways, and I know the Rams bounced back yesterday against the Cardinals in a big way, and they're a good team, man. Yeah. They are a good team, but if the coaches can continue to find creative ways to get these guys in good positions to go out there and have success, and if this team plays with the same urgency that I saw last Thursday night, like it looked like a different tempo coming out of the tunnel, and it's just like, okay, the energy kind of feels like it's back. Like the guys know what type of game this is. They're not going to shy away from, hey, backs against the wall playoff type game where, some teams can crumble in those situations. You saw them come out with a totally different urgency level, and the challenge is going to be how can you find a way to repeat that going on the road this week?
Because that's been their issue, right, is they've shown a backbone. When they lose, they'll bounce back, but they haven't won consecutive games in 2 months. So that's the challenge now. And TJ, I'll ask you this. Brian Branch, that's a big piece to miss when you're going to face an MVP favorite in Matthew Stafford in his house.
Yep.
I know the Legion of Whom did their thing against Baker back when we thought Baker was arguably the MVP of the league. The difference is this isn't in Detroit.
Yeah.
They will have Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, whereas Baker didn't have Godwin and lost Mike Evans in the game. Like, this is a completely different test for this team.
Yeah, it is. And I think, honestly, they match up well with them. It's defensively, like, I think that these schemes are so similar that, when you watch the Rams and you watch the Lions offense, it's, that both quarterbacks are pretty similar, where it's a lot of play action pass. It's a lot of, fake drop. You got to get the run game going, right? But these aren't guys that are going to burn you with their legs. Like, we've seen the Lions play some quarterbacks that really the biggest reason why they didn't, the pass rush was such an issue after the Green Bay game was because they just couldn't find a way to finish. And Jordan Love was just kind of sliding in the pocket and doing some things with his legs. But Stafford's, he's not like that. I mean, him and Goff are very similar. And I think that, when you go against a team so often that runs this scheme, you're practicing against these guys, whether go all the way back to training camp, like you put some things in your memory bank that you revert to and say, okay, like, yep, I'm not going to get tricked on this. I'm not going to get fooled on this. So you've seen a lot of the similarities, I think, when it comes to the schematic side of it. And, the one thing about LA too, man, their defense is they're young. I mean, they're talented, especially the guys up front with Fisk and Verse and young couple of dudes that can get at. Kobe Turner, I think, is a guy who they can get after you a little bit. So this offensive line, I thought it was a step in the right direction last week. Obviously, having the 10 days off, I think is going to really benefit that group because a lot of those guys were, banged up and running on fumes the last couple Thursdays. Getting that long weekend hopefully allows you to get, Graham a little bit healthier and Decker and Sewell and, Tate and, maybe with Awosika. I think I know you wanted to bring up Miles Frazier, did some good things, but, I think that those guys know that, hey, man, like that's closer last week to the performance that we need as our standard. Still not there yet, still not where we want to be, but it's a step in the right direction. And, that group knows that they're going to have to do it again against the challenge in front here in L.A.
What'd you see from the combination of Cologne and Miles Frazier?
Yeah, Cologne had a couple of hiccups early in the game. There was one, I think he got beat pretty quick by Quinnen Williams and got a good hit. And another one with a Digizua got a hit on Jared late that, probably could have been flagged, but threw him to the ground. It was kind of like, you don't want quarterbacks taking those shots. I thought that, they probably got Miles into the game a little bit. And the coach even mentioned it. He's like, yeah, we wanted to kind of get him some reps. He probably played a little bit more because I think the combination that they were like, okay, he looks like he fits. And, Cologne has had a couple of those plays where, we got to try to avoid those. But I'm about halfway through. I haven't watched all the runs yet that Miles Frazier was in, but, the kid's got some compete to him. Who used to say that? Who was a hockey coach always talked about compete? Was it
Babcock?
Babcock, maybe.
Oh, maybe it was Blashill.
Compete level, yeah. No, but you got to be that way when you're playing offensive line, man. Everything's not going to be pretty. You're going to get beat sometimes with your feet. You're going to get beat with your hands, but it's that second effort that's going to win you a lot of blocks. And I thought I saw a lot of competitiveness from him. Certainly, still pretty raw when it comes to the fundamentals, but the scrappiness, the toughness, man, I think is there.
Mahogany said he's 100% going to come back this season. Do we have any idea on when? Are you hearing anything, or what's your expectation?
We got 4 games left. I mean, I don't even really know if it'd be fair to put an expectation on it.
Because they haven't even started his clock.
I don't think so. And they put him on IR, correct? And I think it's been 4 games, so
he could come off. Yeah,
I think he's eligible to come off. Look, I don't want to give people a false expectation of hey, maybe this week. I have no idea.
Let me ask you, if he doesn't come back in a timely manner, because every single week matters. How do you feel about this group right now up front?
Yeah, well, I think, Awosika, when you think about going on the road, and I'm not sure what his injury was last week, but obviously not being active and having the other 2 guys handle the left guard duties was, a little bit different. But I still think right now at this point of the season, if Awosika can come in and give you 1 or 2 more games until Mahogany gets back, that's probably your better option.
Yeah.
Just because, especially you look at it, you're going on the road. It's great when you play home games, but John, it's completely different offensive line when you can hear the guy next to you, you can hear the snap count, as opposed to going on the road. And it's like, oh boy, that just adds a whole different element. I don't know if that's the situation I want to say, hey, Miles Frazier for your first NFL start.
Right.
Like, we're going to put you in a situation like that.
I haven't been to SoFi. But Is it a loud environment? You've been there for Lions games before.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a couple years. Obviously, we were out there, 2 years ago, I think, for the Chargers game.
Yeah.
And then the year before with the Rams. I want to say. I mean, Lions fans, that's like one place where they traveled. I mean, it almost felt like a,
50-50 split almost?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it felt like one of those, where you play, not at one home team, but no, I do think that with the Rams, like they're starting to build their fan base, though. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of tell, even some of the road games that they've played is like, okay, it's starting to get a little bit different out there in LA. But I wouldn't be surprised to see 30% Lions fans out there this weekend. Especially at this point of the year. I think when the schedule comes out and everybody knows it's going to be cold, hey, let's get to a nice location. These fans travel.
Spend a weekend out there.
But regardless, it's still going to be on the road, and it's still going to be loud, and it's still going to be hostile, and you're still going against, maybe the class of the NFC. So I don't know if you're asking me like, hey, would you rather have Mahogany or Miles Frazier making a start in that environment? I'd probably take the guy with a little bit more experience playing those games. But that doesn't mean that I don't have faith in Miles Frazier. I just think that that's just a very tough environment to get thrown into the fire for an extended period of time.
As Lomas would say, it's a big ask.
It is, yes. Well, I don't know if he would add the K on the end of it, but
thanks, TJ.
you kind of
I watch
exaggerated it a little
bit. Yeah, just for effect. All right, so what we're going to do is coming up next, we're going to take some of these phone calls. I got text for us to read, and TJ, I want to get your answer to that question about the playoffs and whether you expect them to get in or not. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for the breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because spots fill up quickly in cold temperatures, and it's cold right now. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
We got a lot to do with TJ Lang in studio on a Monday. Good morning, 97.1. Our question about the playoffs. 43% for the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they get in? It's a question for everybody. We want TJ to bat lead off. John, you think TJ might be a closet Notre Dame fan? We can talk about that later in the show.
No chance.
Okay, good. So we won't get any tears or sobbing from him.
I've seen the four-leaf clover on a hat that you wear.
I mean, I am Irish. That's
right.
As close
Okay,
as
well.
my loyalty gets to me.
And at some point, and it may be in Heather's news, the Taylor Decker article about contemplating his future and retirement beyond this season. Would love to get the perspective of TJ and John on that. Obviously, you guys face those decisions. But let's just start with where the Lions are. 4 games to go, 43% chance that they make the playoffs. TJ, do you believe they make the playoffs?
Yeah, I do. Because I think if you go, even if something happens this week, I think if you finish 3-1, get to 11 games, I think that you're going to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that there's still some teams that in the NFC that are just going to keep beating each other up. And, you know, does the 1 seed, like obviously last year when you took 15, Minnesota was right behind you with 14. I don't think there's going to be a 15. I don't even know if there's going to be a 14-win team, you know? Like I could see maybe Rams, Seahawks, maybe Packers in that mix of if you get to 13, you probably get home field advantage. But I think if you get to 11, especially, you know, playing the Bears coming up too. I haven't really looked at their schedule. I know they got Cleveland next week.
So they've got Cleveland. You figure's a win.
They got Green Bay one more time.
Green Bay. They played them so tight, it wouldn't surprise me if they split and took the home game.
Okay, yeah.
Then they play, I think it's at San Francisco.
And then we close.
And
the
then Detroit.
season.
Yes.
Okay, so I could realistically see catching the Bears for one of those final playoff spots.
If they, go 2-2 and Detroit goes 3-1 and wins head-to-head, Detroit's in. The only problem would be if the Bears go 3-1 or win the head-to-head.
Philly, I mean, they could continue to falter a little bit and maybe, you know, fall out of maybe one of those spots. And I know that they're a division leader, so you know, with Dallas kind of climbing back, like maybe Philly's just got to get to 10 wins, right, to get a home game. Same with whoever's coming out of the South
it might be
in the
9.
NFC. I mean, it might be a 9-8 team, you know, like between Carolina and Tampa Bay. But no, I do. I think that. Would you say the odds were 47%?
43, just under 50-50.
Okay, I would say maybe my expectations probably about 70%, 75%.
Yeah, I was going to say 70-75%.
Okay.
And I don't know how much you were listening on the way in, but I've made this statement a couple of times. In a 17-game schedule, it's only it hasn't happened at all that an 11-win team hasn't made the postseason. Now, eventually, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I do think if they get to those 11 wins, there's just enough weird stuff that happens at the end of the season. A team beats a team that you didn't think was possible. Another one that just simply outperforms in a moment. And it's, some of those things, if you lose to the Rams, have to fall your way.
Yeah.
But I just think there's enough dominoes that they will fall that if the Lions take care of business and they get to 11 wins, they'll be in.
Which kind of goes back to, you're right, there will eventually be where an 11 team doesn't get in. And it kind of goes back to, I think it was the Lions last year. Weren't they one of the teams that pushed for, hey, just get rid of, you know, divisions and just take the top 7 teams? Because, like we mentioned this week, I mean, there could be an NFC East team that's got 9 wins. There could be an NFC South team that's got 9 wins. And you're looking at maybe 2 teams that are sitting at 11 that just are not leading their division. But, oh, sorry, like the division guys get. So, like, that's, I'm not a big believer in that, but I think that now that it's 17 games and now that those things are probably going to start happening, that could be something, obviously a rule change that, maybe down the line here a little bit. But I thought it was funny that I think the Lions were one of the teams that
proposed it.
Proposed it last year. And it didn't even hurt them, right? It more hurt the Vikings being 14-3 and having to go on the road.
Right.
having the second best record in the NFC.
Uh-huh.
It's going to start becoming probably a little more common.
I'm a little surprised you guys are both at 70% because, I mean, you don't have to make the pick now, make it later in the week, but most people think they're going to lose to the Rams.
Okay.
And then at that point,
what
you're
about
likely 2 down with 3 to go. It's not like they can't get in, but
You can still get to 11. Do you expect? Okay.
Have you seen enough from this team to believe they're going to go on a run? Because I haven't seen that yet.
Well,
I'm not saying it's not in there.
You're coming off of a good game last week. I mean,
they were
that's all
coming
I
off
can
a
really
good
go.
game when they
No, I know,
beat-
and that's
yeah.
all you can really go
Yeah.
off of right now. Like what I say, like it's a trend, and it's just going to be up and down and up and down. Like obviously, if that happens, then
That's
you
why
got
I
no
would say.
shot.
That's why. Well, I'm not going to say no shot, but it's why I would say less than 50-50.
Well, if you
because
go 2-2, I don't think
then they're not in. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which you can't afford to keep going up and down and up and down.
I just want to be clear. No one's saying they can't beat the Rams. They're just not likely to beat the Rams. No one's saying they can't
be a
make
tough
the
game.
playoffs. They're just not likely to make the playoffs.
Yep. Well, the good news is that
There's 4
nothing,
games left.
nothing's been settled yet. And they get a
Uh-huh.
chance to go out there and prove it.
Let's get to Tony. You're on 97.1. Tony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. No, I don't think they're gonna get to the playoffs. As long as they have that statue standing back there, they're never going to win the NFC. You're not going to get to the Super Bowl. Sean McVay knew why he had to make the change he did. He just isn't good enough, guys. Let's face it. You watch Caleb Williams. It's the only reason the Bears keep winning. They've got all the tools and all the roster that the Lions have. The one key that they have, as well as the Packers do, and many other teams in the NFL.
What about the Rams?
That are competitive.
What about the Rams?
They have a mobile.
Tony, what about
quarterback,
the best team in the NFC? What about the best team in the NFC?
What about the Rams?
Right now, I would say the Bears are. Don't tell me that the Rams are. I know where you're going with this. But I think Caleb Williams can hold up to the Rams.
Oh, okay. I would disagree. I hate it that it always comes back to the mobile quarterback. So let me ask you this, because we did this a couple of weeks ago. In terms of the skills for your quarterback, where does a mobile quarterback, where does that skill set fall in all the things that you want to see from your quarterback? Starting with the top, I would imagine it would have to be arm strength and accuracy would be up there?
Yeah, sure it would be. Mm-hmm.
All right, and
when it comes down to winning games, and moving on, especially against better defenses, you have to have that one tool in the toolbox that Jared Goff lacks.
So
even Baker Mayfield is second in touchdowns since 23, right behind Jared Goff. This guy's tougher. He's tougher than nails, and he can move, and he's got that deep ball.
Well, I know. I mean, only if we had, Baker Mayfield had been able to move more.
Only if we could have seen these
Lions.
teams play head-to-head at some point.
Also, Baker turns the ball over way more than Goff does.
Yeah, I mean, listen, do I wish sometimes watching Jared Goff that he had a little bit more wheels and saying,
We all do,
yeah,
of course.
would have been nice. But, I mean, if that's your only belief, then, okay, take Seattle out, take San Fran out, take L.A. out, right? These teams can't run. Jordan Love's not really a scrambling quarterback. Okay, so, who's – the Bears and the Eagles are the only teams that have chances this year in the NFC.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Mahomes out of the
obviously
NFC,
the Bucks do.
but they might not even be in the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, look. I mean,
Your most mobile quarterback.
Does it make it a little bit more difficult?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Is that the only way to win football games in the NFL? Is to be able to scramble and run? Look at Caleb Williams last night. Chance to win the game. He gets out. He scrambles. Makes a terrible throw going to his left. Pick. Game over.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Look at him get out of the pocket. Run. Oh, horrible decision.
Right, and if he had actually used the mobility, what's more important, the decision making?
Yes.
Right, and the processing. Yeah. I think if he actually ran that ball to pick up the first down, they might actually get a chance to win.
Yeah. No, I know. I mean, it's the fun thing when quarterbacks are running and hey.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday you watched the Bills game, 3rd and 15, right? And Josh Allen just says, "Boom, see ya." Was that fun? Of course, everybody wishes they had Josh Allen on their damn team. Yes. It's not the only way to win games, though.
Yes.
Few of the texts coming in, 248-539-9797. The Bears' emotional high is over. Now come their losses. It's going to come down to us beating them in Chicago, which we will do, and we will take their playoff spot. Well, that's what yesterday was about.
Yeah.
Is drawing within a game and setting that up for Week 18. Morning, guys. I really believe the Lions will win against the Rams this weekend for one reason. The Lions have the Rams number. Kind of like when the Seahawks had our number for a few years. Granted, it could change, but I think we're in their head. They've had trouble facing us.
Well, I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope they continue to struggle with the Lions.
What are we doing, guys? The shine is off with this team. I see one more win, no playoffs. If Brad doesn't do what's necessary in the offseason to add a proven NFL talent, we're headed back to SOL. Minnesota will be better than us next season. We'll be in the bottom of the North.
Next time a texter texts in those 3 letters, just say the 3 letters instead of actually saying them out
Sorry.
loud.
We're going to get in trouble with the FCC?
No. The question I have is, okay, if there's only one win, is it against the Steelers or the Vikings? Do they lose to the Vikings twice?
They could. I don't know. They go on 4. They go 4-0. It's like.
Yeah.
And I get where people are coming from, too. I mean, it's, and some people, the win last week against the Cowboys, it's the Cowboys, right? They were hot, but they're not any good.
But you
and
can't
blah,
do
blah, blah.
that.
Well, that's obviously people still
I
are.
know, but Cowboys had won 3 in a row. They had beaten the Eagles. They had beaten the Chiefs. They're a hot team. I'm not taking anything away from that win. They needed that win. I also think it's fine to say it didn't prove anything. They've shown a bounce back ability and yo-yoed for 2 months.
Right.
The real test is when you put one foot in front of the other. When it's win, win, win. They do that, they're in the playoffs. They haven't done it in 2 months, so why would I expect them to do it? I don't expect them to do it. They can. They've shown flashes. Dallas kind of showed us a flash of the 23 and 24 team, right? It was kind of a flash of who they've been. They just haven't done it enough.
Yeah, and you looked more like the team that you were to start the season when you were 5-2, getting some of that grittiness and toughness back, right? Not, but like you meant, we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
You got to keep proving it,
Yep.
and they know that they're in that position where they can't afford to have any more bad weeks. They know that they got to keep proving it too. So let's give them a chance to see if they can.
Playoff mentality. All right, we're going to get to what Taylor Decker had to say about his future, get a little bit of the Notre Dame drama, get TJ a chance to weigh in on all of that. We'll get to Heather's news. It's 97.1. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet. It's the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. How about getting a truck payment for under $200 a month? You can lease the 2026 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab for $199 a month, 0 due at signing. Silverado's built for tailgates, winter roads, and hauling it all. Head to MoranExpress.com or stop by. They'll take care of you. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Let's get to the phones. Talking little Lions as they sit today. Not out of it. Control their own destiny, but the odds say they'll miss. Let's get to Jerry. You're next. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I just wanted to say real fast, unless they put a roof on Soldier Stadium or we get a Indian summer real fast or something like that during that game, we're going to have a really hard time. I know we put 50 up on Chicago, but Jared just has a horrible time throwing it in bad weather, man.
Yeah, I know. I wish they would have beat Green Bay in the cold weather. Was it 3 years ago at the very end to send Aaron Rodgers off? Yeah. I mean, if he can only do that.
Sure. Yeah. They were playing way differently then. And I get it. I understand that game, but there's about 10 other ones out there that show the other side.
Yeah, right. I think it's a little bit overblown. I mean, I think he's had success doing everything. He's had bad games. He's had bad games indoors, too. He's had bad games on turf. The most recent one, I think, obviously, is sticking in people's memory where, he did not look good against Philly. Right. He did not look good. And that was, I'm not blaming it, 40-mile-an-hour winds. That's not an excuse, but he did not look good. So I understand if that's like recency bias, is that last time we saw him do it. But there are also a lot of games where he played outside in cold weather and maybe they didn't win, but he was not the reason why they didn't win. So, and obviously, no, I don't expect to be 50 degrees when you go to Chicago at the end of the season. But guess what? Those guys got to play in it too,
right?
Yeah.
So Caleb Williams is.
I think Jared's done a better job too. Yeah, I think Jared's done a better job of kind of turning some of his negatives into strengths, and it's not consistent, not every single time, but oh man, he's terrible against pressure. He's been one of the best quarterbacks against pressure, for the last couple of years now. He's not good at this. Well, okay, he's actually one of the better quarterbacks when it comes to that. Now, certainly it's going to be a challenge, but look, I don't even care about that last game right now. You know what I mean? And they know they have to take it week by week, game by game, man.
But that's their best path. Is
win this week?
Is the Bears?
Oh yeah, we talked about it last week.
Yeah, be within a game of the Bears in Week 18, and you can go win your way in.
It's unfortunate, but it's hey, just let Green Bay keep winning, man. And if we have to take the hard road and just look at getting a wild card spot instead of getting the division, the division actually still isn't out of reach, which is the crazy thing. It's going to have to take, but I think realistically, you're let's let the Packers just run away with it, man, and let's catch the Bears, and let's just get in the playoffs and see what happens.
Guys, if we need to beat the Bears the final week of the season, NBC will move it to Sunday night, extra cold, and Detroit will not play well. They will lose that game.
Well, I'm glad all these people have crystal balls.
Yeah.
How about this one, TJ?
Crystal balls are going to be what? Where's this? It's going to be the brass ones.
You know what? Then don't even show up. Okay? Yeah. All right? Yeah. Just play the next 3 weeks and see where you sit, and if it's going to be a night, just forfeit. Just tell them you're ready to go. Do the Notre Dame. Yeah. Take your ball and go home.
We are 4 weeks from potentially doing the show where Ben Johnson eliminates the Lions.
We're not doing it today, though.
Right. I just said 4 weeks.
Yeah.
You want to live in that world, TJ?
Well, if things play out like we think they're going to, I mean, that's going to be
it's going to come down to that
game,
one.
Right?
Yeah. Guys, this is not what I expected. I thought since Detroit controlled their own destiny, folks would be more positive today. But more than one thing could be true.
I just don't think the positive people call in much.
Yeah.
Well, you can control your own.
They wait till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, where they're more welcome.
Oh, that's not a shot. Doug and Gator are nice people. You guys are mean in the afternoon. People are mean.
Oh, there's degrees of meanness, but yes. Look,
people in Traverse City, you think they're used to having an angry Italian screaming at them every afternoon on their radio?
No, they're not.
No, but they're used to it in GR.
I just like that.
Hey, look. The Lions control their own destiny. Factual statement.
Yes.
Their odds to make the playoffs are less than 50%. Also factual statement. And that is because despite the fact they control their own destiny, Brian Branch is done for the season, and they haven't won back-to-back games in 2 months.
So go win.
Yes. But what's your opinion? What do you think is going to happen? I think they're going to fall short. If you think they're going to make it, that's okay. That's a healthy conversation.
Yeah, and I've said I think they make it.
You do, and TJ does. And we've been taking those phone calls and ticket texts all day.
And it ain't going to be easy. And people that want to call in and kind of have a debate on why you don't think they're going to make it. I'm not telling you you're wrong,
right?
But it's all these people that this is going to happen. You're going to do cold weather and you're not going to win, and you do at that. Hey, that's I can't debate with that,
No,
right?
you
If you
can't.
want to say, hey, like the Rams this weekend, they got a matchup here. Like I'll sit here and tell you, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough. None of these teams are rollovers. You could lose all of them. I said that earlier in the show too.
Guys, we don't need crystal balls. We got Dan Campbell's game balls. Okay.
Doesn't work.
None of the drops are working today. I keep trying as if it's going to work this time. Here we go.
Yes.
I just played 5 at once. None of them are going over the air.
Hey, man, I got 2 game balls.
It'll be fixed by Tuesday.
Of course, it'll work by the afternoon. Yeah. Maybe we just have to like do impressions on all the drops for the rest of the day.
If it doesn't, you'll just hear Mark Ryan. Heather with the news.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, despite signing a contract extension through 2027, Detroit Lions left tackle Taylor Decker is seriously considering retirement in the upcoming offseason. So he's 32 years old, and he has said ideally he'd play at least one more year, but this season has been a trying one because of injuries. And he said that there are a lot of variables he plans to weigh as he decides on his future. He's got a young family at home that he wants to spend the time with. His health, his injuries, the pain. In his 10-year career, he's undergone 5 major surgeries. But he does say that he feels like he could play at the same level for the next 5 years.
Is what he said, yeah.
But he also has said that he thinks that if he had to have another major surgery, he probably wouldn't continue playing.
Yeah, this time of the year, there's a lot of guys that are contemplating retirement because everything hurts. The offseason, that becomes a different conversation, and everyone's going to make it due to what they believe is best for them.
Yeah, and the older you get, I mean, the more difficult it is to, recover from some things. And,
sure. Yeah, just a regular season if you don't have surgery.
Yeah. And John, you played 11. I got to 10 years, and, I also understand this time of year where, man, of course you're going to be swayed to say something when your body's just completely broken, right? But, sometimes the years go by fast, sometimes they go by slow. And I think that Decker has not been shy to the fact that, he's been, dealing with a lot of things this year. With that being said, and I even texted him a couple weeks ago. I'm like, man, you were playing at a high level, dude. Like he's playing really good football. So that I think makes it difficult. But when you start thinking about the other things, which I'm in the same boat when I made my decision, was now my injuries are starting to affect my family. Now I'm coming home and my wife and my kids are looking at me like, oh my gosh, like scared because and I was different. I had a couple concussions that ultimately forced me away from the game. But when you factor all those things in, the older you get, like Taylor's right, man. You start thinking about everybody else that's in your life rather than just, hey, I'm just a warrior and this is what I do. You have an identity outside of that as well. And, we'll see obviously what happens with Taylor, but man, he is playing at a high level. I will say that.
Some of the other things he said currently, he says he has a hard time. He's in pain grabbing a cup off of a shelf, picking up his kids hurt. He can't sleep maybe 4 or 5 hours a night. It's been brutal. And he did say, I don't want to be selfish. I can keep playing, but I've made enough money, essentially. I don't have to keep playing to set my family up.
Yeah. Well,
that's what he has to debate.
And you got a lot of life outside of football, whether you play 10, 12, 15 years. I mean, still the majority of your life is going to be with your family and with your kids. So, if it is, I'm not saying it is, but clearly he is kind of hinting at if it's going to start to affect personal life and quality of life at home when it's affecting other people. Yes, I think sometimes you do have to consider things like that.
I think I've got time for one more. So the most popular sport in the world is?
Football.
Yes. Football, soccer. So this past Friday, President Trump announced that to him, soccer is the real football. Now, he was at a FIFA event, okay? So, take that with a grain of salt.
So he's pandering to his
right. He was there, but he said it really doesn't make any sense when you think about it. He says when you think about it, soccer is football. There's no question about it. And he said we have to come up with another name for the NFL stuff. So people, of course, have been suggesting names for that NFL stuff.
What are they coming up with?
Gridiron. Okay, makes sense. Pigskin, tackle football or American football. DraftKings ball, kind of a joke at all of the sports betting ads we see during football games. Handball or egg ball, Ameriball or Trump ball.
All terrible.
No.
No.
We stole football fair and square.
Yeah.
You want it? Put your best.
Yeah.
Europeans, put your best 11 out here.
Yeah, and we'll see who
You want
wins.
the name right?
That's
Yeah,
right.
Your All-Stars
Yeah.
versus ours. Whoever gets
Yeah.
keep the name.
Full contact.
I thought we did this in 1776. We settled this deal.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, where's
Yeah, we won. Yeah. 250 this summer.
I think soccer has done the reverse of that challenge and won every time.
Right.
No, they don't win.
Yeah, I don't think egg ball's going to stick.
No, I don't either.
Heather with the news, 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan, the pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Michigan Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
You know what? Fuck Notre Dame. Join a conference.
Thank you.
Join a conference if you want to win 10 games and
have a chance to do that.
Yeah. I know that they lost to a couple teams. Do they have any USC? But
So USC is their best win.
Okay.
Followed by Pitt.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah. So that's the big thing. TJ, they played two teams that made the playoff. They lost to both. 0-2 against teams in the top 15. 0-2 against playoff teams.
Who was that?
Texas A&M and Miami.
Okay, A&M, yeah. Okay.
And Miami obviously matters because those are the last couple teams on the bubble. Right. Now, some people have shifted today and said, fine, Miami should be in, but Bama should have been left out. They lost their third game in the conference title. Do you punish a team for losing the conference?
I think Miami should have been left out, and I think BYU got fucked.
Interesting. We haven't had a lot of. Go ahead. What's the BYU for?
They're a one-loss team. They're a fucking Power 4.
Yeah. And then, two with the conference title loss. But yeah, lost to the same team.
What if Georgia would have lost to Alabama?
Yeah,
You say how they lost to the same team?
Yeah.
Like that's the only. I think that's the only situation where you would leave out a one-win team in a Power 4 conference.
Yeah.
And they got punished for losing in the conference championship.
Yeah. So I think the
committee.
It's like
when Indiana would have lost again to Ohio State.
Yeah.
Where they'd be like, nah.
So here's what I think
We know you won 11 games, but
they said Bama was in already. A loss doesn't take you out.
Oh yeah.
BYU was out already. But you're right. They play their stupid game.
Yeah, they jockey it for the SEC.
The other thing, like we said about Notre Dame, is I think it's hilarious they got left out. Good for them, they got left out.
Yeah, I love
it. At the same time, the committee did F with them, putting them in all along.
Yeah.
And then at the last minute,
Duke went fucked up. I think. Because what do? You
Duke would have put Virginia would have just replaced James Madison. It wouldn't have changed anything with Notre Dame.
You don't think Notre Dame would have gotten it over Miami still?
Oh, you think because the politics of maybe?
Yeah. I think it was like, okay, Virginia,
we
can only take one ACC team.
Interesting.
Like, we can only take one ACC team. Okay, thank God. Yeah, but like, James Madison, come on. And hey, good for them, like, getting exposure and shit, but I don't know how they fix it. Because if there was, think about it. If this year was a 4-team playoff,
Did you say this is one of your favorites, TJ?
I don't really know if I have a favorite Christmas song.
Really?
You don't have a favorite Christmas song?
Actually, I'll take that back. I love Josh Groban's Christmas album. Do you
messing
not
with
like
him?
it?
Are you messing with him?
No.
Okay.
Does it raise you up?
No, that's not one of the Christmas songs.
No, I know, but that's
But
what
does it raise you up?
I
In what
can't get
sense?
behind anything Josh Groban after Rich Rod.
When he sang a song? At
the football bus.
The banquet? Was that what it was?
Yeah. He made everybody stand up, hold hands.
Was that?
Thankfully, I wasn't there.
Oh, my gosh. Was that when he was already,
Yes.
on his way out?
He was
too?
on his way out, yeah.
Super uncomfortable for everybody.
Don't ruin it for me.
When I heard that was AI before AI existed. I'm like, is this real?
Was there any video of that?
Yes.
I think I've heard.
I'm sure there is.
People,
There
I've
has
heard
to be.
grumblings about it. I don't know. God, that's so corny.
So as soon as anybody says Josh Groban, I instantly look at him cross-eyed like, really?
I'm not like
the silence there was pretty great.
I'll put it this way: there's not many Christmas songs that I hate. Where I'm like, turn it off. I hate it.
John has one that he hates.
Mariah Carey.
Just overplayed.
Yeah,
because it is good. I mean, her
voice,
Christmas songs are good.
I don't know. It's just all
maybe it's
irritating.
just like overplayed.
Because it
I
is
could
the
see
number
that,
one
but no,
Christmas
it doesn't
song.
really bother me.
Yeah, and if everybody else wants to listen to it, that's fine. It's just if it comes on in the truck, it's getting passed over.
Next.
Yeah.
College football playoff, TJ, before we get you out of here. Did they get it right? What do you make of Notre Dame being out and then taking themselves out of the bowls?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, I think we're all on the same page. Like Notre Dame, you can't not be in a conference, and you probably got to win at least 11, if not go undefeated, if you're not going to be in a conference, in my opinion. So, no issue with that. You lost to two, playoff teams, and your one win was USC. So I thought the only thing that got wrong was BYU. I don't think there's any other team in a Power 4 conference that wins 11 games, goes 11-1, and doesn't make the playoff. And that's what their big thing is, right? You're not supposed to get punished for a conference champion. I know they lost pretty heavily to Texas Tech. That's the best team in their conference and probably legitimately one of the top 4 teams.
Yes.
So if Georgia would have lost to Alabama for the second time, do they get left out? Hell no. If Indiana would have lost to Ohio State a second time, do they get left out? Hell no. I think BYU got screwed, and I think they have a legit one because they're an 11. They're a one-loss team in a Power 4 conference. So,
who would you have kicked out to kick BYU in? Bama?
I mean, look,
Miami?
I'm probably Miami, but I'm not a fan of and I love it for the small schools like the Tulanes and the James Madison. I don't really need to see them get smoked on the first weekend of playoffs.
That's the same thing here.
Yeah. But it's like, is BYU better than those teams? Yes.
Yeah. Is Notre Dame better than those teams?
Yes.
Yes.
But, I think BYU has a legit gripe. You can't name me one other team that would go 11-1 in a Power 4 conference and get punished because they lost to the same team twice.
Right,
But it's not happening to Georgia. It's not happening to
No,
Indiana.
but
Now,
it's
I understand
also the
those
strength
teams are
of the
better, but
conference. Yeah.
I get that, but it's still a Power 4 conference. I still don't think, even if it's, let's say Iowa was kind of competing in the Big Ten, right?
Yeah.
If they would have won 11 games and lost in the conference championship, do you think they still would have been in the playoff?
The tiered system, though, is the two top conferences
I
of the
do.
Big Ten and the SEC, and then the next two are the ACC and the Big 12.
Okay, so then just go to the Power 2 conference.
It's kind of, you're right.
You know what I mean? Don't
Yeah.
call them Power 4s and you guys get automatic bids, and hey,
I'm
you're
not
going to a
fighting
big time conference championship game, and you know what I mean? Like that's where, and I'm with you. Like, do I think the Big 12 is power? No, it's not as powerful as the Big 10 and the SEC, but you're still considering it a Power 4 conference. Yeah. So I thought BYU got screwed.
BYU's best win is Utah. Top 15 team.
Yeah. And that was in Utah, I believe.
I believe Provo.
No, it was
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, BYU hosted it. So they have a notable win.
Yeah.
I mean, just as notable as anything Notre Dame's put forth.
I mean, you're an 11-1 team in a Power 4 conference. It's like
Yeah, but I just don't think. I mean, it's their conference. When you look at the quality of football in that conference, I just think if you're 11-1 in that, would they have gone 11-1 in the SEC or the Big Ten?
I don't know, but that's like I don't care about that argument though. Like you play
Okay,
your
just
no,
the
but
ones
you play,
that you wanna make.
No, but you play your you play your conference. You play what you got. You're a Power 4 conference.
I
Like, you
agree,
play
but
the
I just
schedule
don't
in
think the
front
Big
of you.
12 is a very good conference.
Is Texas Tech a powerhouse? Do you think Texas Tech has
Yes.
a chance to win?
I do.
Yeah,
Exactly.
So
Those
they
are your
have
only
a
2
team.
losses, and one was in a conference championship game.
But the rest of the conference, I think, is garbage. It's the same with the ACC.
Then take them out of a Power 4.
I would.
Then stop giving them automatic bids. Treat them like the MAC.
Well, yeah,
treat them like the Pac too.
We have JMU and we have Tulane.
Can I just make this point?
Wow, I really don't
TJ,
have
I
an
didn't
issue
really
with that.
mean to make you so
and I'm not a
mad.
BYU fan, but it's just like you can't tell me any other Power 4 conference
You haven't
leaves out
converted?
11-1 team. You can't do it. No.
Latter-day
I mean,
Saints.
I've partaken in
Yes.
No, please finish that thought.
Yes. Is there another Mrs. Lang we don't know about?
Oh, no, not that.
Oh, no. Polygamous Thomas John Lang. Oh, boy. Whew.
I might have grabbed a bed frame and rocked it a couple times for a couple people.
Oh, no.
You asked for it.
And you delivered.
I didn't expect we'd get to soaking on today's show, but all right.
Oh,
then.
it just popped up right there. That's what made me think about it.
All right.
Suckers.
Hey, real quick. JMU and Tulane, nobody's happy with 2 little guys in. Everybody thought, hey, there'd be the one token spot. The fact that there's 2 in there, nobody's happy about it. Here's what I would just say. Anybody who's left out of the playoff, they're a multi-loss team that didn't win their conference. There are no victims. Yeah. Nobody is like being scorned here. You may have a preference, but all these teams were deeply flawed. Multiple losses, no conference champ. You don't have really a strong case.
What's the case for putting James Madison in?
They have to take 5 conference champs.
And they're and oddly enough,
They're the
last
highest
week
ranked
they
conference champ
ended
out
up
of
getting in
anybody
at 24 and 25.
So it would have been Duke, but Duke has 5 losses.
Yeah. See, you're probably going to hate this, and I honestly, it just popped in my mind. I hate it too because I'm not in favor for any sort of more expansion when it comes to the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
How about do what college basketball does now, where you have a playing game, right? Put JMU and Tulane, 2 guys in a playing game, and whoever gets it gets the 12 seed, right? Like I'm not a big fan of that, but
game.
Tell them.
No, I think BYU. That's a conference championship game.
There's your play-in.
The
Win and
only
you're
Power
in.
4 conference championship team that got punished.
It's really hypocritical what the committee does because they said we're not going to take out a team that's already in Alabama.
Right.
But because BYU's already out, they didn't have to. But who set Bama in and who set BYU out? The same committee who sets the rules.
Yeah.
It's the
Exactly.
same thing they did with, hey, we can't compare Miami and Notre Dame until the foods touch, until they're back-to-back.
Yeah.
You could have compared them 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, and instead these Irish fans, who I don't want to stick up for today, but in their defense, they were gaslit. Like, oh, we're going to be
Right,
ahead of
we're gonna
Miami.
move you
We're
around
going
a
to,
little bit. Yeah.
And then they jerk them around at the last second.
Exactly. We know they always finagle and try to help the SEC out as much as they can, which no surprise.
Yep.
Hello, Doug.
Doug,
What's
going on?
Ah, great.
I was not taking a shot at your show, by the way. Gov was back there laughing. I just said you guys are more positive than,
I don't care.
Than Cookie.
Caustic can be sometimes, yeah.
Do you think I worry about this show taking shots at us? Do you think that's even remotely on anyone's radar?
Probably not.
That's a great point.
Yes, that's the problem. We're all good.
Doug, I think it's going to be interesting. I'm curious what response you get. TJ said you guys will get more positive feedback. The Lions control their own destiny. That's the positive.
Yeah.
The downside is the odds suggest even with that, they're not going to make it. So it's whatever side of the coin you want to take.
Oh, I'm in Han Solo mode. Never tell me the odds.
Yeah.
They're fine. They have to earn it, right? I mean, that's, you got to earn a playoff spot. And then what I like about this scenario, and I don't like it, I love it. Well, I'll tell you about it next.
Perfect.
Oh.
97.1.
Good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. No Anderson today. He is off. But there's still plenty to talk about. And glad to be with you, Doug Karsh, on this Monday following a fascinating weekend of football. College football, it seems like, has taken the center stage in terms of talk topics. Look, the system is what it is, and we will go into it and what's right about it, what's wrong about it, and how easily correctable it is, because honestly, I think it is very easily correctable in terms of degrees of controversy. One thing I know is that no sport reacts to what just happened quite like college football. It seems as though college football is the best at changing the system moving forward to fix what just happened, and then that doesn't happen again. College football will adjust the system to account for whatever controversy just happened, but it's too late. And there's always going to be issues. That's the thing that there's always going to be some degree of controversy, and that's okay. It drives me nuts that every year, the system. You got to let these things breathe until you get like a decade's worth of data under a current system. You don't really know whether or not it's fair, it's unfair. Some years there might be a team or two left out. Some years you might be struggling to figure out who the bottom three teams should even be because they aren't worthy. So look, I can almost rest assured it's going to change again. And this whole Notre Dame thing, I mean, we'll get into it with Champ and Chump a lot. But, of course, we take your reaction at 248-539-9797. Indiana, you're a Big Ten champion. Once again, they won it in the 60s, and then bang, clockwork, 60 years later, they win it again. But fun, I think, for people. Took a minor degree of satisfaction over watching Ohio State lose. I'm sure there was plenty of hate watching going on in this area. And I get it, understand it. And the Buckeyes, another 13-10 loss. Last two losses, 13-10. Lions probably got the result they wanted most, which was Chicago losing. And now the question becomes with the Lions, can they get hot and stay hot? Because that's what it's going to take. And that's what I was referencing at the end of the morning show, is the one thing I like about this scenario is we went through last year feeling all along like our team was Super Bowl worthy. The way that season went, it wasn't easy because Minnesota was right there. But in the end, like, that got us nothing because they were the hottest team during the regular season, and they picked a terrible time to have what for them was a crappy performance, and it cost them their season and their Super Bowl hopes when they had built up a very strong resume. When you get into the postseason, the resume doesn't matter. When you get into the postseason, what matters is how well are you playing. Well, for the Lions to even get there, they're going to have to be playing great, right? They're going to have to be a team that gets hot in December and carries some momentum into the postseason. And the implication will be, like, they can't play poorly down the stretch and make the playoffs. To win enough games to make the postseason, they're going to have to play very well. And so whatever the best version of this team is the only version that will make it to the postseason. Now, I guess they suppose they could then, turn around and lay another egg, but I like the idea of taking a lot of momentum into the postseason. And we speculate the possibility of getting healthy. Well, we hope they get healthier. But all along when we said, and this is the bummer, all along we said, yeah, they're going to get guys back, but then somebody else will get hurt. Well, we know who the somebody else is now. It's Brian Branch with the torn Achilles, done for the year, and that absolutely sucks. But, look, their formula last year was one that we rode into the postseason with a degree of confidence, and it didn't work out. It's going to have to be the same thing again, unfortunately, and that is outscore people. And that's, goes in the category of the obvious. But the thing about, quote, outscoring people, that is, you're going to have to win shootouts. And we sat here on Friday's show and talked about the shootout with Dallas. It's not like the defense went out and had an elite performance. They just got enough stops. They got enough stops to beat the Cowboys on that Thursday night, and that's what it's going to have to be. Find a way to get enough stops Well, your offense is rolling, and the offense indeed was rolling. And the good news is they got one hell of a prove-it game coming up on Sunday, because if they beat the Rams, when we sit here a week from now, talk about a chesty fan base, I think this fan base indeed will be rather chesty. Okay, I want to welcome back our producer, Kang, who is back in the saddle on this Monday. What's up, man?
What's up, man? It's good to be back. Where's Gator? He doesn't like me? Is that why he's off as soon as I'm back?
No, he's off because he's got vacation days. It was before the new year. But you're back from the Disney cruise. And we talked about this on the air. Kang's got two beautiful daughters, lovely wife, and you guys took them on a Disney cruise all of last week.
I feel like they took me, actually.
Is that what it was?
Because, we talked about this like you said before. I'm not a Disney World, Disneyland guy. I've never been, but nothing really seems like it appeals to me. The crowds, the lines, the madness of Disney, and I'm not a huge Disney fan necessarily. I enjoy some of their movies, but I'm not one of those fanatics, right?
Yep.
So my wife has always said, since we had the little girls, like she wanted to take them to Disney World one day, and I just kind of been against that. So over the last couple of years, she decided to detour a little bit on that and say, how about a Disney cruise instead? And I was more open to that. And so in the end, we took a Disney cruise. And I'm back from, I think it was 4 or 5 days.
You were gone all last week.
Yeah, but I actually on the ship, though.
Okay.
It was a 4 or 5 day cruise. And it was actually really good, Doug.
Was it?
Yeah. And we talked about remember we had the shirts, the family shirts?
Yes.
Which, by the way, of course, we weren't the only ones,
And what did the shirt say?
It said Cruise Squad, and each one of us had a Disney character on it, and the girls picked mine, and I was Tigger from Winnie the Pooh character, right?
Yep.
My wife was Minnie. The girls were, I think, Elsa and Stitch. And then my mother-in-law, my brother-in-law also came. So it was a nice little family vacation, man. Disney cruise, I was surprised, man. I liked it.
Did you?
First class. Disney does it right. This is a free plug, man, for Disney cruise. I got to tell you, I was not a Disney guy. I'm still not probably going to want to go to Disney World or Land, but the cruise was fine with me. The characters are all there. Like I said, the service was first class. They do things right. They know that there's going to be a bunch of kids and families. They know this. This is not like, oh, my God, there's families, there's kids crying. No, they know exactly how to react. Everyone's very accommodating. It was really good. I don't know. Some people aren't cruise people, and I get that. But the ships now are so big, Doug.
Yeah.
They're huge. We didn't even get to explore the entire ship. There's deck on deck, and it's just so much to do.
I got a lot of questions, and we'll get to it a little bit later on. But as you parachute back into the Detroit sports world, how do you feel about that Lions win last Thursday?
That was a big one, obviously. They got to start stacking some wins if they want to make the playoffs. Playing a Cowboys team that's coming in hot, I think that's important, too, to know that you can beat a quality team. At least they were a quality team when you were playing them, right? Before that, though, the Frank Ragnow news, I had to react to that. I didn't get to react to that because I had left already. How hard does this guy cast his line for fishing? Grade 3 strain of the hamstring? I mean, and he's like, I'm good. I can come play football. Like,
how do you not know? I had to check myself last week because I had last Monday. Because I had a bunch of predictions and a bunch of things that none of them came true. But the biggest of which was, there's no way Ragnow's coming back if he's not healthy. Of course he's healthy and in good shape. Why would he even bother coming back? Well, guess what?
Yeah, I thought fishing was supposed to be relaxing. I don't know how this guy is. Does he get in stance? Does he, before he casts his line? I mean, I don't know if you talked to Jansen about that or what.
He's CrossFit fishing.
Yeah,
no kidding. Greco-Roman fishing.
So once I got over that news, I'm like, all right, well, they've been playing without Ragnow anyway, so this is nothing new. It's just kind of you went high of a high and then low of low, and they play the Cowboys, and that was a big win. And then injuries happen again, and they fight through those. And so, yeah, like I said, now it's time to start stacking these wins, Doug. And I've always felt that something's been off with this team the last couple months here, and I'm not the only one, of course. They can get right, and just like you said, it's about playing the best at the right time.
Yep.
If the Lions make the playoffs, they're going to be a team that no one's going to want to face because that means they've been playing well because that's the only way they can get in.
Think of the wins they're going to have to get in. I mean, I guess they don't have to beat everybody. They could possibly lose one more and still get in. That's debatable, but it depends on the context of what happens around them. But if they beat the Rams on Sunday, people are going to be talking, and I mean people outside of Detroit. Detroiters, if you are looking for something to latch onto, it would be that. When they played Dallas, It was established going into that game last Thursday by our audience as we discussed it leading into it. Dallas was the worst team for the Lions to be playing at that time, and they beat them by 2 touchdowns. Karsh Casino did very well last week leading into that game, by the way.
Oh, people were they were down, huh?
Yeah.
And you took advantage?
I took advantage. But, I mean, look, drop off your 6-packs at the station. Probably not going to happen. But all right, so let's open up the phone lines. 248-539-9797. If you're new to the show, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. What is Champ and Chump? Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes and we post on Tuesdays on our website on Tuesday who the people select Champ and Chump of the weekend. So get your Champ and Chump votes in right now at 248-539-9797. Always fun to do. It's People's Choice Awards. Vote, vote, vote. It is Carson Anderson, Gator Out today on 97.1. Twin Peaks fans, I want to double down today and talk about the best happy hour in the state. What better way to cure the stressful holiday season? Hey, when you hear about the specials they're offering, it'll remind you of your college days when those deals you needed to get hooked up on a budget. With the dining experience really taking a turn for the worse in terms of service and the cost of eating out going through the roof, Twin Peaks has doubled down on happy hour that makes sense for everyone. They call it their $5 You Call It and $7 Big Baller Shot Collar. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack Crown and Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher, order up Grey Goose, Patron, Maker's Mark, $7. There's many other options to choose from at good prices too. And what makes it even better, food deals. You can really do a shot, 22-ounce frozen draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and the in-house smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. And, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close Monday through Thursday. You can take advantage of the late night happy hour tonight during the second half when Philly heads west to take on the Bolts. Come see how a sports bar should really feel. It is Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Champ and Chump, college football playoff reaction. Can the Lions get hot and stay hot as we get into December here in the National Football League season? 248-539-9797. I'm going to make a bold-ass college basketball prediction, the 11 o'clock hour. But let's get to your phone calls to get us going. I'll have my Champ and Chump. Kang's going to do Champ and Chump with Gator out today, and that's today at 10:35. We'll start off with Matt on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
What's up? Good morning, Doug. Calling from New Mexico. So I have a new champ. My champ is going to be the Texans because they played a really good game. And then I have two chumps. The first one is my Chiefs, which I'm sure you don't care about because it's the Chiefs. Yeah. But they don't deserve to go to the playoffs, and they've been playing like crap all year. And then my second chump, who I'm sure you also don't care about, is the Buckeyes, because you were at the freaking 15-yard line and you missed both field goals. That's bull crap.
So you're a Chiefs fan and a Buckeyes fan?
I have family that goes to Ohio State, so I root for them. But Kenny, when I usually call and talk up to Kenny,
yeah,
I've been slowly becoming a Georgia Bulldogs fan. So I'm going to start rooting for them. Go Bulldogs! They beat Bama. They beat them really good. But yeah, the Chiefs. I was born in Missouri, so I'm a Chiefs fan. Yeah. On the flip side of the coin, I'm also a Royals fan, and they suck.
Oh, this is fascinating. So, Matt, you sound like you're driving. You're driving in New Mexico, streaming Detroit Talk Radio as a Kansas City fan, a Royals fan, Ohio State fan, and a Georgia fan.
No, I live in Detroit. I travel for my job all over the country, so I'm only home like 2 weeks out of the year.
Fair enough. It was an interesting combination. Yeah, look, I mean, Ohio State, it's a game, it's a postseason game to lose. If you're going to lose one, lose that one. College football's so messed up. Like the idea that the intrusive conference championship games crown a paper champion in a conference where half the teams don't play each other because the conferences are too big. But we're going to hold on to this game because it gets TV ratings and makes money. I mean, congrats to Indiana, of course. But it's just the system is so it's because you're trying to marry together the old system with the new system, and they don't make sense in the same world. The short-term money grabs of conference expansion, we're now seeing the root of what the problems are. Look at the ACC, and I think that the system screwed them. And I think you get watered-down conference champions that have like half a resume, but hey, you're Big Ten champs. So cool. I don't know. It's so bizarre. And now you got teams saying they don't want to play in bowl games, which is ultimately wildly predictable. But, the idea that they're and if teams want to play, that's great too. These are games, and you know why they exist? Because they get TV numbers, and the networks will pay for them. And yeah, when you were like, why? Who cares about the Boca Raton Bowl? Well, enough people will watch it. That's why it exists.
Do you think the playoff system changes again, and how many more times? Like, this thing is ever evolving. It's never going to stop.
It should stop. Like,
I know,
right now,
but it's not.
Because think about this, right? What are we really debating as far as any debate over who deserves to be in this playoff? There's massive debate over one team, and there's minor debate over others. But when they talk expansion, they're talking like 16 or 24 teams, and I'm like, are we sure there's even 12 that deserve to be in this thing right now? I hope it doesn't. I hope we just let it breathe. Put in a decade of this and then say, okay, it's warped and it keeps not working. But remember, and we said this when it was 4 teams because there was debate over who was 5. Realize if they expand, we're going to debate over who's 8 or 9 if it's 8 teams, and we're going to debate over who's 12 or 13 if it's 12 teams. And when we expand again, we're going to debate over 16, who's 16 and who's 17. And if they expand to 24, which is absurd, we're going to be debating over who's 24 and who's 25. It doesn't ever stop. You don't make it bigger to get rid of debate. You just change the debate point. But whatever.
Yeah, but the problem is it can't stay like this for like a decade, let's say, like you put out there. Because the college because college football landscape's always changing, evolving. The conferences are, there's no geographical alignment anymore. It's just there's too much change on the outside before we get to the playoff. That's why the playoff is always changing too, I feel like.
They've changed everything so much, and then they're shoehorning it into an old system that it's just so bizarre. The most bizarre part is the conference championship games can cost you a playoff spot. And, I mean, you can make the case in BYU's case, it might have, but hey, look, I'm not, I would let everything breathe, but they're going to make a change for money. Look, they did the stupid conference expansion. Who right now is going, awesome, Oregon's in the Big Ten. Why do the schools want the private equity money? They want the private equity money because they're spending millions to fly their cross-country team across country or their rowing team across country to compete. All of that money that's used on travel now is almost killing but the conference saw a short-term money grab. Hey, we'll get all these teams up our TV network money. Books will be balanced for a minute. And now they all want a private equity deal to make ends meet because all the schools are losing money. All the athletic departments are losing money, I should say. Not all of them, but many of them. Greg is in Detroit and is next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thank you, Dougie. That is crazy that, man, you can't go to a bowl game because you can't afford it. And then if you lose, it might cost you a spot. That's crazy. Kind of world we're living in. Yeah. But, I do believe that the Lions can get hot. I mean, as long as you have Jared Goff on the field, I believe the Lions can do anything, and they really showed up. So my champs, there's two of them, Jared Goff and Tom Kennedy. My champs are the Baseball Hall of Fame for not voting Lou Whitaker in again. And then my other chump is the fans from last week. Whether you sell tickets and want to give them away. Do you understand what grit is? You've been using grit out of context. You don't use grit when you're winning. But when your back is against the wall and the names are coming against you and the other bandwagons are jumping off on you, nobody believes in you, that's when the fans need to step up, not sell your tickets away and one guy says he's going to give them away. That's ridiculous. So,
Greg, this is interesting because I like to say fans can do whatever they want. But your point is don't embrace grit as a fan if you're going to bail on the team the moment things get tough.
Then it's not grit.
Interesting. Thank you for the phone call. To a degree, you're right. Okay, and everybody's situation is different. The context of their life is different. Holidays are coming up. If you decided to sell your tickets to a big game because you need the money and you don't think it's going to be worth it as far as your sheer entertainment value, I have a problem telling that person not to sell their tickets. But it's a fascinating, if you are as a fan embrace the whole grit mantra, you're right. It matters when things are challenging. That's when you lean on the so-called grit, right? Now, this is a rallying cry. This isn't a rule. This isn't some sort of law. But it's what the team has obviously embraced, and it manifests itself on the field with the 55 straight games since back-to-back losses. It's a real thing. It's hard to measure. It's not like looking at a game and saying we're going to win the ball because we run it. It's an intangible that isn't measurable with a statistic or a number or anything but as Brad Holmes likes to say, everything we do is intentional. And I think they intentionally get players that have a certain toughness to them. I think their vetting process includes that, which probably really narrows down the field of players that they want on this roster, which might explain some trade deadline moves or free agent signings. But if it's a real thing, and it feels like it must be, because now is the number now 15-0 or 16-0 after a loss and all but one cover? So they're not just responding. They're responding in a resounding way where they are winning above the expectation and covering every time. -1. There was one exception. So it's a very real thing. But anyway, interesting, Greg. I mean, again, I'm not going to, tell people too much what they can do with their time and their money and the decisions they make. I don't think that's fair. But at the end of the day, your comparison and asking the fans to show some grit is interesting. We'll get to our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It is Carson Anderson, Gators Out, 97.1. All right, feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox. A bunch of Champ and Chump votes. Champ Michigan basketball. I know it's football season, but is this the greatest team ever assembled? Chump Notre Dame. Join a damn conference. That's from Jamie. It's early to say that on Michigan basketball, but they are just absolutely annihilating people. And it feels like they go they go too deep at every position. This is early returns. This is an exceptionally strong college basketball team. Chump Notre Dame joined a damn conference. I mean, yeah. They went 5-1 against ACC teams because they had that scheduling arrangement with the ACC, which means had they won 2 more ACC games, they would have qualified for the conference championship and probably be in the playoff. Now, this is the balance, though, of old school and new school. The old school thing, college football leans on tradition more than any sport, maybe with the exception of baseball. Baseball loves to talk about the past. But college football taps into something, emotions that other sports don't have. In fact, I hear it talked about with other leagues. They love the passion in college athletics. It's why the NBA is kind of toying around with this NBA Cup, a one-and-done tournament. The NFL doesn't have the deep-seated passion and rivalries like college football does. They have them, and they get good ratings and all that, but it's just not the same. And one of the things about college football tradition is Notre Dame hanging on to its independent status. Right now, there's no question in my mind that Notre Dame's easiest path to the playoff is to be in a conference, and specifically probably to be in the ACC. Given the strength, the relative strength of the ACC, it's Notre Dame's choice to honor their tradition over easiest path to the conference. And Jack Swarbrick, I believe, was the AD at Notre Dame who made the comments that as long as they have a comparable playoff path, they will stay independent. He's no longer the AD. I think here's an example of them. They're hanging on to the tradition of being a football independent, which, by the way, they are in conferences for every other sport. But they're hanging on to football independence. I think you can make a strong case that it cost them a playoff spot this year. That is their choice. I don't feel bad for them. In some ways, I respect that they hang on to the tradition in a world that is cashing in at the expense of traditions. But I don't know that you have a ground to stand on when it comes to complaining.
Yeah, but Doug, what do you feel about this? Like, everyone's saying Notre Dame, join a conference. We're getting all the texts, all the chumps, all that stuff. They allegedly, they've been assured if they're ranked in the top 12 starting next year, they're going to be in the playoff no matter what. So why would they? That is a
load of crap.
Okay,
and yes, that is true. But here's the reason why. It goes back to something I say all the time. All the time. I feel like a broken record. Guaranteeing them a spot for being in the top 12 is the hard and fast rule thing that I always talk about. Every year is going to be different. Every stinking year is going to be different. And that means some years they'll be totally worthy. And other years they won't. I mean, they finished in the top 12 this year and don't deserve it.
I'm not even talking whether they deserve it or not. Right. Why would they join a conference if they're allegedly going to be assured they're going to make it without being in a conference?
Because it might make it easier for them, but it doesn't guarantee them. It doesn't guarantee them a spot if they are, because you could be outside the top 12 and make it. And they won't have that luxury of winning a conference outside the top 12 the way Duke just did. Right? I mean, so they could be in Duke shoes and not make it. But hey, look, that's their choice. It's been their choice. And it costs them. And I want to see more details on the top 12 guarantee thing, too. But 248-539-9797. All right, our Champ and Chump nominations. My champ of the weekend is Amon-Ra St. Brown, coming back from that injury and having the performance that he did on Thursday night. And we're including Thursday and the weekend. It inspired the team, production on the field. And Dan Campbell couldn't say enough about him. That's just who he is. That's what he's the foundation he's built on is to be that kind of tough player. And he was a difference maker in that game. So Amon-Ra St. Brown, my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, I got to go with Indiana football. Unbelievable. This has got to be, everyone's calling it the greatest turnaround in college football ever, in sports. The college sports maybe ever, not let alone football. They're the number 1 seed, the only undefeated team left, Doug. Indiana University.
Hard to believe. My chump of the weekend is actually the root of the problem, the college football process, okay? Notre Dame's AD said something that's ultimately true. Pete Pavakwa told ESPN that any rankings ahead of the final ones are a, quote, farce and total waste of time, and he's 100% correct. They also undermine the process. They undermine their own credibility. No one would have been as shocked if Miami got in over Notre Dame if they hadn't been told every week that Notre Dame was ahead of Miami. But this television show every Tuesday night put on for TV ratings is undermining the process. And so that is the root of any controversy, or most of the controversy, I should say. And that is what I'm going to chump this weekend, is really the ESPN television production on Tuesday nights, which leads to all the angst and the bitching and the complaining. Kang, your chump of the weekend?
Injuries. Unfortunately, I came back. I told you when I left, Frank Ragnow was going to be a Lion again, and then he wasn't because of injuries. Then this Kirby Joseph thing might be a career issue for him. Then Brian Branch's Achilles. So just injuries to the Lions. I hate if I just want to lose on my own. I don't, and that's for any team, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I hate to win.
You want to earn the losses.
Yeah, you want to earn the loss. You want to earn the win. So just injuries in general. But I know it's a part of sports, but I feel like it's really affecting us a lot more the last couple of years, Doug.
Yep. Well, get your Champ and Chump votes in. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Brian's on a cell and next year on 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Hi there. My champ would be Indiana, of course. The other question I had is, with these new rules, why don't we just break up these conferences instead of having these super conferences? Why don't we go back to 10 and 18 game or conferences?
Brian, conferences is such a loose term now. It's a scheduling agreement is all it is. When you have 18 teams that don't play, and when you don't play 9 teams in the conference, there's nothing more watered down than a conference champion in college football in 2025. And there are just simply loose scheduling arrangements. And, you know, I don't know how we could ever go back, but it's absurd. Saturdays roll around, and I enjoy Saturdays, Brian. I enjoy them as much as anything in sports. But Sunday through Friday, college football does everything to piss me off. What's that?
I would say we eliminate 12 teams and maybe the top 8 or something.
Eliminate 12 teams from what?
To 8.
Oh, you mean the playoff?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. It's just like it's only the top conferences, and we're kicking out teams that should be in.
You're talking about because like James Madison and Tulane made it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're going to have a group of 5, I don't mind holding a spot. And remember, it's the top 5 rated conference champions, which doesn't even really say that it guarantees that a group of 5 team will make it because there's only 4 major conferences. But this year, it just so happened that 2 group of 5 teams made it. Yeah, I wouldn't change the system based on this year. I think what we're seeing this year is the absolute exception to the rule that there are 2 group of 5 teams in. Mark is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Let's say this scenario. I think Green Bay got to play Denver.
Yes,
I do. So I think, let's say both Denver and Chicago lose and Detroit wins. How much now when Green Bay and Chicago play next week, do we need, which one would benefit us when they play each other again?
If Green Bay loses, we need Green Bay to lose twice. So I would say Chicago, because the Lions control their own destiny with Chicago being a game behind and holding the tiebreaker. Because if the Lions win, they're 9-5, and if Green Bay loses, they're 9-4-1. So we need Chicago to beat Green Bay in Chicago.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And you think, wait, now are you predicting? I'm sorry, did I catch that right? Are you predicting a Green Bay loss to Denver?
I think Denver's going to beat Green Bay. But what I'm saying is, could they still, if they win out, how many games will we need Chicago and Green Bay to lose for us to win the division? I mean, even though I know it's a slim chance, but what would need to happen for them to win the division? I know
as it stands right now, Mark, Detroit doesn't need Chicago to lose any more games except the one to Detroit. As it stands right now, the Lions, of course, would have to win every game before the season finale. And if they do and Chicago does, if Chicago wins out and Detroit wins out and they're playing each other in the regular season finale, the winner of that game gets whatever they're playing for. If they're playing for the division crown, they get that. If they're playing for a wild card spot, the winner of that game gets the wild card spot. But
So
we
you
need Green
stand
Bay
by-
to lose twice.
Okay, Detroit needs Green Bay to lose twice, no matter what team it is. Don't worry about Chicago.
No, yeah. I mean, it seems like the two most likely games. Green Bay's next two games are on the road, at Denver and at Chicago. Those feel like they're both very losable games. My guess is, I haven't even looked at the point spread this week, but I'm going to guess they'll be underdogs in both of them. Green Bay. Green Bay is currently actually Green. Hey, Green.
Even though the Browns ain't a good team like that, that ain't gonna be no cakewalk.
No.
Because I watched the whole game yesterday, and Caleb Williams, if you stop the run and get him the throws, he makes good throws, and then he makes messed up throws.
Mark, let me stand corrected on something first. Green Bay is favored this
that
Sunday.
Kind of game, you gonna mess up at crucial times. So, I mean, ain't no guarantee with the Browns either. That could be a loss.
No, there's no guarantees. It happens in the NFL. Any given Sunday is a real thing. And there's still too much football to be played to know how this thing's going to play itself out. Green Bay is favored at Denver. I'm a little surprised by that, but they're favored by 1.5. So 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gators out today. It is the Carson Anderson radio program, 248-539-9797. Taking your champ and chump votes on a Monday, as we usually do. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? I got a lot of phone calls and feedback coming in. Let's get to some of the feedback. Thanks for all your texts at 248-539-9797. John in Lake Orion says, champ the Pistons, back-to-back wins and a full LCA. Chump FIFA, the World Cup draw was a politicized disgrace. I don't know why. Maybe somebody can explain it. But I just kind of had it on the background Friday when we were doing the show. Pistons, very champ-worthy. I got so mad about Tuesday's loss at Milwaukee. I was unreasonably upset for a regular season game 23 of the regular season. I'm out here mad as hell that they lost that game to Milwaukee. But when Giannis goes down early, I'm thinking, okay, well, here's another win, and they managed to find a way to build an 18-point lead and lose it. Champ the Packers for beating the Bears. Still, though, boo Packers. Chump Notre Dame for not being in a conference. Get left out of the playoff, and they deserve it. That's from Max in Bath. And I think if Notre Dame's in the ACC, they probably win the damn thing. And this is one of the first times that the path to the playoff they got hurt from their independent status, in my opinion. There's no guarantees that they would have gone 7-1 in the ACC, but they played 6 ACC opponents and went 5-1. The only loss being to Miami. 2 more wins in that conference, and guess what? They would have been in the ACC title game, and I think they would have rolled. The champ is the Packers for taking care of what they need to take care of. The chump is Michigan State basketball. We are such a bad team offensively. Well, they were on that day. Especially in crunch time, Duke's really good. Duke's really, really good. And, that's, you play those games early in the season because you hope they help you later in the season. Well, let's go to Joe in Grosse Ile. You're on 97.1. Hello, Joe.
Hey, my champ is Kurt Signetti in Indiana. And the chump is the commenter in the Detroit News who called you a U of M windbag for thinking the Texas-Michigan game would be a good idea for the extra practices, and also that will be one of the top-rated bowl games of all games, including playoff games. So
interesting. I haven't even mentioned Michigan, Texas, so I don't know what they're talking about. But look, I mean, these are exhibition games, and in many ways they've evolved into preseason games for next year that you can do some things and try some things that you want to take a look at for the following season. So, Joe, you do these jobs, people are going to bitch about you no matter what you do or what you say. So I'm not too worried about it. But and so you don't have to defend me. But I will tell you, if you don't want to watch, don't watch. Like nobody's forcing people to sit down and watch these games. The extra practices, especially when you have a young team, can be really, really helpful. And if somebody out there doesn't care about the game, here's a thought: watch something else. Or do something else, right?
I totally agree. I just think it's somebody who wanted to find a reason to gripe about either Michigan or the ticket.
Well, I hope, Joe, trust me. You do these shows, you do this job long enough, you can always find. If you want to find someone who's really, really mad at you, you don't have to look really hard. And that's part of the business. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Grand Rapids and talk to Bob. You are next. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Doug. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm going to agree with you. I'll take St. Brown as my champ for the weekend. What a gritty performance by him with that. I've had ankle sprains through basketball, and they're no joke.
Yeah.
and I'm going to chump the committee because I just think this whole playoff system is flawed, and I agree with you. Why are you going to televise it every week by week and put Notre Dame ahead of Miami and then right at the last minute pull them out? But you're going to have to help me with this. I think there's a solution for this. And in Michigan high school playoffs, which I know you follow, we have 8 divisions for college for football, and that's based on class size. We just need to add one more set of playoffs, and this can all be solved, because nobody wants to watch Tulane and James Madison get their butt kicked when teams like BYU and Vanderbilt and some others deserve to be in the playoff over them. Now, all you have to do is in the Mid-American none of these teams ever have a chance to win the national championship, even if they make it. They don't. So we've already got FCS subdivision playoffs. We got D1, we've got D2, and we've got the college football playoffs. You just need to add a fifth one for those teams that are in the middle between FCS and the big boys.
You're talking about the group of 6. You think that the Mountain West, the Sun Belt, the MAC, Conference USA, the American, and which one am I forgetting? There's one.
I don't know, but I think it would work. And no, I don't think they would probably agree with it. But if you put enough money to it, maybe they would. I just don't know. These teams, we don't want to see look, they might win one game in these playoffs if they get hot and they get some turnovers, but they're never going to win 2. They're never going to win the whole thing. And we do it in high school. I'm sure every state in this country has their high school broken up into divisions. We can add one more, and these teams can play for a championship.
So, Bob, here's a great question. And let's face it, we've got Western, Central, and Eastern fans in this state. And so if you are a fan of one of those schools, I'm intrigued to know what they think of Bob's proposal. Would you prefer that there were a group of 5 playoff that was your postseason? You could still be, at the same level, but you would have to be either you qualify without a guaranteed spot as an at-large for the big boy playoff. So you still have the chance to get in that if you are ranked in the top 12. The teams that got in this year didn't get in because they got in because they were amongst the 5 highest ranked conference champions. Tulane is ranked 20th. James Madison's ranked 24th. So if you qualify on your own, basically as an at-large for one of the top 12 spots, you're in. If not, there's a group of 5 playoff, which will include the MAC champion. I would love to see, I would enjoy watching a MAC champion play in a playoff. Honestly, if it's one of our directional schools with something to play for, a group of 5 championship, it's not a bad idea. Now, you didn't mention, you said nobody wants to see him. If Tulane is good enough, if James Madison is good enough, if North Texas or Eastern or whomever is good enough, and they catch lightning in a bottle and become the Indiana of the group of 5 and qualify on their own, great. If not, a group of 5 championship. I'd be intrigued if fans of the directional schools in this state would be in favor of that. That you're not really included unless you're in the top 12. Because right now, remember, it's the 5 highest rated conference champions. There's 4 big boys. Then there's a group of 5. And so the 4 big boys you always expect, and this year it was different because the ACC didn't have a qualifying team, that weren't one of the 5 highest rated conference champions. Right? Their conference champion was outside the top 25. So that opened up the door for a second group of 5 team, which meant the Sun Belt and James Madison got in. The American Tulane would have normally been the 5th had the ACC had a qualifying team. But hey, I don't hate that idea. 97.1. What's going on, Michigan? Doug Karsch-Gator is out on this Monday. Kang is back, the producer, from his Disney cruise. We'll get updates in the noon hour on the Disney cruise. Kang said something happened on the cruise. I would have been proud of him. I'm intrigued. As a dad whose kids are now out of the house and you have 2 young daughters, I'm fascinated to hear what this is. We'll get to it in the noon hour. Monday's main Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump nominations in. We just had a caller bring up something really interesting, and I like workshopping ideas. He said nobody wants to see Tulane and James Madison get pounded in the college football playoff. Now, we already have a wildly popular system that is an absurd way to choose a champion. March Madness is an absurd way to choose a champion. Literally, you are letting teams in that have no shot. And we all acknowledge it. But it's entertaining. I'm not saying it's not entertaining. Oh, it's entertaining. It's very entertaining. But it's kind of a ridiculous thing to make favored teams that have spent all season earning the right to play for a national champion, have to run the risk of playing games against teams that have no shot, and you can lose those games, and you'd be taken out of the equation. In no other sport would we say, let an unworthy team in and let a worthy team have to face them in a one and done. Like as a general rule, college basketball has maybe the most entertaining and the least logical postseason. With that said, it's kind of happening here in college football in that it's the 5 highest ranked conference champions, which means the door is open for the Sun Belt and the American. And this season we had an exception. This is not the rule. It's an exception in that those 2 conferences both have teams ranked higher than the ACC champion, which got left out. So his point was nobody wants to see these teams have a group of 5 playoff. And I don't hate that idea. I suspect in a group of 5, I mean, look, you would take Western Michigan and they would get the max spot. And I don't know how big they'd make it, but maybe you'd have the possibility of 8 teams in a group of 5 playoff. And I added something, though. I did add, he said nobody wants to see these teams, just don't let them in. I added, unless they qualify. And by that, I mean become an at-large team. If James Madison was so good that they eventually were in the top 10 or the top 12, then they would deserve a spot with the big boys if they're going to be part of Division 1A or the bowl subdivision, or whatever the hell they call it now. So now, to do that, schools like James Madison and Tulane would have to schedule more big boys. And I'm looking at like James Madison in the future. They got Virginia Tech. Got North Carolina. They don't have enough big boys on their schedule that would likely get them a top 12 spot, but whatever. Point being, I don't hate that idea. I don't. I think it's good enough. I would take far more interest seeing Western Michigan or Central or Eastern in some sort of group of 5 playoff than the bowl games, the game above bowl, which is, it's good one and done and all that, but it's great for the school and the students and the team, but would it be more fun to watch them in a group of 5 playoff? Yeah, I think it would. And then those group of 5 games could take up the Boca Raton Bowl, and the R&L Carriers Bowl could host a group of 5 games. It's not a bad idea. I don't know, Eastern, Western, Central fans, do you like it? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ernie in Swartz Creek, you're on 97.1. Hello, Ernie.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I love your show because you look for different opinions, and it's just not all what you think. And you can tell Gator I said that, even though he's not there today.
I will pass it along.
Anyway, about this playoff thing for the lesser rates.
Yeah.
I'm a Central Michigan grad. I'm a proud Central Michigan grad.
Yeah.
Season ticket holder, donator. I watch them every chance I get. 1974 national champions, and I don't care what anybody says. It was Division II. Okay, fine, but we beat Delaware fair and square.
Who amongst us can forget?
Yes, and the Blue Hens with the Michigan helmets.
Yep.
So anyway, to get to that guy's point, which I think was excellent, when I get up on Saturday morning and I go and I turn my sports on, and Central Michigan is playing, and that's what I root for. I'm a Chippewa through and through, but I'm also a Michigan fan. Now, not to the extent that I am a Chippewa, but I am a Michigan fan. And the way I kind of look at this, there's like a three-pronged way I look at this, is number one, when I'm watching Michigan play Central, and I'm rooting for Michigan, because if Michigan was to beat Central, like they should, and they go on and run the table, they have a legitimate chance to win the big boy national championship.
Right.
If Central was to beat Michigan and run the table, they're going to end up 21st or 24th or something.
So Central, your point is Central isn't playing for the same stakes, so you don't want them to undermine Michigan's chances.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the other thing is, I want to have Central to be able to play Michigan because, like it or not, they get more money getting their ass beat by Michigan.
Ernie, it funds
they need that.
Those games, Ernie, the MAC schools play on the road against the big boys, carry their athletic departments. That and the TV deals they have to play on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, because those get numbers and the schools get paid. Look, I think it's a fascinating idea. It probably, will go nowhere, but I love the idea, a group of 5 playoffs, separate from, and don't guarantee a Sun Belt champion a spot in the playoff unless they qualify as one of the top 12 teams. If they do, if they earn it, then great. But 248-539-9797. Danny is next on 97.1. Hello, Danny.
Well, hello, Doug, and welcome back, Kane. Champ for you. I've been down to Indiana 3 times to see Michigan play. Greatest fans. I don't like getting in and out of Bloomington, but what a great story. I really do love it. Great story.
Indiana feels like a school that for now everybody can get behind. And look, if they go on to win the national championship, people might say, okay, that's cool, but enough. But for now, I think everybody's behind it.
You've dealt with the fans.
They're great. And there's a back way in and out. If you look at some of the small country roads that can get you out of Bloomington, they've got that big, not that big highway, but I've figured out how to get out of Bloomington relatively quickly, and it's.
Well, you're a genius because I've been lost like you can't believe. But
right?
My chump's Notre Dame. Need not say more. Litany of reasons. Notre Dame's my chump.
Well, look, in Notre Dame, they can sit here and they can make the case that they deserve it because they held on to that spot. The problem is, as the rankings, as you get more and more data points, it changes the way you look at it. And those data points are important. And once they're all in, if they hadn't updated this thing every single week, I don't think there'd be nearly as much angst and people wouldn't be nearly as upset. They got to get rid of the TV show. I've never seen anything do more damage to public relations than updating these things every week. First of all, it leads to a massive amount of bitching in the middle of October before we even really have a clue who the worthy teams are, or whenever they first come out. There's too much football left to be played to think that these things are final, and people get upset. And look, it's one thing between healthy debate, but it's another thing. Well, right now, how many people around the country think the process is a joke? I don't think the process is a joke. It's the fact that they do this TV show every week. It's creating more and more animosity towards the committee in a thankless job. Is there a worse job than being the committee chair and having to go on television every week and explain this thing, only to get bashed everywhere? And I don't think you even get paid for it. I think it just is a bullet point on your resume. Hey, I was the committee chair. And you know what happens? In the end, everybody hates you.
Yeah, but my hot take on that, Doug, is I think they like it. It's like the Jerry Jones thing. He wants to be talked about. Yes, even if they're bitching as long as everyone's bitching, as long as everyone's reacting, that's what they want. Would we even be talking about the college football bracket today if there wasn't any controversy?
I mean, we might be, but
not as much as we are.
Not as much as we are. But I'm not that hard up for content.
You aren't. You aren't. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know the way you operate,
plenty
Doug.
other things we can talk
Doug,
about.
you don't operate like that, and I respect that. I understand that. But a lot of people out there do, okay? And it's all clicks and views and reactions and all this stuff. And that's why college football does the preseason rankings and the polls, even though it's unnecessary, it means nothing. It's to get people talking, get the mojo going, get the blood flowing.
I mean, I guess the question is do more damage than it's worth. And that's my issue with the whole thing. But hey, look, let's get to your phone calls and feedback. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Coming up at 11:20, I'll make a bold college basketball prediction. That at 11:20 here on 97.1. All right, so Green Bay did us a solid by beating Chicago yesterday to set up a Detroit-Chicago game for whatever they're playing for at the end. They might be playing for a wild card spot. They might be playing for the division championship. But either way, we needed Chicago to absorb one loss. Now we need Chicago or Denver to do us a solid. Actually, we need them both to do us a solid. We need Green Bay to lose twice. And so 4 games to go. Green Bay is at Denver and at Chicago the next 2 weeks. Very losable games. Go Bo Nix and the Broncos. That would help. That game yesterday featured something that I felt like this repeated pattern. Chicago faced 8 3rd-and-1s or 4th-and-1s. They converted the first 6. The ones that they didn't, they had 3rd-and-1 on their final possession and 4th-and-1 on their final possession, and didn't make it on the 3rd-and-1, and then threw the interception on 4th-and-1. Green Bay came up with the big stop just in time. So here we go. Lions in much better shape than a week ago as far as the resume for the postseason. And this year, what they're not, they lost Brian Branch, and that sucks. And, I mean, a little while ago we thought they were going to get Frank Ragnow back. But, look, I mean, the formula is kind of similar to last year, and that is they're just going to have to outscore everyone. And this time they're going to have to do it with no Brock Wright and no Sam Laporta, their first 2 tight ends. Why I named Wright first, I don't know, but I did. So are they more equipped to make this run? Probably not, although you can make a case that there are 2 players specifically that are better than they were a year ago on offense. One is Jahmyr Gibbs. The other is Jameson Williams. And so, it's going to have to be shootout city. Most likely, defense is just going to have to find a way to get enough stops here and there. It felt like we came out of Thursday going, good job, defense. They gave up 30 points. And yet it felt like they did stuff. They did enough to win the game. Given the matchup with Dallas and the way Dallas was playing, it felt like the worst possible matchup at that time. Dallas with all the additions, the interior of their defensive line against the Lions' interior of the offensive line that struggled a little bit. Dallas with Dak Prescott against a banged-up Detroit secondary and a Detroit pass rush that hadn't done much in a few weeks. And then what happens? Well, Lions actually run the ball a little bit, protect the quarterback a little bit, better than we expected. And they forced 2 interceptions out of Dak. And now there is something else that could be a factor here. And I'm intrigued. Keep your eye on Miles Frazier. Could Miles Frazier be in a late season debut that helps the interior of the offensive line? They seem to be pretty encouraged by what the rookie brought to the table. So anyway, I said I'd make a bold-ass prediction. I kind of wanted to go twofold, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go there. College basketball over the weekend, Michigan State loses to Duke. Michigan annihilates Rutgers. And I'm like, okay, they play January 30th. Here's the bold-ass prediction. Michigan will be 20-0 when they go to East Lansing. I think there's a chance Michigan State could be 20-1, but they're scheduled a little bit tougher than Michigan. Penn State may be good. We don't really know yet. They have Indiana tomorrow. That might be a prove-it game for them. Michigan State also has 2 ranked teams in USC and Indiana, but they're both at the Breslin Center, and they're at Nebraska, who's 9-0. Michigan has Villanova tomorrow at Chrysler. At Washington could be a challenge, and then they got Penn State and USC at home. It wouldn't be shocking if Michigan is 20-0 and Michigan State is 20-1. But I'll hold the bold-ass prediction. Michigan's 20-0 when they go to East Lansing on January 30th. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Anderson's out today. Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hello.
What's up?
Well, I think and most people really involved with football know, and basketball, college sports in particular, it's getting to be where with the NIL and the transfer portal that they might as well just start having a draft, and all the big schools that got the millions of dollars for NIL money, they just start picking up the best players from the minor leagues, if you want to call it. And I think as long as you got the NIL, the transfer portal 1 year, I mean, you can just jump from year to year. I don't care what sport it is anymore, even the girls. I mean, volleyball,
but John,
basketball.
hold on. You can't force kids to go to schools they don't want to.
I agree, but if you stick the money in front of them, they're going to.
Well,
let's face it. somebody offers me, say I'm a women's volleyball player, and somebody offers me $50,000 to jump to another school. I don't care if I really want to go, about $50,000. Yeah, I think I might just do that.
But what if you don't want to?
Sports is getting to be.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's more like pros than it's ever been. Your idea of holding a draft. Now, the one thing about college sports that on the surface is starting to look absurd is they morph into being professionals. Everyone's a free agent every year. Nick Saban walked away in part, he said, because he was sick of recruiting his own roster. A coach doing their due diligence has to sit down with every player on their roster after every season and pretty much negotiate them staying or leaving. And I'm all for embracing change. I don't want to be the old guy just bitching about everything without solutions. I think they should look into length of contracts. When you sign an NIL deal, it is binding. You can leave your school, but you have to sit out a year if you break a NIL deal. It is binding, though, for 1, 2, 3, or 4 years. And the player in the school can negotiate that. You could be a 3-star that says, if I go to this school, you will keep me for 4 years. If I sign this NIL deal, even if I'm not playing, I'll take it. Or you could be a 4-star that says, I want to be year to year. And the school have to decide, no, we want you for 2 years. But those things would be binding because free agency after every season, which is essentially what this is, feels a bit crazy. And the reason, and I also think coaches' contracts should be binding too, by the way. You sign a coach for 6 years, he can't leave and you can't fire him. I think all this stuff should be binding. Why not? But it's not the way it works. But hey, if I ran the game, these are the things I would do to just settle it down, get some stability. Saturdays are still great. That's the crazy thing is, for me, it hasn't infiltrated my Saturdays. Saturdays, from beginning to end, from the first, we're coming to your city all the way through to that late night West Coast game. I love it. And then all the other stuff happens, and it's trying to get you to sour on the game, it feels like. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin in a truck. You're next. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
My champ is the Detroit Lions for beating Dallas, and I say they're going to go all the way. They're going to win the next 4.
Wow. Why are you so? Hold on. Why are you so chesty? They're going to get on a roll and win the next 4.
Because I just feel it in my heart. I think they're due. They're well overdue. And I am a true Lions fan. I am not one of these. See, that's what my chump vote is all these Lions fans that say they're Lions fans. As soon as they lose a couple of games, oh, well, that's it. SOL, yada, yada. No, I'm a Lions fan. They're going to win. They're going to come back. Goff is a great quarterback. I don't care what anybody says about, well, he's not mobile. So what? Give him a good offensive line. He's a great quarterback.
Well, I mean, look, every quarterback needs a help with something, and some variables are more important than ones than the other. There's a lot of immobile. Well, there's not a lot. There's fewer, I guess, than there ever has been. But right now, the best team in the NFC has Matt Stafford at quarterback, and he's not particularly mobile. And he won a Super Bowl recently.
Well, hey,
anyway,
we all get lucky.
Yeah.
But anyways, hey, guess what?
What? Check you
Did
out.
You hear the horn?
Yeah, I did. Where are you, Larry?
No, this is Kevin.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Where are you, Kevin? My apologies.
I just left Marine City. I'm heading kind of northwest. I got to head back to Flint and then up to Midland.
Marine City to Flint to Midland. What are you hauling today?
Right now, I've got nothing. I had automotive parts on coming down, and then I'm going to haul plastic regrind back up to Midland.
Nice. Well, have a great day. Be safe out there, Kevin.
You too. You guys have a great day. Go Lions.
Go Lions. 248-539-9797. Tons of feedback coming in. We'll get to that. We'll get to more of your phone calls. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Gator's out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. Kang, I got a question for you. Kang is back, our producer, after a week on a Disney cruise, and we'll get the full review, including something you did that you think I'll be proud of.
Doug, I only seek your approval, so I was hoping
is that right?
Yeah. No, but I think you'll be proud of this.
Okay,
that's
I'm
all.
seeking your approval on something.
Sure.
Last week we had National Cookie Day.
National Jim Costa Day?
No.
Oh, his head's getting big.
No, his nickname is Cookies.
Oh.
No, not that. Actual cookies, like National Cookie Day. I ranked my top 3 cookies.
Oh, God.
3, 2, and 1.
Help us all.
I know. I want to know your 3, 2, and 1. Okay? You could think about it if you want some time. But
what was yours?
I want you to come up with yours first,
Oh, okay.
Before I tell you. And on top of that, I will tell you that in my top 3, also, Gator had one of the same cookies. So I felt that gave me a little bit of credibility. Out of all of the possible things that we could rank 1, 2, and 3 in the food category, I did not expect Gator and I to have any crossover in anything, but we do with cookies. And in fact, it was our number 1 cookie. So I want you to think about it. I want to know your top 3. You let me know when you're ready, okay?
Got it.
All right. In the meantime, more of your phone calls and feedback, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. My champ is going to be Indiana for finishing off a spectacular season. My chump is going to be Notre Dame. I once saw a 6-year-old do something similar. I have a feeling that as the dust settles, they're going to regret that move, but maybe not. 4 teams max. Remember when one loss in college football was a disaster? I want that back. That's from Erica McComb. Never going to happen. I hope they hold at 12 for some time here because they're never going to take away games that generate revenue. Imagine a 14 playoff right now. Who would feel slighted? Nobody. The top 4 teams would have been a perfect representation. That's from Tyler. And that's the thing is that there is an element of truth to the following. Because every year is different, some years we might have two teams that are head and shoulders above everybody else, and they should just play for the Natty. In other years, we might have 7 teams. In some years, we might have 9 comparable teams that are all in the pool that deserve a shot at the national championship. When you predetermine how big the field is and then shoehorn in each season, there are going to be some years where it doesn't make sense. We have to accept that. The bigger we make it, the more teams that don't deserve, that spend 3 months telling us they don't deserve to play for a national championship, will get a chance to play. Let's stop expanding the thing, please. Scott writes in, you're right. It's like the NCAA is literally trying to make us stop watching, but we like football too much. Well, here's what has to happen, okay? Because, again, I don't believe in just bitching without a solution. It's going to take the SEC and the Big Ten, which are the 2 big boys, to give up some power. And what I mean by that is say, all right, the way this is going, it's a little bit of the old system, a little bit of a new system. Conference expansion's diluted everything. What we need to do is give some power to a college football commissioner who can align us all on all of this stuff. Because right now, you have competing factions trying to make the rules. I mean, hell, the Big Ten wants a 24-team playoff. I mean, Tony Petitti is looking to, and why? Short-term money grab. We want as many as our teams that we can get in the playoff because it makes a lot of money. But they also want a private equity deal. And it's all about money, 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 money. Common sense is out the window. And this isn't, everybody knows that. But you need one organizational base that is dictating to everyone how things are going to be, and everybody complies. Get somebody smart. Put like maybe it's just a few people. Maybe it's like a Nick Saban. All right, what should the structure be and how should we do it? That's what the game needs. They need a legitimate commissioner to revamp our system. 248-539-9797. Larry is next on 97.1. What's up, Larry?
Hey, Doug.
Hey.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I gotta go back to the caller that suggested, basically a group of 5 having their own championship.
Yeah.
I'm going to be transparent. My son plays in the MAC, so I'm biased. But I got to disagree. I think, with all due respect, I think it's disrespectful to those kids that play in the Sun Belt and the MAC and, the American.
Okay, Larry, I missed a little bit here.
Yeah.
Sorry, because we had something going on here. Did you say you're a fan of one of those schools?
My son plays in the MAC.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
I'm biased.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I've asked for your opinions, so I'm glad you're calling.
So, just as an example, with the portal, he was a transfer from actually Alma, went down there to Ball State.
Okay,
but they had, they get transfers from, the Power Five.
Sure.
Purdue, Cincinnati, Missouri. He said in their summer workouts, those kids that came from those Power Fives said, we have never worked this hard at our old schools as they were in there. So I don't think the guy was meaning to be disrespectful. I think the idea that they have to have their own little, special championship because, they're not good enough, I don't care for that.
Okay, so your preference. Now, I kind of married what we're doing now with, he didn't want Sunbelt MAC, Mountain West. He didn't want them anywhere near the playoff and have their own separate playoff. Yeah. I said something similar. I said a little bit different. Okay, what about if they qualify as one of the top 12 teams? Otherwise, there's a group of 5 playoff. Would you be okay with that?
I mean, I guess because, those kids love to, they love to win. They love to win championships regardless of how it's structured, I suppose. So I just don't want legitimate teams that have a chance. I mean, Toledo, was it last year? They were pretty legit.
Do you really think that those conferences do produce teams that are legitimate teams that have a chance to win the national championship?
I think with the portal and NIL that would certainly not be out of the question.
Okay.
It's not going to be perennial. It's not going to be every year.
Okay, but every year you want them guaranteed a spot. Understand what you're saying. I don't disagree with the idea that a group of 5 team could eventually become the Gonzaga of college football. Yeah. But they're I think they're pretty far off right now.
And well, yeah, sure. It's unlikely. I just don't want them to be looked down upon as second-rate citizens in college football.
Okay.
I mean, the CFP is a joke. 3-win Alabama, regular season wins don't matter anymore. The whole thing's a mess.
Larry, I guess I would argue that most people don't agree with you that those teams are going to compete very often. But I asked for your opinion. You gave it. You don't like it. You don't want them to be thought of as second class. I will tell you this. Anybody that's playing Division I football at any level is an elite athlete. Like, they are great athletes just to get that far. Thank you for the phone call. E is in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hi, E.
Hey, I got a championship for you, bro.
Great.
My champ is Notre Dame for standing up to the NCAA. Anytime you go 10-2, you should be in the playoffs. All these guys that won their conference, it's going to be blowouts. The first round of the playoffs is going to be horrible. Notre Dame should at least been the 12th seed or maybe 11th and gave us a nice little upset, a chance for an upset. The first weekend of the playoffs is going to be horrible, horrific. And then my chump is the Browns coach. Shedeur got you there. He got you to touchdown to go for 2 and lead Shedeur in the game. No trick plays. They've been doing Shedeur wrong all season. He should be fired. He should be fired after today.
Okay, so just understand I want to go back to your first point. Any team that goes 10-2 should be in the playoffs. If you took all the 11-2 teams or 10-2 teams and included them in the playoff, that's 6 more teams from their final rankings. 6 more.
You're absolutely correct, but I still think the body of work. I think Notre Dame should be in the top 12.
Over who?
The Browns coach should be over Tulane.
Over Tulane. Okay, so you don't want the group of 5 to be guaranteed a spot.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, look, if that's the way you want to see it, you're not the only person that feels that way. It's coming under heavy scrutiny because this year they always said it's the top 5 rated conference champions. And they do that because they want conference championships to matter. Big 10 SEC, Big 12 ACC. They want there to be some value of being a conference champion. You're playing for a guaranteed spot in the postseason. And then they offered up a fifth so that the highest ranked group of 5 champion had something to play for. What they never anticipated was that there would be 2 group of 5 conferences that had higher rated teams than one of the Power 4. And with Duke's victory in the ACC title game, they are an unranked conference champion. So the Sun Belt and the American both produce teams that are more highly ranked, which is hard to imagine, never expected it. Champ and Chump, get your votes in, 248-539-9797. Some interesting Scooble reporting that we'll get to in the second half of the show. Can the Lions get hot and stay hot? Look, there was a big win on Thursday, and they're hoping to carry it over to another massive game against the Rams this coming Sunday. Champ and Chump every Monday, get your votes in. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, they are the only auto and truck accident specialists. They focus exclusively on auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. Look, they'll take your case. They'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Many call it white glove customer service. They will call you back. Many people call because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication. Super important to Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, Kang. Last week you were out. You missed the top 3 cookie rankings, which I got more positive feedback than maybe any food topic I've ever had. There were also people making fun of me, including one hysterical that said, Doug, the best thing about your cookies is while the rest of us sprint to the dessert table to get our favorite cookies, you can saunter up and just take as many of yours as you'd like.
You know it's going to be there.
Which was funny. But your top 3 cookies.
All right, so I haven't really given this much thought until you asked me last segment. So then I started, thinking about it, doing some research, because my only one I'm sure of is my number 1, and that's just my go-to. But I'll start with number 3. I went with macadamia nut cookies.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Number 2, the fudge stripe cookie. I enjoy the fudge stripe cookie a lot.
Okay.
And number 1 with the bullet, like I said, no matter what, it's just the traditional, chalk it up to the old school, whatever you want. Number 1 is always going to be chocolate chip for me. And if you want to get specific, the soft batch chocolate chip. I like the, it's kind of a little soft, moist, doughy-ish.
Sure, okay. So you like a softer chocolate chip cookie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so for me, at number 3 was gingerbread. Number 2 was macadamia nut.
Oh, there we go.
And number 1 was oatmeal butterscotch.
I knew it was going to be some kind of oatmeal.
Of course.
You love oatmeal.
But Gator, number 3 was molasses. Number 2 was I think it's the kitchen sink cookie from Panera. And his number 1, oatmeal butterscotch. We had the same number 1.
Surprising.
A stunning development. But I still, people made fun of my list, but that's fine. But those would be my top 3. And yours, respectable. Respectable. We got the macadamia nut.
Yeah, we both got macadamia nut. None of you guys didn't go with chocolate chip?
Did not go chocolate chip.
That's very un-American.
It may be.
USA. USA.
Not the intent. I did not think about patriotism when I was ranking my cookies.
I always do, Doug.
Yeah. Champ and Chump votes coming in from an unnamed texter. Champ, the Indiana Hoosiers for beating Ohio State. Chump, Notre Dame, stop crying, join a conference. Well, that's probably one of the strongest messages here. My champ is all true Lions season ticket holders that were at the Dallas game. My chumps, all Lions season ticket holders that sold to frickin' Cowboy fans. It's getting a lot of votes.
Yeah, I did notice that when I watched the game because it was supposed to be a whiteout, right?
Yes.
And it's tough because there's the Lions home jersey or, the blue ones everyone loves.
Yeah.
And if that's all you got, you like to wear your Lions gear and you want to wear Lions gear, it's going to be blue. The whiteout, did they have T-shirts out or anything like that, Doug? Do you know about that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could tell us if they had T-shirts on the
But then you
seats.
could tell the Cowboy fans because they got similar type colors.
Yeah.
And they weren't wearing white. I don't know.
My champ is Notre Dame for killing the bowl system. Chump, the faux outrage for BYU or Notre Dame being left out, arguing that a team who doesn't even realistically have a path to the championship is just loser noise. So my question is, why do you want the bowl system killed? What's wrong with the bowl system? What did Notre Dame do to kill it? Other teams declined invitations as well. Because the bowl system is just more football that teams that want to play it can play it. Fans watch it. And the reason we know that is because the bowl games actually get good TV numbers. And you may not care about that, but what is wrong with the bowl system? It's not getting in the way of a playoff anymore, right? They're exhibition games. They're tune-ups for the following year. You could maybe try some things that you wouldn't do during the regular season. See how it works out. You know what the bowl game is to me? It's like a pre-spring game. Spring games are, they're a tough watch sometimes. But if you love football and love a team, you probably eat them up. I find that interesting that you champ Notre Dame for killing the bowl system. The bowl system's kind of harmless now, right? I mean, it used to get in the way of a playoff. It no longer does.
The bowl games turn to like NIT, basically?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what they are.
Isn't that what Notre Dame's opting out of is the NIT?
Yes. Essentially, yes. I find that curious. I might be missing something here, but why do you want the bowl system gone? 248-539-9797. Mike is in Fenton. And next time, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. Thank you, Mike.
My champ is the Lions. Hopefully, my champ next week will be the Lions. My chump is Notre Dame for their decision. And little personal angle here. I was fortunate enough to play in the late 70s, early 80s at U of M.
Mm-hmm.
Freshman year, we went to the Rose Bowl. Sophomore year, Gator Bowl. Junior year, Rose Bowl. Senior year, Blue Bonnet Bowl. And my personal development as a player happened after the Ohio State game and before the bowl game, where the coaches had time to work with individuals and help them out. So I think if anybody's hurting here, it's the Notre Dame football players, because they're not getting that extra month of practice.
Mike, I could be wrong on this. I suspect that long-term Notre Dame's going to regret this decision, and any school that has a chance to play one more game is going to regret this decision, unless a team doesn't feel like they're going to have enough players that want to play and feel the team. And maybe in the moment in time, I imagine through your disappointment, you're in a screw that kind of place. If they just had given it a couple of days, I wonder if they'd see things differently. They might not be happy about it, but it seems to me to be possibly very short-sighted here. And I could be wrong on this, but we all get into that screw it kind of place in our minds, and then after some time, I'm not talking about football. I'm just talking about things in life where you say, that's it, I'm done. And then a few days later, you're like, okay, maybe not. And so, I don't know. I might be wrong on this, but we'll see.
Well, think over the course of a 3 or 4 year career, you're getting an extra 5, 6, 7 weeks a year. That's 28 weeks of additional practice that you get when you go to a bowl game. And they're done. They're going to school, maybe going to work out at the gym, but those players are done. And I feel for those guys. Yeah,
you're right. And there might be players on that team that would want to play another game. And maybe in the moment it was unanimous. I don't know. I'm not following it that closely. I don't cover Notre Dame, but at the end of the day, we'll see how history treats this decision. But there are other schools that said no, too. Notre Dame's getting a ton of focus because they're Notre Dame, but they're not exclusive in this. But, hey, man, look, there's a cut line somewhere. Gator told the story when one of the days he was in that he was in line to get autographs of Tiger players when he was a kid. And, of course, there was a long, long, long line, and the autographs were supposed to be done at 4 or whatever. And he was next in line when they cut it off. There is a cut line for a reason. And when you are behind the cut line, just behind the cut line, it sucks. But there is a cut line for a reason. And in this particular instance, there were 10 spots, because the last 2 spots went to those Group of 5 champions. So the first 3 spots were taken by conference champions. Then there's the 2 spots. So essentially there were 7 at-larges. And Notre Dame was the 8th of the at-larges. And the damage is done in the weeks leading up to it with the silly TV show that shouldn't even air, telling Notre Dame, you're ahead of Miami, you're ahead of Miami, you're ahead of Miami, even though they beat them. And head-to-head is an important thing. It's the most important thing. But if the two teams aren't close to each other, and like an example is Florida State beat Atlanta, but Florida State didn't deserve a spot in the college football playoffs. You have to make it matter. Miami, when it was all said and done, made the head-to-head matter. And because they got too close to each other. But well, there's always going to be a cut line. There's always going to be bitching. If you, I mean, I guess the solution is just let everybody in. If you let everybody in, there's no cut line, and it's absurd, but you could let everybody in, I suppose, and just play like 8-game regular seasons and massive college football postseasons. I don't know. We'll get to more of this. Mondays mean Champ and Chump, so get your Champ and Chump votes in. Here on the Carson Anderson program, who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We'll talk a little bit more Lions as we move forward, as they got a massive game coming up on Sunday in L.A. against the Rams. Also, some Scooble reporting. 2 different insiders with 2 different plans that they think the Detroit Tigers should follow with Tarek Skubal. Well, you will hear that in the noon hour as well. We got Kang's review of the Disney cruise in the noon hour as he is back with the wife and kids. All that to look forward to here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator is out today. Lots to talk about coming out of a weekend. A lot of college football talk, man. A lot of college football talk. We had a caller earlier in the show propose an idea of the group of 5 should not be guaranteed a spot ever. If they earn it as one of the top 12 teams in the country, great. Otherwise, there should be a group of 5 playoff. And we've had mixed reviews on that. Because I'm basically talking to the Central, Western, and Eastern fans. Would you be in favor of that? A MAC team has never qualified for the college football playoff under this format. This format's 2 years old, though. And PJ Fleck's team would have years ago. But bottom line is, well, I mean, they have to be the highest ranked group of 5 conference champion. But we've had pushback on that. I mean, from a guy whose kid plays in the MAC. How do you feel about it? A MAC championship or a group of 5 bracket, I'd rather see Western play in that than play in the game above, with all respect due to the game above bowl. Game above bowl could be a first-round host. Second-round host. Heck, maybe play a championship game there. I actually think that might be kind of fun. I would take a degree of interest in that. But that would have kept both James Madison and Tulane out of this year's playoff bracket. And who would that have put? Obviously, Notre Dame would have been one of them, and the other one would have been, is it BYU? Hold on for a second. Who would have been the other one? Yeah, it would have been Notre Dame and BYU would have got in. Then you'd have BYU at Oregon, Notre Dame at Ole Miss, Miami at Texas A&M, and Alabama at Oklahoma. I mean, that would be better theater. Also, the Lions, can they get hot? We talked about this to open the show. Last year, we saw a team that spent the entire regular season reassuring us that they were a legit Super Bowl contender, and then the playoffs roll around and it guaranteed nothing. This year, even to get into the playoffs, the Lions are going to have to play a pretty high-quality brand of football, right? Because we're talking about they got to get hot even just to make it. They've already taken care of one opponent that people didn't think they'd beat in Dallas. And by people, I mean a good portion of our audience. Yes, the Lions were indeed favored. But it felt like a terrible matchup given where the Lions were on the schedule and what Dallas was bringing to the table. Lions took care of business. Now they got a Rams team. A Rams team which on paper tells us Matt Stafford should throw for 1,000 yards. But will he? Or will the Lions defense find enough stops? What was different about the defense more so between the Dallas game and the games that preceded it? Pass rush. The pass rush was there. Hutch got involved, and El-Quadin Muhammad was great. And the other thing that could be happening that's just worth further examination is Miles Frazier and Christian Mahogany could be back. The interior of the offensive line might have some options, some potential in-house upgrades. But yesterday's result with Green Bay beating Chicago means the Lions now control their own destiny as it pertains to Chicago and, for that matter, the playoffs. But we still need 2 losses from Green Bay. Green Bay's next 2 games are at Denver and at Chicago. If they lose both of those, then the Lions control their own destiny in the division, which means they could host a playoff game, I'd prefer it. Hell, I'd prefer to be on our way to 15-2 again. But I don't think this is hopeless because just to make it to the postseason, they got to play well. They got to play a better brand of football. And if they do that and get in, it strikes me, they'll be a team that people don't want to play. Now, what's the formula? The formula, unfortunately for the Lions, is starting to look more and more like last year. Defense create a stop or two here or there. And the offense operate at a high level, man. The 44 points against Dallas, excellent. You put 44 up, you're going to win almost every NFL game. But they got to find a way to operate at that high level. Last year, they had Laporta and Brock Wright healthy for the postseason. This year, they don't and won't. But they do have some guys that are better than they were a year ago. Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams. So can they keep playing at that level offensively, and can Kelvin Shepherd's defense, now without Brian Branch, find some stops?
Yeah, and you're right. If they get into the playoffs, they're going to be one of the hot teams picked by analysts and media experts and all that stuff to watch out for, because they'll either have won 5 in a row or 5 of the last 6 or 4 of the last 5, whatever it is to get in, and so they're going to look like, well, this team is rolling at the right time. Be careful playing the Lions. Do I see it happening? My confidence level isn't the highest right now. My 51 says they don't make the playoffs, and it's just because the accumulation of the warts, the concerns, the red flags we've seen throughout the season so far. They've been unable to stack wins. Earlier in the year, I think when they started the first month or so, they were able to stack a couple wins together after the Green Bay loss. But since then, it's always been lose a game and then lean back on they don't lose 2 games in a row. Then lose a game, then win the game again. It's the injuries. When I came back and I heard about Brian Branch and I saw the Brian Branch injury and heard about the Kirby Joseph injury, Doug, do you realize we might have only gotten 1 full year of prime football from the 2 best safeties in the league?
Yep.
In Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. Branch is could be up to a year for him to get back. Kirby Joseph seems like this might be a chronic thing for the rest of his career. And now we're on our 3rd free safety and our 2nd strong safety.
Yep.
Not to include all the other injuries, the young interior offensive line. You're right. They're going to have to lean on the offense playing well with a young interior offensive line. And I just don't know if it's enough this year.
Can I ask you a question? How much will your perception change if they go to LA and win this Sunday?
It won't change that much, because I think that when I say all the warts and concerns, red flags, I'm not saying they're a bad team. I think the Lions are a good team. I just don't think they're a great team, and you need to be a great team to make a playoff run and make it to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I think they have the capability of beating any team, and also this year they've shown us they have the capability of losing to any team.
Okay, let me be more specific with the question, because this is what I meant by it. You said Super Bowl. If they beat LA, how do you feel about their chances to make the playoffs?
I feel a lot better, because that's the hardest game left.
Yep. And then the idea that they get into the playoffs, be a hot team, you can start to convince yourself, can't you?
I think there's no convincing needed. If they make the playoffs, they've played some good football for the last month of the year.
Yep.
Period. End of story. And you go into the playoffs wanting to play your best football of the year. Dan Campbell said it best. It doesn't matter what I think or anybody else thinks about my confidence level. They write their own story. So they have the ability to do what they want to do. They just have to go out and do it. Do I see it happening? No, because of the 13 games before that I've watched. But yeah, they're capable, Doug. If they beat the Rams and they end up beating the Bears at the end of this year, they're going to beat some good teams here to get in.
It's a perception changer. This Rams game, let's go. Let's put them up against this big test, top team in the NFC right now. And the one thing about LA is there'll be Detroit fans there, and it's perfect conditions. As far as what the football team is, they're a tough football team to play. As far as the venue, it is not the most difficult venue you'll ever go play.
Not at all. There might be more Lions fans than Rams fans,
Might be.
And on paper, clearly the Rams are a better team, but this is why they play the game, and the Lions can find a way to win. They're not this isn't the Titans, right? Or coming in there trying to pull off a miracle. No, they have the ability to do this. It's, can they do it or not? Can they execute? I worry about the backup players too, because it's not just a talent level. It's just missed assignments and things like that, not being where you're supposed to be. All those things come into play when you have backups playing.
All right, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. Get those votes in as well. Let's get back to your phone calls. Brian's on a cell, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, gang. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
My Champ and Chump is the same guy. Respect the hell out of it, too. It's Curt Cignetti, champ for, going through, taking, Indiana, 1967, I think, was the last Big Ten championship. But he's also my chump because I think he's changing the landscape of college football. I look at Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State, and I just fear that we're not going to see the Texas Ohio State at the beginning of the year, or the Notre Dame A&M and Tech, and those type of games. So I think that same guy, Champ and Chump. Real quick on the Notre Dame thing, I don't mind them passing up on a bowl game, but I do have to have a caveat. I am a Notre Dame fan, but they passed on bowl games from the 30s through almost the 70s on a regular basis. And I just don't see now the benefit to taking a second-tier bowl where you're dragging in, $3 to $4 million. And I know this sounds elitist, but it probably costs them at least half that, if not more, to get the band, the players, the whole deal, meals, all that stuff down. And I think there's a misnomer involved there. They still get to practice even though they don't have a bowl game. So they're not really missing out other than on the the actual bowl
Is
game
that
itself.
true?
Yeah, it is. And really the only hindrance is when you're in a conference and you turn down a bowl game, you're going to be knocked by your fellow, and you might have some financial things with the conference that you're in. You know, if a you know, let's just say an Oregon or a Michigan had turned down the bowl game, the conference would split that money. So that would be you'd be penalized by your conference. But
Okay,
you still
according
get to do
it says
do player development.
It says activities are limited by NCAA rules, focusing more on off-season training, player development, and recruiting, while bowl teams get extra focused practice time. So you can do things you can't do as much.
Yeah, but you get player development thing, and then honestly, and again, going to sound elitist, and I did preface it by saying I'm an ND fan, but they do the Shamrocks. Next year, they're opening up at Lambeau Field against Wisconsin. That's an experience that a lot of college players just don't get. You know what I mean? And they've done the Shamrock Series. They've done it at Jerry World. They've done it at, you know what I mean? So they've gone to Dublin. They do these kind of things as rewards to their players for coming there.
I guess. I mean, I'll be intrigued to know how they feel in a few days.
No, I get it, but honestly, the way the second-tier bowls are done, you've got, you know, the third finisher or the first available SEC against this or that. I think the only marquee matchup may have been if you pit them against BYU or pit them against Texas. You know, it's probably worth. But would your
They'd all be better. You know what, though, Brian, what I find interesting, and I think they would have been pitted against BYU, what I find interesting is you chump Cignetti because you think it's going to cut down on great non-conference games, but then you praise Notre Dame for turning down on a quality non-conference opponent.
Well, I don't know that that's – see, honestly, I don't know that that's a quality – like, to honestly call it – if it was BYU regular season this year or something like that, I get it. But they're both out of the playoffs, so I don't know how much all you're doing – it's like going to the NIT, in my opinion, honestly.
Okay.
You know, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough. He comes at it from his perspective. Dripping with elitism. I mean, saturated with elitism. I mean, I'm sure all of what he said he believes to be true and truly feels it. But was that one of the most saturated elitism calls you've ever heard? 97.1. This holiday season, use your UMCU card to make a difference. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. Now through January 31st, UMCU will match 1% of your purchases at local participating businesses as a donation. Plus, every time you shop local with your UMCU card, you're automatically entered to win $1,000. And don't forget, your UMCU Visa Cash Rewards card gives you over 1% cash back on every purchase. So you'll earn while you give. Shop, earn, and give back this year. Visit umcu.org for participating businesses and complete details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. Gator Out today. It's the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. A lot of debate regarding college football today. Lions talk as well. Can they get hot? Champ and Chump get those votes in. Red Wings in action tonight, late night at Vancouver. The Pistons beat Portland and Milwaukee over the weekend. They're off until Friday. Michigan State loses to Duke. Michigan annihilates Rutgers in college basketball. Number 1 and number 3 college hockey. Michigan and Michigan State split a weekend series, winning on each other's ice. 248-539-9797. Of course, anything on your mind, fair game. We even incorporated Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan, and Central Michigan fans with the talk of whether or not a group of 5 playoff would be something you'd be in favor of. But you're not guaranteed a spot in the Big Dance. If you qualified, great, as one of the top 12 teams. But somebody suggested just take away the group of 5 guaranteed spot in the college football playoff but give them their own playoff. And I added the addendum, well, what if they qualify? What if they're good enough? What if we get a Gonzaga of college football? Because you know what? I mean, I don't know what the new Pac-12 is going to be moving forward, but there have been some Boise teams that probably would deserve to be in that college football playoff, right? So I don't say eliminate them all together, but don't guarantee them anything. Because the caller's argument was nobody wants to see Tulane and James Madison go get pounded. And those games may stink. Now, the whole world might be rooting for them, and maybe we'll get some March Madness Cinderella stuff. But you can't tell me there weren't Boise State teams in the past that were worthy of it. There would be. So I say as long as they qualify, sure, but don't guarantee them anything. And then hey, that game above bowl could be Western Michigan versus Kennesaw State, and the winner advances. Like, actually might be kind of fun for those schools and those teams. Not everybody loves it, though. We've just been kicking it around. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Larry. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Doug. And you might be able to throw Central Florida into that mix from a few years ago.
No, that's a good call.
But my question is sort of a what-if question. And I go back to the 23 draft when we had the 6th pick, and Jalen Carter fell to us. And then we traded out of that to Philadelphia, dropped back to 12, and took Gibbs. Mm-hmm. And I think often, especially now that we are pretty much last impression in the quarterback, what would have happened if we'd have taken Carter in that spot and had Carter and Hutchinson on that same line? And I often wonder if we had it to do over again, is there any chance we'd have done that? I wanted to get your opinion on that.
Well, if they would have done it, keep in mind, it wouldn't have cost you just Gibbs. It would have cost you Laporta as well. Because when they traded from 6 to 12, they got the extra second-round pick with which they used on Sam Laporta.
Right. So, but the other thing I'm also factoring in is there is still an outside chance we could have came away with Carter and Gibbs. He may have fell to 18. What I'm not clear on is between 12 and 18.
If you're asking me you wouldn't have had Jack Campbell then. And you wouldn't have had Laporta. Right. You wouldn't have had Campbell. You wouldn't not have had Jack Campbell and Laporta and maybe not even Gibbs.
Well, you would have had Campbell because he was still there. I guess you could.
Yeah, you're right. You could still take Campbell. That's a good point. You either would have had Gibbs or Campbell, and you wouldn't have had Laporta. Larry, I mean, that would have been another way to do it. I actually believe that in this modern era, football offense wins championships, so I don't mind. In the NFL, I don't mind putting more resources into the offense.
Right. Do you think Philly wins the Super Bowl last year without Carter?
So they would not have. The question is, what does Philly do? I don't know what Philly would have done by not having Carter. Like, do they draft Gibbs and then they don't have Saquon? I don't know. I mean, I have no way of knowing that answer because you start moving pieces around and there's no way of knowing. 248-539-9797. I'm pretty happy with Gibbs, but ultimately the goal is to win a Super Bowl, not just to be happy with Gibbs. Matt in Highland, what's up, Matt?
Hey, not much, Doug.
Hey.
I would argue, first of all, I'm not a Notre Dame fan, but I would argue elitism is a 3-loss Alabama team getting in the tournament. Why do we need to see Oklahoma, Alabama again? We just saw it 3 weeks ago.
The reason they have a third loss is because they had to play a conference championship game against a great opponent. And you can, if you're going to have conference championship games, I don't think you can punish teams for playing in them. Otherwise, they'll turn them down.
I see your point with that, but they still have a third loss. I mean, go win your conference championship game if you have 2 losses. I mean,
I'm sorry. I mean, look, I have no problem if they eliminate the conference championship games, but they're trying to figure out how to crown a conference champion when their conferences have too many teams and don't play enough games. I'm not sure what options they have. I would personally not punish a team for playing that game.
And maybe a little bit on my end has to do with the matchup, because I have no interest in seeing Oklahoma, Alabama again. And I know that's just my opinion, but we just saw the game a couple weeks ago.
Well,
I'd much rather see Notre Dame play Oklahoma.
Okay, I mean, fair enough, but they're doing it based upon where the numbers fell, and it just so happened that we get a rematch, and so that's going to happen on occasion that you're going to get rematches. Hell, the Alabama-Georgia game was a rematch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one thing that made, I think, the Big Ten a quality year this year is we didn't get any of that, and I know that we can get that. I mean, there was every scenario that pitted a potential Michigan-Ohio State replay the week after, but it didn't work out that way. But the Big Ten this year had quality football, and getting that matchup with 1 versus 2 in the championship game, both teams being undefeated. I know that's off topic here, but
believe me, Matt, some years we are going to get a rematch. It's just so stupid. There are 18 teams. You don't play half the conference. Michigan and Ohio State had 3 common opponents. I can't believe they did this. I really can't. At the time, I said this is silly. And as time goes by, I hate it even more. Conferences are too big. They're oversaturated. They're paper champions. They're almost like, I don't want to use the term invalid champions, but it's so bizarre to me that they have this many teams, and then they're trying to say somebody's the champion. You didn't play half the conference. John on a cell. Hi, John.
How you doing, Doug?
What's up?
There's a real easy way to get rid of this whole debate with Notre Dame, and that's just make them join a conference. They win their conference championship, they're in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first real instance where it feels, John, like Notre Dame is being punished for being an independent.
They should be.
Yep. I mean, I love tradition, and I love, I think it leads to things like rivalries, and because of that, it is makes it have a deep-seated emotional tie. Rivalries do that, but John, I think it probably cost Notre Dame a spot.
Absolutely.
Probably cost Notre Dame a spot, and they have to ask themselves, was it worth it? And they love being an independent, but their things are changing, man. They got to make a decision.
But there's only 2 independent football teams in all of college football.
I know, and they're saying today how mad they are at the ACC, where they have this scheduling agreement. And look, the scheduling agreement, they went 5-1 against the ACC. You put them in the ACC, give them 2 more conference games. Are they 7-1? And are they playing in that game, that ACC title game, and earning their spot? Do I think Notre Dame would have beat Virginia? I do. But, I mean, we don't know for sure. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hirsch. Gators out. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Get Kang's review of a Disney cruise. He took the wife and the daughters. They did a Disney cruise last week. He was out all last week. There was a degree of trepidation going in. I can't wait to get your review coming up in a few minutes. Kevin is on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
How you doing today? So, yes, I got my champ today.
Yep.
Champ is Michigan basketball.
Yep.
And my champ is Kevin Stefanski, the Cleveland Browns football coach.
Yeah, he's got a couple votes. Both of them have votes. Michigan just domination. Is that it?
Just dominating. In the last 3 games, hey, it's been nice to see. The program be back on track.
Yeah, they're in a really healthy spot. I made a bold prediction last hour. They'll be 20-0 when they go to East Lansing in late January.
I heard that. I'm with you on that.
They got some tricky games mixed in, and I looked at State being 20-1. That would be their record. State has a couple of more tricky games than Michigan does, but it wouldn't be shocking if it's 20-0 versus 20-1.
That'd be nice to see.
Yeah.
That'd be big time.
And Stefanski, is it Stefanski? You didn't like the 2-point play, or what is it?
Yes, definitely not that. And the way we play Shador, it's like, come on, your quarterback is hot.
Yeah.
Let him go tie the game up. And then why you kick the first time? Why you kick it the first time? Why you go for 2 the first time? I don't understand this new football stuff. It's just kick the one, you're only down by 7.
Yeah, well, I'm a fan of going for it early. I'd have to look at time, how much time was left, because then you know if you need an extra possession. Whereas if you go for the 2 right at the end and don't make it, you're stuck. You don't have time to create an extra possession. But that's a whole nother debate. Let's see how much time was left. Touchdown with 4:27. It would have been hard to get a third possession out, like 2 more possessions, but they could have tried. I don't have a problem going for it the first time. But anyway, that's just me. There's not a lot of us on this island. So, Kang, you're back. You went into the Disney cruise. You are not a Disney guy. You didn't want to take the girls to Disney. So you agreed to a Disney cruise.
Yeah, they basically took me, by the way.
Yeah, fair.
And yeah, I'm not a Disney guy. Nothing against people. I know there are a lot of Disney adults, I think they call them now. Mm-hmm. As a kid growing up, I never went to Disney World, Disneyland, wasn't into a bunch of Disney stuff. But, I find some of the movies and things like that entertaining for sure. But as overall, I'm not so involved in that world. I'm not a fanatic that I need to go.
So I will tell you, I was not either. And then we took the kids, and I loved it. As an adult. Yeah, Disney World in Orlando. We went to Disney World, and it was based in large part, they make it good for adults too. And specifically Epcot, I was stunned at how much fun the kids and the adults had at Epcot. I would recommend it. Might not be for everybody, but you agreed on a Disney cruise.
Yeah.
So sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, I'm a never guy with Disney World, but as of right now, I really didn't want to go. And so the wife convinced me as a compromise, what about a Disney cruise? My girls are young. They're 7 and 4. Actually, this is part of my oldest is her birthday to celebrate her turning 7.
Okay.
So I agreed to that. I had been on a cruise before. Cruises are fine with me. And Disney cruise didn't seem as crazy as Disney World with the lines, and I don't need rides and all that stuff. So, like I said, I compromised on this. They convinced me to go on this one.
Okay, so where was the cruise out of?
It was out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay, so you left Fort Lauderdale last Monday?
Yep, Monday.
And you were cruising until Friday, is that right? Mm-hmm. All right, where did you go? Where were the ports of call?
So the 2 ports were in the Bahamas, and there were 2 private islands, actually, so which was really nice. So Disney, I believe, owns these islands, and they set them up for whatever they want to do with them, right? So you get off, there's splash pad area, there's obviously the beach, the white sand beaches, there's their own lunch area. They just have the whole island to themselves to do whatever.
So I'm busy talking about Frank Ragnall's hamstring, and you're on a white sand beach in the Bahamas.
That's right.
Okay.
But also, and you know this more than anybody, Doug, family vacations are really just taking care of your kids in a different location. So all I did was take care of my kids on a boat and then on a beach. Because, it's either I'm taking care of them here or somewhere else.
Okay. But
but I can have alcoholic drink in my hand with sun in my face.
And your takeaway from the Disney cruise, did you enjoy it?
I was more than surprised, pleasantly surprised. First class stuff, man. I know my wife is really good at finding deals because I know Disney stuff in general can be expensive. Absolutely. And it is more than a regular cruise, but I think you get what you pay for. Mm-hmm. The the first-class service, and what I mean by that is they're very accommodating to families and children. They know exactly what this is. Everyone's going to be there pretty much with the family, with little kids, and they take care of you. Very attentive. Workers everywhere. The food was phenomenal. You know, the cleanliness. You would think like a lot of kids worry about that. No, they actually prefer you clean your hands, sanitize, wash when you enter different areas of the ship constantly. So all that stuff. Room service as far as taking care of your bed and your sheets daily, all that stuff. So very clean, very first class. I enjoyed it. The shows, Doug, Broadway-like shows. I mean, these people could act, sing. The sets were phenomenal. The characters, you could tell this wasn't like Timu Mickey Mouse coming in here. You know, something someone put together at a gas station and glued an eyeball and in some ears. No, this was all first-class stuff, and it was fantastic.
Okay, so
I was very surprised.
You came back. You had a good time. As an adult, you had a good time.
As an adult, I had a very good time.
And the kids?
Ice cream was eaten every day, 2 to 3 times a day, Doug.
And they loved it.
They loved it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, the one thing that I thought about you, Doug, was Doug is going to be so proud of this.
I can't wait to hear what this is.
So the Lions game is Thursday, okay?
Yep.
Unless you pay for like superior Wi-Fi, and even then I don't think you can get certain viewing, like YouTube was hard to get, just viewing anything streaming to watch.
Yep.
I did not watch the Lions game. I was really disconnected from sports altogether. I pulled off the cruise bubble.
Oh, no way.
Doug, have you ever pulled off? You're a big fan of the bubble. For those that don't know what the bubble is when you're trying to not find out anything that happens in a game, whether it's the outcome or anything at all, and then watch it live later as you watch the replay.
Yeah.
I did that with the Lions Cowboys.
Okay, I can't wait to hear this. So the game's played Thursday night.
So I make sure, and there's people you can tell from Detroit. They got Lions hats or shirts or Tigers hats and shirts, things like that. So I stay away from most people. I never checked my phone. So Thursday I made it through. No one mentioned the game or anything. Friday, I avoided social media again. We get to the airport. I don't even go on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. I'm actively saying, you know what? I'm going to try to pull this off without knowing the outcome at all. I don't check my fantasy teams, nothing. Okay? We get a delay at the airport. Delta, you probably heard about back here. Detroit. We were flying Delta, so we had delayed flights. So I had to delay this even more of not looking on social media.
So you're sitting in the airport in Fort Lauderdale, Miami.
They have TVs everywhere, too.
And you are still don't know what happened in the Lions game Thursday night.
Not at all.
You get on the plane, they got a screen in front of you.
I'm not, close my eyes, listen to music, whatever.
Yep.
All right, get home Friday night and, get the kids, bathe, get them something to eat, get them to bed. And it's on Amazon Prime, the game was, right?
Yep,
And I have Prime. I told my wife, I'm sitting down and I pulled off the bubble. She said, what are you doing? This is like midnight, okay? And I said, I'm going to watch the Lions Cowboys. And she said, do you know who won? I go, I have no idea.
I am impressed. You pulled off a full 24-hour travel. You had access to the internet again and you didn't. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, and avoiding people.
You have to avoid people.
Yes.
You can't even check like your work email because we'll get sound from Lions win over Cowboys. It'll be a list of all the cuts in the system.
Yeah, I pulled the cruise, airport, bubble, everything.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I thought you might like that.
I know, I like it. I'm really impressed. So you got to watch it and experience like live.
Yeah, I want to have real live time reactions to everything, right? And I ended up watching it, even though I was incredibly tired by the fourth quarter, by the way. I powered through, and I was another pleasant surprise. I was surprised that the Lions kind of pulled this one out because of everything that had been going on. But yeah, good game.
So the absurdity of the bubble, and for people who don't, why do you do that? You do it because when you don't know what happens in the game, you watch it differently. If you find out, and I think we all have done this, you record a game and you go, but if you find out what happens, you're kind of going through the motions. You know the final score. You know your team won or lost, so you're not reacting in real time.
Too.
Yeah, you can still yeah, you're sitting there later jumping up and down and cheering or swearing.
No, yeah.
It's nothing like the Formula One bubble I try and pull off every year because I don't watch Formula One racing, but I love the show Drive to Survive on Netflix. So I don't pay any attention to the Formula One racing, but then I'll go back and watch Drive to Survive without knowing who won the championship. That's like an 8-month bubble that I pull off. And I watch Drive to Survive, and I authentically don't know who won the championship. Yesterday, I heard, in one of the most exciting finishes ever, and I'm like, nope. And I turned off whatever I was listening to. I don't want to know. So I'm in this Formula One bubble for the next 8 months. I have no idea what happened, and it's probably going to get ruined now. But and it won't be devastating. I'll still watch Drive to Survive.
You'll be okay?
I'll be okay. But that's impressive. That's very impressive, King. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. Some scuba reporting out there. We'll get into the 1 o'clock hour. What is going to happen with this stud Tiger pitcher? Is he going to get dealt during the winter meetings? We'll try and get to the bottom of that in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1. Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 25% profit boost token on same-game parlays. That's right. You can get on the action with a 25% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. It's 25%. If you're a same-game parlay guy, you may as well take advantage of the profit boost, right? Get a little bit better return. I am not, but it's there for you if you so choose. Monday night football, same-game profit boost token, 25%. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. James is in East Point and next here on 97.1. What's up, James?
How you doing, Doug?
Good, thank you.
So my little solution possibly to kind of help out the college football playoff committee judge everything better would be to have a marquee matchup weekend on the weekend of conference championships. So right now, you need to have it set up for it to be 1 versus 2, obviously for the actual conference championship, so it still matters. And then looking at the Big Ten standings right now, you have third place Oregon, and they could play the next team that they haven't played in the regular season, which would be Michigan. That'd be a great game. And you have fourth place USC. They ended up playing Washington, the seventh place team. You kind of go down the list, match up all the conferences, get all these great games. And this would give the college football play, everyone would have 13 games on their resume now. So like OSU and BYU got dropped after losses, and BYU's all the way out. Bama's not getting dropped. You're comparing 13 versus 12 games.
It's a thought.
I know logistically it'd probably be a nightmare.
It might be a logistic nightmare. However, if everybody knew that if they finished at the top of the conference, they'd be playing a 13th game so that everybody had a similar amount of as they say in the world, data points out there, then there's something to be said for it. What the conferences are after is as many teams as they can get into the college football playoff. I hate that Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten, is trying to secure 4 automatic spots or 5 automatic spots. And maybe even if he goes 24 teams, he wants 6 Big Ten teams in there, whatever it is, because that's implying that every year there's going to be 6 worthy teams. They're doing it. It's all motivated by money. It has nothing to do with fairness. It has nothing to do with what it makes the most sense. A marquee matchup weekend, if every conference did it and they're all on a similar plane, there could be something there. But
or at least the Power 4 conferences or something, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a weird deal. College football needs a commissioner that comes in that all conferences have to adhere to so that they can just set something up that doesn't because everybody's got their own motivation. Like the Big Ten and SEC are motivated by as many teams as they can get in. The ACC wants their share. The Big 12 wants their share. I mean, is equity even like a meritocracy that only the teams that earn it doesn't seem to be part of the equation anymore, or as much, I shouldn't say it. I mean, the selection committee does their best with what they're given, but the conferences are motivated by something completely different. So the conferences only agree to it, James, if they think it benefits them. Maybe it would. Maybe it wouldn't.
Yeah, because I think if not BYU, I guess, but because I would give USC another data point. They're just outside Michigan, another opportunity. Like Oregon loses, they're not going to drop out of the 12-team playoff, but Michigan might have a chance to get into the playoff with that 10th win.
Yeah, I mean that'll be all fine and dandy until some team loses, and gets left out, and then they'll hate it, and the conference will be mad. And I don't know. I don't know what to do with it, because here's the problem. The biggest problem they have right now, in my opinion, the biggest problem with trying to put together a postseason format is you have these stupid, overinflated conferences. They're not conferences. They are loose scheduling agreements. I think it was Wetzel that first said it, who's super smart when it comes to this stuff. They are loose scheduling agreements. They're conference championships when you don't play anywhere close to everybody. Hell, you play basically half the other teams in the conference. How can you really come up with a true conference champion? And then that conference champion gets awarded something, and everybody else is scrambling for at-large bids, but I don't know. I don't know how you tell the Big Ten, kick out the 4 teams you just took, tell the ACC, put Cal and Stanford back in a West Coast conference. Arizona and Arizona State, you're out of the Big 12. I mean, let's go back. Like, it's not going to happen. But now we've got these wackadoodle massive conferences, and we're trying to put a playoff formula together that includes just bastardized conferences. I don't know. It's weird. Greg is on a cell next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, sir.
Big fan.
Thank you.
I had a question for Kang. I'm sure his wife and daughters had characters they wanted to see. I was wondering if he had a character he really wanted to see and meet on the ship.
Did you, Kang?
Did I have a character I wanted to see?
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to watch the Lions Cowboys at some point if I could Thursday night, but I thought that was a bad idea to leave the family for that. Even though they have a place you can drop your kids off, and I thought that was kind of like, I get it to do the adult stuff, but also aren't you there for the kids?
Yeah, for me it was Captain America, and I loved the TVs in your cabin showed you what character was going to be where and when, and you only had to show up like 15 minutes before, and everybody knows you take your minute or two. You do your interaction with the character, and then you move on. And it was so great.
So you were a big fan. You're a big fan of the Disney cruise.
I went 2 years in a row, and I tell everybody both of those weeks, everything was 100% perfect. And I've given out my travel agent's number, and yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Greg, I'm not going to lie, Greg. Greg, I was okay with meeting all the princesses. That was okay with me.
But, okay, another question. Did they get to go to the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique?
They did not. I saw that. It's basically like it's like a spa dress-up thing for the little girls, Doug. And they can dress up as princesses. They look really nice. But, Doug, you would have enjoyed this as well because Greg's right. Very regimented. You could go on a schedule. You know exactly when and where to go at all times.
Yeah, get the most out of the day when you're on vacation.
Yeah, at the parks, anybody can come in and cut in line, and then there's bad feelings. But this was, it's a finite number on the ship, and I loved it. I cannot wait to go back.
Another thumbs up. There you go. 248-539-9797. We go to Rob next on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Great. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I'm kind of for this group of five having their own playoff and not being part of the mainstream college football. I went on to, the Rivals site, and they have an average NIL value. And Oregon, for instance, their class or their team average is about $253,000 per player for an average NIL value. And Alabama's at $205,000. USC's at $160,000. I don't exactly know how they exactly calculate it.
Sure.
But, even Michigan State's going to be challenged. They're, at least according to this site, at $25,000 a player. I know they got a $400 million a boost, but the group of five, they don't have any money to play, and this has unfortunately become like Major League Baseball. It's like the Pittsburgh Pirates are never going to be going to the World Series.
So are you a fan of one of the group of five teams, Rob?
What's that?
Are you a fan of one of the group of five teams?
I'm for underdogs. I actually love, I love, especially the college basketball, I love all that stuff. But in this particular format, there's just not room for these guys because they have no money to play. And plus, like Doug, you mentioned earlier, all these guys are operating on one-year contracts. It's too difficult. And, like I said, Michigan, they have them at an average of $73,000 a player. And I look at it going, Jesus, Michigan, do they have to come up to get, over $100,000 a player to actually really
This is the kind of stuff, Rob, that I really don't even like paying attention to.
I know.
But at the end of the day, so the proposal was that the group of five have their own playoff and that they only make it to the college football playoff if they qualify. Not guaranteed anything. And I didn't hate it because it would get Western into a playoff of sorts. Central and Eastern could have a chance too, and I'd be more interested in that than a bowl game. But, I don't speak for Eastern, Western, or Central either. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. It is the Karsch and Anderson program. 248-539-9797. So, Lions getting set for the stretch run, according to Ian Rappaport. DeMonte Casey, most recently with the Browns, is signing with the Lions practice squad. Per me and Mike Garafolo, that's Ian Rappaport. The plan is for quick elevation when he's ready, as Detroit recently lost Brian Branch for the season with a torn Achilles. Look, it's, they got to turn over every stone. They got to try and find something. And at the end of the day, they are, I guess, doing what they can. I mean, it's not likely that players that are on the street are going to make a huge impact, but I guess what you have to start asking yourself is, what are their options? Eric Hallett, Lauren Strickland, practice squad guys. Go, all right, well, maybe we can at least see if this guy's better than somebody else. See if this guy's better than who we have in-house. You got to do what you can to try and put the best team you possibly can on the field. And if you are successful with that, then, you're not talking about adding a Pro Bowler like Brian Branch. You're just talking about being better than the alternative. So maybe KZ will be better than the alternative. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Tom is in Fenton, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Hey, how's it going, Doug?
Good, thank you.
Hey, going back to college football just briefly here. Yep. I have a fun one. I know it'll probably never happen, but it's fun to talk about.
Yep.
Because there's too many classic programs that their fans are used to winning 7+ games every year. But what about, kind of blowing this whole thing up in future years and go into a relegation system in college football where we can stop seeing Ohio State and Michigan blow out Rutgers every year, and we can talk about best teams playing best teams week over week like the NFL. I like to see good matchups just as much as the next guy. Kind of let's get the best of the best. You move up, you move down every year, similar to soccer.
So I don't. I mean, would the schools agree to it? Why would the schools agree to it? Because Rutgers wouldn't want to agree to it, because why do we want to get relegated? And the schools at top wouldn't agree to it because they don't want to give up an automatic win.
Yeah. Best for the fans. We get to see a lot of good matchups. You really get to find out who's the best. But, of course, all the money on the line and all the schools that are in agreements already, it doesn't really benefit a lot of them in the end. But it sure does benefit the fans.
So one thing, Tom, that I would call for if I was the commissioner of college athletics and specifically college football, I would require that you have to play 11 group or Power 4 games. So no matter what conference you're in, if you want to play in the postseason, you have to play Power 4 games and maybe one cupcake, because we shouldn't have to require good non-conference games. Hell, maybe I'd even take non-conference scheduling away from the schools and try and dole it out in some sort of equitable way. Because the ACC is going to 9 conference games, which is amazing because they have an odd number of teams, and an odd number of teams can't all play the same number of games if it's an odd number of games. Right now there's 17 ACC teams, and they play 8 conference games, all right? So if you add a 9th conference game, right, of the 17 teams, 8 play and 8 are their opponents. That leaves a 17th team with no one to play without adding a 10th conference game to somebody's schedule. The ACC is requiring now that you play 9 conference games plus 2 Power 5 opponents. And one school will play 8 conference games and 3 Power 5 opponents. Power 4 opponents, sorry. My apologies. I've probably made everybody confused. But the ACC is including a stipulation that you have to play Power 4 games. And I like it. I like it. Now, everybody's going to be blowing up, Mississippi State's phone or Purdue's phone or something. They're all going to want to play those teams. But, eventually you're going to run out of, people are going to have, you're going to have to schedule some people. And I'm kind of talking to you, Indiana. Welcome. Got it. Yep. Welcome. And a lot of people rooting for you. And what you've done is impressive. But your non-conference schedule was Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State. Okay? And Curt Cignetti has implied they're going to keep doing that. And that is not as fun for the fans, and that's what our guy here who just called was trying to suggest. And Indiana has, Cignetti came out and he called it the Alabama plan, which I thought was funny, taking a shot at Alabama. But they play next year North Texas, Howard, and Western Kentucky. The year after that, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, and UMass. The year after that, Austin Peay, Eastern Michigan, Miami of Ohio. The year after that, Ball State, Eastern Illinois, and Western Kentucky. The year after, they play in 2030, they go to Notre Dame and Indiana State and Delaware. Like, they don't play by design. They're not playing anybody. And I'm impressed with what Indiana did, but that's kind of weak. It's kind of weak. So, but until they legislate it, and they should legislate it, so everybody's got kind of an equal non-conference schedule. Doug, I spent 53 years in the F1 bubble. That's from an unnamed texter, and that's funny. NCAA sports has to get away from the voting model and go straight to some set-in-stone playoff system. Top 2 teams in each conference are in. You know who will never agree to that? The Big Ten and the SEC. Because they think they deserve more. They won't agree to that. And right now, they're on top. What they say kind of goes. Conference championship losers should absolutely be punished if they get housed in that game. Alabama might not apply this year because they won at Georgia in the regular season. But this idea that a team should never get punished for losing that game is absurd. If it exposes them as a fraud, it's absolutely a data point to be considered. I guess I don't agree because the teams that they're getting compared against don't have to play a quality 13th game. They don't have to take that risk. If you are good enough to qualify your conference championship game, and you're in the playoff, I think you should stay there. And look, we have a disagreement. That's fine. But, the teams that you will lose out to don't have to play that extra game against a great opponent. So that doesn't quite seem fair, or it makes it potentially a punishment to go to the conference championship game. And then who's going to want to play in a conference championship game if they could lose their playoff spot? If you're a bubble team and you could lose your playoff spot? I don't know. That's the way I see it. Obviously, you see it differently. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox, and you can text us at the same number. 248-539-9797. Champ Indiana, Chump College Football Committee. That's from A2 and Tecumseh. I'd like to know why you're chumping the committee. What is it about the committee that bothers you? I don't mind the committee. I think their job's impossible. What I do think is terrible for the committee is having to talk about it every week because you're doing it with incomplete data and then things change over the course of a season and it just undermines the credibility of the whole thing. Sam in Grand Rapids, I think we need to be careful giving Notre Dame crap for what they're doing. Michigan is a win against USC to being a very similar situation Notre Dame is in right now. Can we say Michigan wouldn't be handling it the exact same way? I kind of think they would, and I'm a Michigan fan saying this. Sam, they could say no to the bowl bid right now if they wanted. They could. I think there's a total of 10 teams that said no to bowl bids. They're not, and I'm not, would they? I don't think they would, and I'll tell you why. They have 6 freshmen playing offense. They want those full team practices in another game to get ready for next year. There is no morphing. College sports is professional now with NIL. That's from an unnamed texter. Bob in Port Huron says, Champ, Lions for taking care of business and showing Dallas we're America's team. Chump the Tigers organization for not signing Tarek yet. Interesting. You blame the Tigers for that. Well, there's some reporting on Scooble. We'll get to that today at 1:18. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Costco, and current lease in a household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. Doug Harshgater out today. It is 97.1. Hey, look, obviously football isn't the only thing going on. There's a lot of football talk. So college basketball talk today, and we got some Tiger stuff. Over the weekend, there was some reporting. Ken Rosenthal, MLB insider, with a story on The Athletic. A couple things here he wrote about the Skubal situation and the Tiger situation. He wrote, basically, the Tigers, if they keep Skubal, they need to go for it. If they can't trade him at the winter meetings, seeing how rare opportunities are to win a World Series, it's time for Scott Harris to get uncomfortable. I'm going to read some of the highlights out of this story. If Alex Bregman said no once, he'll likely say no again, presuming he had a competitive offer from a preferred destination. Then he writes, For the Tigers, Bo Bichette entering his age 28 season might be a better choice for a Detroit club that expects to continue incorporating young positional talent. Ha-Sung Kim, 30, might be the best fit of all. A number of Tiger prospects are second base, third base types, and Kim is better defensively than Bichette at short, the position the Tigers need to address. At number 2 starter behind Skubal, they could slot someone who perhaps move into the number 1 slot after he departs. The addition should be a free agent lefty such as Framber Valdez, who pitched for Tiger manager A.J. Hinch in Houston, or a Ranger Suarez, who's expected to be moderately priced. The bullpen also remains an area of focus. Finnegan re-signed him and at least 1 or 2 more. Then he goes on to write, the Tigers' approach resembles that of the Baltimore Orioles entering last season. Will be better in 26 than in 25 and better in 27 than 26, etc., except time after time the game demonstrates that the development of young players isn't always linear. As the Orioles have also discovered, it's better to trade certain prospects before they lose value. If the Tigers want to keep Skubal, bravo. They should not take it lightly, even if they can make a better trade than Milwaukee did for 1 year of right-hander Corbin Burns in 2024. Now, the one caller that chumped the Tigers for not bringing back or re-signing Skubal yet, Ken Rosenthal wrote, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Scott Boras is Skubal's agent. An extension is and always has been almost out of the question. So there you go. I mean, when you're a Boras client, you're probably not re-signing. And that, whether or not the Tigers are going to up their ante to try and sign him, we'll see over the course of time. If they really don't get the Godfather offer to trade him, they've got the better part of a year to get him to agree to a contract. And that's where you can give him maybe that one last, final last, this time we really mean it, last offer. But then there was this from Buster Olney recently on ESPN's Just Baseball regarding Skubal. Here's what Olney had to say. Well, you also get budgeted money, and I get that you don't get a lot in return for him, but the money that you have earmarked for him, you can go spend on the open market. Look, the two options here are trade him or go big in 2026. The problem is you almost have to get everybody's trade offers, their final offers now, because the Tigers need to know, are we going to try and go big in 2026 and put all our eggs in this basket and try and win the World Series? The one thing that Rosenthal wrote that I completely agree with is that prospects are not them turning into great players is no guarantee, and their progress isn't always linear. We can sit here and we can say, I don't want to give up any of their guys. Here's the trick. Okay. The trick is your own prospects better than everybody else does. You do. Everybody else can watch them and scout them, but you know them better. They got to figure out which of their young stud players are most vulnerable to one of the landmines that keeps players from being great players. Right? Being a baseball prospect, you look at top prospects list, and they're littered with players who never made it. Because in baseball, when they figure out your weakness, you're done. Can't lay off the changeup, can't hit a curveball. chase this pitch out of the zone, that pitch out of the zone. You can't field. Like, there's all kinds of them. And it's up to the Tigers to know. They know better than everybody else which one of our top prospects is really got the most obvious to them trap door, the most obvious landmine, and say, yep, we're going to trade Max Clark, or we're going to trade Kevin McGonigal, or we're going to trade Tyron Lorenzo. Because not all these guys are going to make it. McGonigal, Clark, Briseño, Bryce Rayner. They got a lot of guys. Chris Rodriguez is 17 years old, and people say he's untouchable. Is he? He's so far away, the landmines could be multiple with him. Dude, he was playing in a league in the Dominican where it was like the purple team versus the orange team. It was seriously a bunch of, they were wearing, look like T-shirts in the highlights I saw last year. And people say this guy's untouchable. So I have no problem with them trading away their own prospects to load up to make a run in 2026. Or trading Skubal for more prospects. Because what you end up doing if you saturate your organization with elite prospects, you basically increase your chance they're going to hit. I also would think that any deal with Skubal now would include a major league ready player that could help them win now. Then you take Skubal budgeted money and you go get a free agent pitcher, top front of the order, front of the rotation pitcher to help you try and at least compete this year and still win the American League Central and give all these young guys an opportunity that when they debut, they're debuting on a team that's ready-made to win. Though, I mean, but that's basically what only Ann Rosenthal laid out. Only thinks they're going to make a deal. Is hearing they're going to make a deal. Rosenthal says they should give it gas and go for it in this last year of Skubal. What do you prefer? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. It's Monday, which means Champ and Chump, who should be singled out for having the best weekend and should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. We go to Sammy on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Sammy.
Hey, now, what's going on?
How we doing?
Doing good. Lots to talk about.
Yes, sir.
So I'll keep it short and sweet. Did you see that John Gruden YouTube video about his philosophy about the best way to handle the college football tournament?
I did not.
It was interesting. He offered like a play-in option where, like, you know, all the teams that don't get the automatic qualifier would play each other. You know, you'd seed them, and then the winner gets in. And I liked it because they have to play the extra game, and it sort of justifies their place in the tournament.
Okay, hold on. I'm confused here a little bit. You're talking about the conference champions get automatic spots?
Well, no. The teams that don't make the conference tournament, like the Ole Misses and the Oregons, the Notre Dames, all the teams that are lobbying to get in, they create a play-in game.
How big is that field?
10 teams. So 5 would, if they win, they're in. So, you know, he included both Indiana and Ohio State, irrespective of who won that game. He did have Alabama and Georgia would get in. He didn't want to penalize Georgia for playing for Alabama, you know, to play the extra game.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop, Sammy. I'm really confused. How many teams get in?
Oh, it's still 12.
12 get in, and then those on the outside looking in.
Correct.
And that's a field of 10.
That would be a field of 10.
So now after they play, now you have 17 teams.
Well, no. So he incorporated Tulane and James Madison to be in that 10-team field. So maybe I'm not articulating it perfectly.
Yeah, I'm
but
confused.
I urge you to go find that video. It's interesting in that, you know, these other teams in the conversation have to play an extra game like the teams that made their conference tournament. And I thought that was interesting.
I guess I have to go. I have to go for clarity. I'm going to have to go watch it because I'm not quite sure what you got going on there. But it sounds like you're just expanding the field. Anyway, maybe somebody else can articulate. I'll try and watch it during the break if I can see the whole thing during a break. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. All right, I tried to watch it during the break. It's too long. So I'm gonna have to go back and take it all in. We were up against it there. And the one thing that Gruden has said at the beginning of his proposal for the college football playoff is the absurdity of having conference championship games when you don't even know really who the two best teams in each conference are, because the conferences are too big and not enough teams play each other, which was what all the conference commissioners did to get a short-term money grab. And they did exactly that. Now they're stuck with bloated conferences and paper champions that we don't really know. Hell, we don't even know if Indiana's better than Oregon. Oh, actually, we do. They beat Oregon. We don't know if Indiana is better than Indiana played some people, but you don't know, like Ohio State, did they play Oregon this year? No, they didn't. Is Ohio State better than Oregon? I mean, they probably are. They both lost to Indiana. But there's too much of that where there's teams at the top all jumbled together, and you don't know for sure that they're better than the other teams that they didn't play. Prime example of that is the Ohio State-Oregon comparison. Another example of that is Ole Miss didn't play in the conference championship game, but they didn't play Alabama. So are we sure that Alabama's better than Ole Miss? Alabama got the conference championship bid due to a tiebreaker. But are they better than Ole Miss? I don't know. How can we know? They didn't play each other. So this is the kind of thing that leads to these overexpanded, bloated conferences, and it's frustrating as hell. And I don't want to say they've ruined it because Saturdays roll around and I love every second of it. But it feels like in the end we have just a massively flawed system for determining who should be a national champion. When the old system, all we did was vote. They've never really gotten it right, have they? 248-539-9797. Also got that Scooble thing out there. Look, Ken Rosenthal saying him go all in, keep him, and go all in to win this year. Buster Olney saying he's hearing they're going to trade him. And the trade thing is fascinating because if all the reporting is accurate, that the price tag is extraordinarily high, then you can't help but wonder if it's a Herschel Walker trade. If it's the next Herschel Walker trade, which is a trade that's getting older and older all the time. But for people, when the Dallas Cowboys had Herschel Walker and they stunk and they were really just starting all over, the Cowboys moved Herschel Walker for a whole bunch of players that if those players got cut, they converted to draft picks. Well, Dallas never planned on keeping the players. They cut them all. They got a ton of draft picks, future ones from Minnesota, and they loaded up their organization for future Super Bowl runs, and they won multiple Super Bowls, powered in large part by the players they got back in the Herschel Walker trade. At this hour, there's some interesting reporting from R.J. Anderson on CBS regarding the Tigers. He writes, the Tigers, along with the Red Sox and Cubs, are considered to be some of the favorites to land free agent third baseman Alex Bregman. Yet Detroit's interest in Bregman to date has been lukewarm, according to the Detroit Free Press, who added the Tigers' likelihood of signing Bregman went down when Gleyber Torres accepted his qualifying offer. The Tigers, in turn, may prioritize down-market free agent infielder, someone like Ha-Seong Kim. So I should give credit to the Free Press, too. My apologies. I just saw it through CBS Sports, but I don't have a Free Press account. Ha-Seong Kim is a middle infielder, elite defensive glove, and will draw some walks. Now, he's not the highest OPS guy, but he will do some things that the Tigers value, and that is strike zone discipline and draw some walks. He's 30 years old, I believe. So he's not a long-term solution at shortstop. The one thing that Rosenthal wrote about the Tigers infielders, McGonigal, the challenge with McGonigal might be positionally, where does he play? And where does Colt Keith settle in? Is he absolutely part of the future? If you go out, and I mean, Bryce Rayner's pretty far away. The injury is a big setback. He may be the long-term shortstop. McGonigal might be a second baseman, might be a third baseman. Maybe they play Colt Keith at third. They got Hao-Yu Lee, who could be with the Major League Club this year. He's a second baseman, third base type. Who is your future shortstop? Well, this would be a bit of a stopgap, I guess, as they wait on Rayner maybe, or somebody outside the organization. Interesting thought. Something to keep an eye on. But if they get that huge offer, I'm not sure how you say no. And I don't think I do say no. But it's got to be the kind of offer that when we find out what they got back in a Scooble trade, everybody says the same thing. Wow. If that's not it, because like we went through purges in the past, the Avila purging of all of the talent in the post-Dombrowski era netted them Jake Rogers. Like there were other guys that played with the big club, but who's standing here? It's Jake Rogers. So it wasn't nearly enough when it was all said and done. And that's ultimately what probably cost Avila his job. Some of the drafting he did, well, we're seeing it pay dividends right now. but you got to be able to play all the different cards. And that did not go well. That doesn't mean it can't go well. It just didn't go well. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. Get those votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. My champ of the weekend was Amon-Ra St. Brown for the inspirational performance on the field and off. I think his teammates loved it, what they were able to pull off last Thursday night against the Dallas Cowboys. My Chump of the weekend was the college football playoff process. I've never seen a group undermine its own ability so much with the TV show every week, which I'm sure the playoff, they probably wouldn't do it if they didn't have to. They need to get rid of that, though. Because I don't think there'd be freak out today regarding Notre Dame and Miami if the standings didn't show Notre Dame ahead of Miami for much of the season. And then at the last second, they flip-flop because they ended up next to each other in the standings, and then the head-to-head mattered. If we weren't seeing updates every week, we would probably have assumed that Miami was ahead of Notre Dame already to begin with. But that's the way it played itself out, and I think it's an impossible job, a very difficult job, but they've made it even worse with the guarantee of doing a TV show every week and talking about it. But, if we're going to have these mega conferences, you either need to start splitting them into divisions, like an East versus West, so you can have an East champion and a West champion in the case of the Big Ten, and have them play for the Big Ten crown, or get rid of teams out of these conferences because they're just too big. 248-539-9797. College basketball, they've released the Associated Press poll. And what do we got here? Arizona is now number 1 in the country. Michigan is number 2. Duke number 3. Michigan State drops down to number 9. Following that game against Duke. Give them credit for playing Duke. Hell, they always play a tough non-conference schedule. Game could have gone either way. Duke made more plays down the stretch to get the win. Michigan continues to roll people. They play Villanova tomorrow night. Now, it's not the strongest of Villanova teams. I don't believe they're ranked in this new poll, which is too bad. Yeah, they got 9 votes. I would love to see Michigan playing a ranked Villanova team. They don't have as tough a non-conference schedule as Michigan State. That's okay, because eventually they're going to play each other. And Michigan does play Duke, but it's much later in the season. It's like one of those middle-of-the-conference season schedule games, and they play them in D.C. So that'll be fun. But both Michigan State, top 10 teams. And I suspect that they're both going to stay there for much of this season. I mean, I can't believe how good Dusty May's team looks. And they did play ranked teams out in Vegas, and they rolled them all. And they are athletic. They share the basketball. They are deep. So we'll see what it leads to. In the meantime, Michigan draws Texas in the Citrus Bowl. They will play that game on New Year's Eve. I mean, look, it's always fun to put brands on the field together. And we did this last year with a Michigan team that had been going to the college football playoff. And I get it if you're not a fan and you don't like Michigan or care at all. For Michigan, those kids to go down there and beat Alabama last year in the whatever bowl it is in Tampa, it used to be the Outback Bowl. What is it, the First Rate Bowl now? The ReliaQuest Bowl. I mean, it meant a lot to those kids on that day. They were really, really fired up about it. So you can still get something out of a bowl game. Look, when people who hate the bowl games, I always say just don't watch. For the teams that are playing them, it can be as important to them or as unimportant to them.
It felt like it meant more before this whole playoff thing.
Oh, there's
going
no question
on,
it did.
So that's
mean
why,
more.
yeah,
it did mean more. But
Doug, it begs the question too, though. Are you a fan of Cheez-Its?
Not particularly.
Yeah, I didn't think you were.
It's the Cheez-Its Citrus Bowl.
Yes, that's
so
right.
I imagine in the press box there'll be ample supply of Cheez-Its.
And citrus?
Yeah, they probably don't emphasize the citrus as much. You know what's funny is the Outback Bowl would always serve the bloomin' onion to the media.
Oh.
Yep.
I mean, you actually like onion rings, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, I could do the bloomin' onion and the sauce they give you.
It's fantastic.
It is pretty good.
All right, so you do like that, and that's not healthy for you.
I do, I know, yeah.
No, I just want people to know that.
No, I pick and choose.
Yeah, you do. You indulge in some things that aren't healthy.
Yep.
Not a lot, not all the time, but there are a few things. I think the bloomin' onion's one of them. Cheez-Its are not, apparently.
Nope. they're not. So, no, I hear you. 248-539-9797. Last chance to get those Champ and Chump votes in. Do so now. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. They encourage you to play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. My game is not same-game parlays, but they got a deal tonight on same-game parlays. Let me bring it up on the app. Same-game parlay, 25% profit boost token. So if this is your game and this is what you want to do, guess what? You get a 25% more if you hit on your same-game parlay. So visit FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game if you haven't done so already. FanDuel is your go-to app for each and every snap. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. There's a banner at the top of the page where you got to go find your same-game parlay. And then when you make your bet, there's a little toggle you got to hit. So make sure you follow all those directions. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration or maximum wager amount. What that means is sometimes when you win free stuff, you got a week to use it. So keep that in mind. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Wow, unbelievable news about Daniel Jones, who was on his way to having a great comeback year, and he tears his Achilles yesterday for the Indianapolis Colts. I actually feel bad for them, except I feel worse for us because we here in Detroit have suffered more than our share of injuries, and we lost a critical player as well. Colts looked like a team that was going to be a problem in the AFC, and they made a big trade, man. They made a big trade at the trade deadline getting Sauce Gardner. They have now lost 3 straight and 4 of 5, and the Colts have seen this thing unravel. They did go big at the trade deadline. Hasn't worked out for them, and that stinks for them, but it also stinks for us. What we're trying to overcome here in Detroit is a slew of injuries, including a devastating Brian Branch injury on Thursday. They're looking like their formula is going to have to be outscore people, and you know what I mean by that. That's you're going to have to win in shootout fashion.
Yeah, as bad as it is for us injury-wise, and it's like that throughout the football season. A lot of teams get banged up. As long as you have your quarterback, you feel like you have a shot. And the Colts lost the guy. They finally found a quarterback since, Andrew Luck retired early. Richardson wasn't the guy. I think they tried Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers, all these other guys. And it was Daniel Jones that was the one that solidified that position. And then they go all in with the Sauce Gardner trade, giving up 2 future first-round picks. And then this happens to him. And so, yeah, when you lose your quarterback, the season is pretty much done. The funny thing is, not funny, but ironically, this would have been a chance for Anthony Richardson, my guy, to come in and, you have a chance to salvage his career, which he still does, but freak injury, he's out probably for the rest of the year. So they got to rely on, Riley Leonard?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're done.
Well, we're trying to overcome massive injuries here, too. Regarding Skubal, here's some feedback. If the Tigers sign Skubal, they have to sign a higher value closer because we know we can't trust Skubal to finish a game. Yeah, I'm torn on that Skubal leaving the 15-inning game. When he left with a lead, they promptly gave up the lead. I'm torn because I trust A.J. Hinch. I really trust A.J. Hinch. I think A.J. Hinch makes the right call most of the time. And I don't think he would let Skubal dictate to leave that game. But, he wants to be one of the highest paid pitchers in the game. Is this a don't take me off the mound kind of guy? I'm going 125 today. There are paranoias I have about that situation. I'll keep them to myself. But at the end of the day, I get why people question that. But I keep falling back onto I trust A.J. Hinch. I think he's way more right than wrong. Next text. In regards to the Tigers, I don't care what the hell they do. Just win the damn thing. I need a championship. It's been too long in Detroit, period. That's from Roy. Well, what's the best path to get there is the ultimate question. Is it to hang on to Skubal and try and beef up for a 1-year run? Because they've been playing the long-term game here, so it seems like it'd be out of character. Ken Rosenthal is saying it's time for Scott Harris to do that. And that may include, free agency isn't the only thing, trades as well, in which case it's a Tigers organization to know which of their prospects have the most landmines in front of them, where their success rate isn't as good as others, which prospects you want to keep and which ones you want to deal. Scott Harris needs to make his second move before his first move. Move Skubal for a plethora of prospects, but already have your second move ready to pull the trigger where you bring in your major league ready guys. So that's the thing. If you only are getting prospects in return, but it's an absolute haul of prospects, then you really better have your Bregman and Skubal budget ready to spend now. They had $176 million that they were going to pay Alex Bregman before last year, and they've made a offer, whatever the offer is, $100 million over 4 years or whatever it is. That's a lot of money that they could go spend, a lot of salary they could take on. If you trade Skubal for nothing but prospects, go spend that money and do it now. Scott Harris needs to make his, I just read that one. Skubal has been pretty much healthy for 2 straight years. Trade him. An injury may be coming. Is that the reason you trade him? Because an injury may be coming? Now, for people who don't want to sign him to a 10-year contract because they don't believe in pitcher longevity for that much time, I understand that. I just got a list of updated division lines in NFL football. The favorite to win the NFC North after yesterday is the Green Bay Packers at 2-5, a.k.a. minus 250. So you have to lay $250 to win 100. The Bears are plus 300, and the Lions are plus 800. Still need too much help, I guess. But the question you have to ask yourself is, can the Bears and Broncos do us a solid by beating the Packers the next 2 weeks? Because if that's the case, then it's all up to the Lions to just run the table and win the North. It's amazing how much is riding on this game against L.A., and you can't just assume wins in the NFL. But if they go to L.A. and win, home against Pittsburgh and at Minnesota, you got to feel chesty about those matchups. You got to. So there's a lot riding this weekend in L.A., and we'll preview it more and more as the week goes on. Funny thing is, I'm not convinced the Lions are going to play another 1 o'clock game the rest of the year. Rams 4:25, Steelers home game 4:25, at Vikings 4:30, and that Bears game could be flexed to the night.
Could you imagine if that Bears games like decides who gets into the playoffs, or it's gonna decide something, right?
It feels like we're headed towards that deciding something, yes.
And Ben Johnson, oh man,
I know
a lot of people here were really upset at Ben Johnson when he left. I mean, Aaron Glenn, it seemed like everyone was just patting that guy in the back. Great job. Congratulations. Then when Ben Johnson accepts the job, it was like, this guy sucks. This is Dan Campbell's offense. But Ben Johnson's done a really, really good job with the Bears, obviously, and that game could be huge, man.
Yeah.
And I think it is going to get flexed.
Well, you know what's crazy about it is Ben Johnson at his introductory press conference made a comment in Chicago when he was in Detroit. He really enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. Did you see the post-game handshake yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
LaFleur sprinted across the field and gave him the biggest blow-by handshake you'll ever see.
That was because I just have to.
Yep.
I don't think, otherwise he wouldn't have done it at all.
Yep. After the game, this according to, where did I get the story? Newsweek. After the game, LaFleur spoke with the media. Naturally, the question about the surprisingly fast interaction with Johnson came up. Quote, this is LaFleur speaking, "It was a quick handshake, and we'll see them again in 2 weeks." So he really didn't provide all that much. When asked if there was personal satisfaction after what Ben Johnson said about beating him 2 times a year, LaFleur said, "Absolutely not. It's Packers-Bears." I don't believe him. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
What's happening, Doug?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. That was actually an entertaining game. The Bears-Packers game.
It was.
Back and forth like, okay. And I'm yelling at Caleb Williams like, Moore's open. He's open. Throw it to him. And you went for the touchdown interception.
So were you rooting for the Bears?
I just got caught up in the game.
Okay.
I wanted overtime.
I wanted Green Bay to win.
I wanted overtime, or I wanted the Bears to score to see if Ben Johnson would go for 2.
And Tom Brady kept insisting he would.
I was there for the drama. That was it for me, man.
I was there to watch the Bears lose. So I'm trying to set it up.
I mean, it started that way, but then it just got like, I want this thing to keep going.
All right, so I made a bold-ass prediction earlier today. I don't know if you heard it.
I think
Michigan will be 20-0 when they go to East Lansing, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Spartans are 20-1. Michigan State's got a little bit tougher schedule, so I didn't want to do both of them.
No, I mean, now that Duke is gone, I think both teams.
They could be 20-0 versus 20-1.
Michigan, their biggest challenge is USC on the 2nd.
And that's a home game.
Right.
I don't know what Penn State is. Good record, but probably a little bit fat on a light schedule. Michigan plays Villanova tomorrow, but Villanova's not a ranked team this year.
Yeah, they're 6-1, but now, all of a sudden something happened when they went out there and played for that players tournament. They got that check and was like, boom.
You're talking about Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Well, we'll see. 2 good teams.
It could happen.
Yep. What do you guys got planned next real quick?
Playoffs. Lots of playoff talk.
All right. Have a great show. Thanks for being with us, everyone. Ken, great to have you back. Paul, thanks for working the phones. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Yeah, it's going to be that kind of day, isn't it? Rico, how are you? Great. I've talked to you for the last hour. I know how you are. So can we just do this? I'm sorry, but even the most ardent supporter of college football, I think we've had our come to Jesus moment. That was an absolute disgrace yesterday. And
which part?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. Do you have 4 hours?
Yeah, which part? Let's take it to 6.
Okay, so the way I laid this out was like, you can arrive at the right answer to a math question, but if you don't use the right formula, you don't get credit for it. It's the committee.
It basically becomes a guess.
Yeah, and look, the committee is just an unserious group of grifters. And it does begin and end with this Miami Notre Dame thing. And you can say they got it right, except they got it right through all the wrong ways. Mm-hmm. So here are the examples. I'll run through 3 things. You guys can take this wherever you want, but we have a distinct problem. This committee is a joke. A, why did Miami move up and Notre Dame move down? Neither team played. Nor did any common opponent. Notre Dame was solidly at 9 or 10 for the last month. Mm-hmm. And you waited till this week to magically and deliciously flip them. Mm-hmm. Why? We don't get that answer because they get to make up things. Now, I can't read to you what's in my notes. What I wrote was my answer. These clueless cat enthusiasts chose to anger one school versus entire conference. Major cat enthusiasts.
Kitties.
Example 2. Why did BYU get punished for losing their conference championship game against the top 5 team, yet Alabama suffered no consequences, losing their 3rd game? Mm-hmm. Example 3.
I was about to say, that one's the easy answer.
Oh, sure it is, because ESPN owns the SEC.
Alabama can't be let out of the playoffs 2 years ago.
ESPN doesn't own the Big 12. Exactamundo. Example 3. So the ACC champ doesn't get in. Totally good with it. But another team from the same conference who didn't even play in the ACC title game does go. And all the while, the bracket that they have produced is the most wholly underwhelming, wholly unwatchable turd in a tuxedo you could ever have. Why am I looking at Tulane and James Madison?
Well, see, that's point number 4 for me, if I may add.
You can add
because here's the thing. Because Duke won the ACC, they needed another conference champion, so they just had to step down to the next best conference champion. So Tulane is in. So rather than just having just one group of 5 team, no, we still have to let James Madison in as well, do we?
You know the point spread for those games, people?
Yeah.
JMU got in. They're 21.5-point dogs. Tulane got in. 17.5-point dogs. Ain't nobody watching that.
Couldn't Tulane just double dip and be the representative and also be the guy that won the last conference title because you couldn't take Duke in? Like, what are you doing? Like, guys, who wants to watch this, and why are you dying on this hill?
Well,
that's what I would have asked.
That's also from the ear. So this is my version of what Rico wants to ask, using verbiage I speak. Is anyone enjoying this bull jive? All this does is encourage you, don't schedule anyone. There's no point to. Rack wins, get in. Matchups are simply performative. Mm-hmm. The committee will make up things on the fly. The rules are made on the fly. Oh, and by the way, did you see it leak out last night? Notre Dame's got a little MOU.
Oh, no, it didn't leak out. The AD told everybody.
They got a memorandum of understanding.
Won't happen again.
If Notre Dame's in the top 12 next year, they get an auto bid. And if it expands to 14 and they're in the top 13, they get an auto bid. Huh?
Yeah. It was their way of protecting themselves from this type
Here's
of thing.
Here's how you
could
happen. Protect yourselves. You spoiled bitches. Schedule. Oh, but we like our independence. Why? So you can get diabetes because you eat at the Cupcake Factory every week?
Well, it's funny you say
schedule.
About schedule. But here's the thing. Scheduling is going to go away because Texas threatened to drop Ohio State and said, you know what? If we didn't play Ohio State,
They're
we
in.
play Little Sisters of the Poor.
Which is what I've always said to you. I don't need you to tell me I was right because I know I'm right. The point is you promised me better games and you lied to me.
No.
You lied to me.
No.
Lied.
No.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Hey, hillbilly.
You keep the airline miles.
Yeah, you got those miles. You're flying around with your whore. All right.
Take a pill. Go comatose.
That's it, baby.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. We love wedding crashes.
Yeah.
We can't help it.
No, you had the better games, but this year, teams who lost had consequences, and they're saying, wait. So Indiana played nobody.
Kennesaw State, Old Dominion, Indiana State, if I remember correctly, non-con.
And they made sure it was nobody. There was no chance of an upset. They went underneath the bottom of the chili pot.
Newsflash, if Michigan didn't play Oklahoma, they're in.
Right, which I think now teams are going to say, yeah, we're going to go ahead and buy that team off the schedule, and we're going to go this route. Now, it's funny because Cignetti called it the Alabama way of scheduling, but now India, like their non-conference for the next 3-4 years, it's a joke. I think the toughest team they play is Eastern Michigan. Shout out TJ.
So the question is this. I just, where do you stand with all this? I mean, the committee, what a collection of unserious people. They just do whatever they want. They don't even have to answer for it. Look, it's not about whether Notre Dame deserved to get in or not. I like that they played Miami. Miami won. Miami gets the nod. I'm not mad about it. But why do the performative theater of Notre Dame being distinctly ahead of Miami for the last month, only to flip it when nothing changed?
Well, Mike, that goes to the whole TV. Let's get eyeballs on the set. Let's get people to watch our show. Anybody who watches the college football show, you need a lobotomy because they're going to lie to you every single week. They will make up stuff just to make up stuff to fit their whatever narrative they want that week. I figured that out over 10 years ago. Like, guys, this is a waste of time because in the end, whoever they want, whatever conference they're aligned with, that's who's going to go in. And Notre Dame was the carrot on the stick to keep you watching every week to see where's Notre Dame going to be.
And can I say this too? Because I feel like this is slipping away as I see the calls get screened. Paul Serra doing a great job as always. Guys, this isn't some defensive Notre Dame, so you can save your time. This is about the product. It's about the principle. It's about how it was done, not that it was done. Please keep your eye on the prize here. This system is a joke. This sport is a joke. And by the way, for those of you wondering, ESPN spent how much money to get the playoffs? $8 billion. ESPN has conference loyalties to who? The SEC and the ACC. Who made out in this deal? Bama losing a third game and not getting punished, and Miami not winning that dog water conference but still getting in. Tell me again the networks don't run the sport.
Bama getting in after getting throttled. That game was never close against Georgia. Now, once again, if it was the Big Ten championship game, going down to Alabama misses a field goal at the last second.
Different.
I get it. This was nothing. The only good thing about that game was Bernard scored an anytime touchdown for me.
Congratulations to you.
That was it. Other than that, it was
big moment.
I'm sitting there like, this is boring.
Again, please tell me again why I need to take this sport seriously. I mean, the only sport that needs governance more than college football would be horse racing. We need Congress. We need a commissioner. We need contracts. We need a CBA. And by the way, everything we're talking about, hate to break it to all of you, all this is going to do is fuel the networks to do grotesque expansion. And I'm not talking 16. They're going to go to 24. Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to rebuild the very ecosystem they destroyed, the bowls. And this is going to be a complete nonsense product. So again, we've outlined all the nonsense they pulled. Total nonsense.
Yeah.
So tell me where you're at with this sport, please. Because ultimately, do you know the villain in all of this? These shabbily put together, oversized conferences. They're not even conferences. They're basically scheduling agreements. You got two teams from San Francisco, which resides on what ocean?
Pacific Ocean.
In the Atlantic Coast Conference. Example A.
Well, yeah.
Don't well me, mister.
Look, dude, You have the Big Ten with how many schools in it?
18.
Okay.
The ACC.
Quality education.
ACC, by the way, is going to go to a 9-game conference schedule. One problem.
17 teams.
17 teams.
Did anybody do the math?
I barely passed Calc 2. Like, you got to be, like, I wasn't an engineer. I didn't take Diffie-Q,
No, here's
but
what we're
even
gonna
I
do.
know that's not mathematically possible.
You're going to stop playing at halftime, and you're going to pick up the second half with this team, and that's going to count. I don't know how they're going to manage to pull this one
But
off.
again, whether the committee got it right or wrong is not where I'm at. It's, the absurdity of how they arrived at it. You have the clear conflict of interest with ESPN, and you also have a wholly unwatchable playoff. Oh, by the way, nice job putting Ole Miss and Tulane at 3:30 and Oregon and JMU in prime time. Who's watching that?
Okay, first of all, can't we just have a group of 5 playoff and make it actually something that those teams can win rather than just being a lamb led to slaughter?
I'm for anything other than what we have. I will throw the number out. Would love any and all of your thoughts. I'm not going to sit here and go to war. I'm fine that Miami got in. They played Notre Dame head-to-head. Here's your problem. That game was 3 months ago. If those two teams played today, Notre Dame's a better football team. But fine, games have to matter. Then why was Notre Dame sitting at 9 and Miami was at 18 3 weeks ago? Nothing changed. Notre Dame put up 70 on Syracuse. Notre Dame put up 50 on Stanford. What changed? Not even common opponents changed. No one played. Come on, guys. And by the way, if you're going to punish BYU, whose quarterback got hobbled, Bear Bachmeier's ankle exploded in the first half, if you're going to punish them for losing their second game of the year to Texas Tech, how do you reward Alabama?
What conference?
Got it. 248-539-9797. Would love to hear from you. You pick your angle. We're talking all of them. 97.1. Okay, David, I'd like to welcome you to the proceedings. We'll get to the callers in a second, and I'm keeping it as open-ended as possible. I've taken a blowtorch to the whole sport, the committee, the network scumbags, the whole outcome, all of it. And again, they got it right with Miami over Notre Dame, I guess, but they did it through bad methodology. They gaslit people for 4 weeks. Then, of course, Notre Dame wants to act like, honestly, Notre Dame should be doing ads for Pretty Litter. What a collection of pussycats. Then you're going to sit here and you're going to bail on your bowl as a 10-2 football team? Nice message.
Or
Our Lady of Victory, pray for us, indeed.
No, or
good God, you bums.
Notre Dame said, you know what? You're going to keep slandering us. You're going to keep treating us that way. How about this? We're going to go ahead and withdraw from the bowl consideration. And you ask ESPN, you won't make money off of us. We're not good enough for the playoffs.
Here's my message to you, Jesus. Okay? You played 2 good teams. You lost to both.
Yeah.
Full stop.
10-game winning streak.
You have no rights at that point. You played 2 good teams.
No.
You lost to them both.
Right. But that's where I'm like, okay, but you're allowing a team that got hammered in Alabama in over us.
You had that one I agree with. It's the Miami thing. You're going to struggle arguing Miami because Miami beat you.
I'm never going to argue that game because I believe that, yes, I don't care if you play them in week 1 or if you play them in the final week. If you beat a team, it should count. If not, don't play the games.
David?
Here's the thing regarding Notre Dame in all of this is the committee screwed them by giving them hope week after week after week. Putting them ahead of Miami every week gave them hope that the head-to-head didn't matter. When in the end, it did. And they changed it because I still don't know why they changed it. No one played, neither team played, and you change it because you say now the head-to-head came into factor because they were right next to each other.
ESPN owns the ACC. ESPN has no loyalty to Notre Dame. Argue how Miami and Bama benefit when those are the 2 conferences that ESPN broadcasts and pays a lot of money to.
See, and that's another thing. Alabama also benefits because the committee basically told us the conference championship games don't even matter anymore.
Then why did you punish BYU?
Wrong conference.
Correct. Because, again, ESPN does not have their rights.
BYU got soaked.
It is. I see what you did.
Right in the dunk tank.
It is just something that it's all a joke. And that's why I laugh when people got angry and upset every Tuesday. Like, I have to watch. It's like, no, you don't. Because in the end, they're going to make up something and you'll believe it and people get angry and they'll go on. Like, it's the biggest joke. 2, not 1, 2 group of 5 schools in there.
That's stupid.
You gave Ole Miss and Oregon buys.
Correct. Let's go to the people. Go to Jason. He's batting leadoff today, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Jason.
Yes, the system sucks. This committee, whether it's the March Madness, whether it's the football playoff, as you guys had talked about repeatedly in recent times, needs to be torched. I will go on and say, though, that Notre Dame did not, under any circumstances, deserve a berth. You realize your schedule had the last place team in the Big Ten, the last place team in the SEC, and the 2 teams in the ACC who both tied for last. Those 4 teams combined for 2-32 in conference games, and that was with both Boston College and Syracuse playing each other. So it could have been 1-31 if the schedule came out right. But for years, how many times has Notre Dame got special treatment or special consideration because we have golden helmets, we have Rudy, we have touchdown Jesus?
Well, here's another thing. Jason, you don't even have to go that deep. All the football stuff you said is right. I have no problem with it. But who does Notre Dame have a contract with?
NBC, wrong network.
Oops.
Yeah, exactly. Now, in support of Alabama over Notre Dame, and I know you're going to say what you want about the conference game, and their horrible loss against Florida State, but at least Alabama has a couple of quality wins
Absolutely.
To offset. That's
Listen,
makeup to cover the blemish.
Jason, I've always said this, and I people want to get upset by it. When you get to make your own schedule, you get breaks, you get breathability. I will always value an SEC schedule over any other schedule. There is no chill. I mean, you want to pull up what Bama went through, what Texas went through, what South Carolina, Missouri, Oklahoma. Go pull up Oklahoma's schedule. I mean, Brent Venables should be coach of the year for surviving that deal. It ain't like the Big Ten where Michigan got to take 5 weeks off in a row because there ain't nobody here. The SEC, every conference can have the top end, and it's covered, right? We have Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon. Okay, cool. Big 12 has BYU, Texas Tech, some respectable teams. The SEC is the only one that has a middle class of capable teams that can bust your ass. And that's where it wears on you. I will support Alabama getting in because I don't want to hurt a team who plays that 13th game. Yeah, all the people.
Here's Oklahoma's schedule.
Yeah, go ahead. Run this down, and then for everybody who's a Big Ten honk, show me a comparative. Go ahead.
They start off Illinois State, the Fighting Redbirds.
The Redbirds.
Then Michigan at home, at Temple, Auburn at home, bye week, Kent State, at Texas, at South Carolina, Ole Miss at home, at Tennessee, bye week, at Alabama, Missouri at home, LSU at home.
There ain't no Purdue on there.
Schedule's a piece of cake, okay?
If cake was loaded with strychnine, what, are you out of your mind? So, no, I'm just making a point. I'm cool if you want to put Bama in. Fine. But you can't make the argument for Notre Dame. You can't make the argument for Miami. But the SEC, you might say it's preferential. Go play that schedule.
Well, I think that, the argument that Notre Dame would have over Alabama is, okay, we did lose 2 games. You lost to Florida State.
And there's the key. And you can do that all day. If I put Miami in the SEC with that schedule, they're 6-6. There ain't nothing to talk about. Go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good, Jay. What's on your mind, pal?
So I'm just going to say, as a Michigan fan, I'm a little upset that BYU got hosed, and because their only 2 losses came to Texas Tech in the regular season and in a conference championship game. Now, if you look at last year's schedule, you remember Texas lost 2 games as well. Both were to Georgia, once in the regular season and then in a conference championship game, but they got in. Why does BYU get punished for losing to the conference championships? I just don't understand that.
No, you're not supposed to understand it. That's why I come up with theories such as ESPN doesn't care about the Big 12, and they care about the ACC, and they want their money.
I agree with that. And it's just like, I'm convinced that no matter what Bama does, they're just going to automatically get in because.
Well, remember, Bama got left out last year.
And it wasn't going to happen 2 years in a row.
That is true. But I look at it like this. Rico just brought it up. You lost to a dog crap team in Florida State on the road by double digits. Now, that was the first game of the year, non-conference, and they kind of value those. That's the reason why Ohio State became number 1 when they beat Texas at home, right? So it's like you lost to Georgia, you lost to Oklahoma, like kind of really close together. It's like it's clear to me that Bama isn't even the second best team in the SEC. If you ask me, that's debatable, but I mean, I think it's all about ratings. I don't think they really care about who's the best teams. No. They just want to look at ratings.
That's my whole point in this. The ratings happen if you put the best teams in because, Jay, I got bad news for you. Saturday, December 20th, ain't nobody watching that.
Well, see, that's where you lose me. Not Jay, you're right, but if it was about ratings,
put the best teams in.
You're not going to have 2 group of 5 teams in there.
Who's watching Oregon and James Madison at 8 o'clock at night?
I'm definitely not. Tulane just got hammered by Ole Miss earlier in the season.
Hold on. Tulane versus Ole Miss in a battle of 2 schools who lost their coaches. Oh, can't wait. What?
Yeah, like, come on. Really, like, what is going on here? And I think that they just make up rules as they go. Every year it's going to be a new rule.
Because there are no rules. Jay, think about this. Look at all the changes that have happened to college football's structure. From the advent of the 4-team into whatever this thing is. Then they restructured from last year to this year with the top 5 conference champions. Oh, geez, who couldn't have seen that loophole pop up when 2008, the ACC conference champ is home? See, that's my problem with Miami. You got a shoddy resume and you didn't win a bad conference. Well, here's the villain. The ACC overexpanded. They're at 17, not 18, which is something that like a drunk college student would have designed.
So they got to pick up somebody on the clearance rack.
Because of their totally ridiculous tiebreaker stuff, Miami doesn't get to play in the game. And then you've got a game nobody watched between Virginia and Duke. So, of course, 5 lost Duke wins. And now the team that didn't even play, who could have absolved themselves from playing in a garbage conference, but at least we won, they go?
Yep.
How?
Because the committee is not held accountable. They can do whatever they want. And
You know the funniest part? They have people on this committee, they can't even form sentences. Anytime you listen to these idiots, it's the same thing as when they had Charlie Baker.
Because
up
they
there.
don't want to be up there because, Mike, you have to go up there and you have to explain a bunch of lies. And man, these reporters are going to trip me up. Even ESPN, Herb Street will still ask you a question like, oh, my God, how do I we favor strength of schedule, but last week you didn't. Yeah. Roll Tide.
All right. You want to upgrade your home for the holidays, the TV, the sound, the smart home? Do yourself a favor. Skip the online roulette. Go to Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. Perfect time to refresh your entertainment system. It's Paulson's. They have great end-of-year pricing on TV, speakers, home tech, you name it. They've got it. And whether you're hosting the family or who the hell's watching the bowl games? I got to switch this copy. Ain't nobody watching that crap. Whether you're watching the NFL playoffs.
Pinstripe Bowl.
Paulson, it's over. They canceled it. Paulson's has got you covered. So listen, I'm just being honest. Teams opt out. Paulson's doesn't. Metro Detroit's go-to since 91. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. 248-553-4100, or you can go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right,
we will not have Jackson slander.
No, Jackson.
This holiday
The Jackson 5 Christmas is solid. I don't like. You know the one I don't like.
What's wrong with this one?
No, that one's fine.
Okay.
It's the one.
The Temptations.
Where Daddy's getting served up under the Christmas tree and he thinks it's Santa Claus. I don't like that song. It's creepy. I don't like it.
He said he saw Mommy kissing Santa last night.
More than that. David, ticket text.
What's mistletoe for?
I'm just going to read this here. Rico hit the net. Rico hit the,
Got him.
That drop, you got me.
Got him.
Rico hit the nail on the head. Controversy does create the ratings, and it's been that way since the computers with the BCS in 2000. That's why the sport is dead. They are wholly unserious. Matt in Wixom. Don in Phoenix says, look at the Big Ten championship game. So boring to watch as an Ohio State fan, though. The game meant nothing at all.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up. Now, look, the game itself was very good to watch. But the missing element was no one was at risk of truly losing anything. Now, Indiana fans, you could see it on their faces, and it's why I was rooting for Indiana. It's why I want it, because that was Michigan State 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when they finally broke through and won the Big Ten again. That meant something to them. That meant nothing to Ohio State. Nothing. You got a collection of mercenaries. They don't even know what conference they're playing in. They're cashing their check. Yeah, I guess we'll go try to win this stupid national title. Do I still get paid? That's all it is. For Indiana, there was a purpose. But like Georgia, Alabama, the SEC title game used to be everything.
Yeah, but see, I think Ohio State wanted the Big Ten championship because they hadn't had one since 2020. And yeah, you won the national championship. You finally exercised the ghost of beating Michigan, but you didn't get to hoist that trophy in Indianapolis. And like it or not, they had something. Like, I didn't think it was boring. But again, I like defense in football, so maybe I'm the anomaly. But I'm watching that game like
Indiana Ohio State was great action.
No, the person said it was a boring game, and he's a Buckeye fan.
I disagree.
I question.
I think that's a butthurt OSU fan.
I'm like, I question if you're a Buckeye fan because you had every opportunity to win it. Hey, how about you just go for it and put the game away?
Well, the problem is don't throw the ball on 3rd and an inch if you're just going to settle for the field goal on 4th down. That didn't make sense to me. You should have kept that play in your pocket for 4th down. The other problem is this fielding is a bum. He did the same crap against Michigan last year. You can't make a 26-yarder. You shouldn't be the kicker at the Ohio State University. This ain't UMass, son.
Hey, amen.
Honestly, I hate kickers. David?
I'm 45 years old, fellas. In the past 2 years, I've watched the least amount of college football in my life, and it's sad. I love nothing more than New Year's Day, waking up, watching meaningful bowl games. It's completely dead, and the sport is ruined. Thank you, Rico.
Sounds like I wrote it, and yes, we do blame Rico. No, and I want to defend Rico. He never envisioned this happening.
True. Very true.
Right, so for everybody blaming me, this was an 8-team playoff. This meant that you had to have a quality victory because it may have been the reason why you got in over somebody else, not this. And it's going to keep getting more and more watered down. Hey, take my name off of it.
Take my name.
College football in one word, sucks. It's all about the blue bloods and who has the most money and who can be the biggest bag.
Hold on, who's a blue blood? Notre Dame just got put over a chair.
You're right.
Who's a blue blood? Outside of Ohio State and Georgia, who's a blue blood in this sport?
See, I'm wondering.
You're going to say Michigan?
No.
They haven't made it in 2 years. You're going to say USC? You go, who? Who's a blue blood?
No, but I think in order to keep the interest, you're going to eliminate a blue blood every year. Alabama got eliminated. Didn't make it. People got angry. It allows you to make changes, and you can justify it because it's like, well, to make sure this never happens again, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And I'm sure there are going to be new changes now that Notre Dame did not make it. Okay, we're going to fix. I mean, Notre Dame was smart enough to already make the changes ahead of time. They were just a year too soon.
See, the problem that I have with all of this is, and I get it, the conference champion matters and they need to be put in. The ACC conference champion is not in. And I get it. They weren't ranked. Well, then don't put the ACC in at all. It's okay if you're changing rules on the fly, then change that rule.
The problem still, if you go to the root cause of all this, it is the shabbily, poorly thought out expanded conferences. I mean, think about it. The wrong teams are in the wrong conferences. We've destroyed the Pac-12. We've destroyed regionality. And now one team, you could have two teams, Team A and Team B. This could happen in the Big Ten. It can't happen in the SEC. Team A could play a top 5 schedule, but Team B, they're outside the top 60. How? You're in the same conference because you can't play everyone. We got rid of divisions, and look at us. It's stupid. It's like last year, Indiana had a schedule outside the top 100. Michigan State had a top 5 schedule. How? We're in the same conference.
Right. And you could say Indiana played Oregon. It was their biggest game all year long.
And they won it.
Until they faced Ohio State.
Until they played
exactly
Ohio State.
Right. Yes.
Who did Ohio State play?
No one.
Texas.
In conference. Who'd they play?
Michigan.
Who'd they play?
No one.
That's the point. That's the villain in all this. Go to Q, 97.1. Q, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, Q. What's going on?
Maybe it's just because, there's some real world stuff going on that's bigger than this that has kind of amped up my annoyance by everybody when it comes to the situation. But I'm really tired of everybody acting like we should not accept the fundamental truth. And the fundamental truth is there's never going to be a good way to do this to include everybody that makes everybody happy. When we complained about it 20 years ago, before the concept of a playoff, when it was just the BCS, when the BCS was first introduced, everybody, the third team that was left out, always complained and moaned. And then we expanded to the college football playoff. The fifth team always complained and moaned. And now we're expanded to 12. The 13th team is going to complain and moan. And if we expand it more, the 25th team or the 17th team, whatever, how you expand it, is just going to complain. And so I'm just tired of everybody, because the reality is I don't feel bad for anybody. I don't feel bad for Notre Dame, who refused to be included in a conference, because the longer you stay out of a conference, there's going to be institutions that root against you. So quit complaining about it. Be confident, be independent, and don't complain, or join a conference and stop complaining. I'm also tired of everybody complaining on how Notre Dame is not going to join this farce of a bowl season, when the reality is that the more emphasis you put on the college football playoff, the less these bowl games mean anything. And so I actually appreciate their honesty, acting like this bowl means nothing. We're going to take our ball and go home and get ready for next year. So I'm just tired of everybody complaining. Everybody's acting rationally in this situation. Notre Dame's going to go home, get ready for next season. And somebody who never had a chance of making a bowl will be able to go to that bowl and be happy. So,
Q, here's the thing. If Notre Dame goes to a bowl game, Jeremiah Love's not going to play in that game.
But that's the whole point. It's the folly in all of it. Like, Q's not wrong on the principle. I just laugh at it if you're 6-6, you bail on a bowl, Q, I totally get it. That's why Kansas State's paying a $500,000 fine. They don't have a coach. They're going to lose a zillion players. But if we can't have 10-2 football teams that are really good not want to go play in a bowl game, then get rid of the bowls altogether. And here's how they're going to but Q, here's how they're going to do it. So I hope you're ready. Hope you're ready for that 24-team playoff.
You know what? That's more honest than acting like these bowls mean anything to begin with. So it's whatever. There's never going to be a good way of doing this, because the reality is the sport is too big, too grand, too many people with competing interests. That's never going to appease everybody. So just accept that someone's going to get pissed off regardless at the end of every year about this, and we'll all be better.
But Q, you also do have to understand, I don't appreciate at age 45, I don't appreciate being lied to. This committee lies. There's no reason to lie. Pick who you want to pick, shape your TV product, we'll turn it into SummerSlam. But Q, don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining.
No, I agree with you, but I guess I'm getting to my point. Bigger point is why doesn't just everybody get to this point, the point that you made to, and just eliminate all this farce? Like everybody, it's competitively fair. We all understand that.
No, I agree with that. Q, I agree with that. And I actually, as much as it kills me to say this, and I know Rico will clap and love it, we got to just stop with this whole G5 representation and giving the little guy has no chance. Okay? It's just, please.
Long way away from when Boise upset Oklahoma.
This is Andre the Giant versus a fire ant, a singular one. FanDuel, your app for all the NFL, yards, touchdowns, or delightful Sunday Night Football unders. Never a doubt, Rico. Tonight, FanDuel giving all customers 30% profit boost tokens if you can handle watching Philly and LA. Not sure about that. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can bet on the game, play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Let's do the business. We'll touch table on some football and then get back to football because today is a Monday, which includes a hellscape of playoff committee nonsense, but it includes the blessing. This child is a blessing to the both of us. The blessing of, can we say that?
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Well, this is one that I've been saying all day today. Can we say that the College Football Playoff Committee does not need to have 2 group of 5 teams in the playoffs?
Take it a step further.
You don't need any.
I've come around to the idea, but we got to stop playing. We got to stop kidding around. The G5 shouldn't be represented in the college football playoff. It's ridiculous. None of these teams have the wherewithal to make a meaningful run. They don't have the money to buy the players. And look at it now. 21.5-point underdog for JMU, 17.5-point underdog for Tulane. It's who does this benefit?
Nobody, except for the G5 schools will get to put a little patch on their uniform to say, hey, we were there. Here's a participation trophy.
That's the equivalent of flowers on a headstone. Next. Person's still dead, but the flowers are pretty for 10
Can
minutes.
we say that Notre Dame did the right thing by just opting out of the bowl system this year?
I can't because if you don't want to go to a New Year's Six bowl and play in a game, then why have the bowls? Like, look, the bowls are here. Go play the damn game. But you know what? They're mercenaries. And it's not my money that they were paid. And it's not my problem. I just think Notre Dame looks like a giant bitch, which is fine by me.
Even though your star players were not going to play in this bowl game.
It's not my problem. What, did State turn down the Peach Bowl in 21? Kenneth Walker didn't play. Kenny Pickett didn't play. You play the game. Hey, you like getting paid? Play. See, this is something they should put in the damn contracts. No play, no pay.
I'm waiting for the bowl equivalent of what we saw for the hoops tournament, where it's $1 million on the line or $2 million. Winner of the game splits $2 million.
It's going to happen differently. Is that ultimately these bowls are going to be replaced by playoff games? They're just going to keep expanding.
So just the bowl. So basically, what it is now, it's just for bigger bowls.
That's right.
Or smaller bowls.
That's right.
Can we say Fernando Mendoza is going to win the Heisman?
Yeah. It's the worst Heisman Trophy crop maybe ever, but yeah. And also, can we say Fernando Mendoza is a weirdo? What was that Kirk Cousins-esque post-game interview? My God.
Because you didn't
swear.
like that?
I hated it.
Because he didn't swear. Come on, man.
Indiana's in the flipping playoff. Hi diddly do, neighbor. I'm Fernando Mendoza.
Wow.
Ah!
Man made his family proud and didn't go out there and embarrass himself.
This is so I'm blessed. Amazing. Ah!
You don't like the fact that he enjoys a clean pair of slacks, Mike?
Oh, my God. Yeah, Paul. I'm like, okay, get this kid off the TV. I'm getting angry. I was like the Santa in A Christmas Story. Okay, Chris. Down the slide. No more Fernando Mendoza for me, please.
Can we say Texas should drop Ohio State from their schedule next year?
Yes. No value in playing the game. And the committee will just make up rules along the fly. You know what? Schedule Houston Baptist, drop a bomb on them, and make sure you get your 10th or 11th win. There's no value. None.
Can we say, and I've said this also, we should just take the college football playoff show on Tuesday night off the air?
Correct. They shouldn't even release
pointless.
a ranking until the final one. It's nothing more than a grift.
Yeah, just leave it as the AP and the coaches poll.
Yes.
Because you've given those credibility. That's how bad the college football playoff. You've given credibility to the coaches poll, a bunch of gentlemen who don't watch games.
What was the point of having Notre Dame at 9 or 10 for a month, only to move them down for the first time in a month in the last week of the season when no one played, no common opponents played?
Yeah, by the way, Notre Dame is still 9th in the AP poll, I believe. So,
but hey, let's make sure James Madison gets in.
Can we say that Kirk Cignetti is going to get a lot of coaches fired throughout the next few years?
No,
because
I
the model that he has put up, starting from Indiana, nothing, bringing his own guys back to back.
It's a one of one.
He may have a Heisman Trophy winner. He's going in number one.
But there'll be a movie made, books will be written, but you can't replicate it. It is a bit magical, and there's a confluence of factors that took place.
But other schools are going to be like, well, how come we can't be
then
like
that's
him?
on them. That's like being mad that your quarterback's not Tom Brady, so you draft a new one every year.
What I'm saying is you're going to get 2 years as a new coach.
No, I disagree. You get 2 years if you're a pile of mayo and you don't win a conference game. But look, example, if Pat Fitzgerald goes 7-5 and 8-4 his first 2 years at State, he's not getting clipped. No.
You'll be the first one. Sit. All right.
It's just slanderous, but okay.
All right. Well, can we say Manny Diaz could possibly turn Duke into the ACC powerhouse similar to what Indiana is?
No, but can we say it's deliciously ironic that Miami fired Manny Diaz and Manny Diaz goes to Duke and wins an ACC championship before Miami does?
That's rich.
What in the Nevin Shapiro is going on here? That's amazing.
And that's actually pretty interesting.
I try. It's not just a hat rack.
Can we say
that Mario Cristobal is terrible? Yes.
That Alabama does not belong in the college football playoffs.
I'm fine with that. Again, it's not about punishment. It's about, I don't think Alabama is one of the top 10 non-power 5. I don't think they're that good. They don't run it. They can't stop the run. I just don't think, like right now, if I put Bama and Notre Dame on a field, I think Notre Dame wins. If I put Bama on the field against the rest of these teams in the playoff, I do. I would pick against them. Okay. I'm fine if Bama didn't get in. I just wasn't going to be fine if they go and play a top 5 team for the second time after beating them the first time, and you punish them for losing and then in favor of a team that stayed home. That's not right either.
Okay. I got pros, but I got one more college question. I'll give that to you for the next go around.
Oh, unbelievable.
That is, can we say that? Well, I don't want David yelling at me. 97-1.
3 o'clock. Good to have everybody with us. We're reacting to the complete kerfuffle that is the College Football Playoff Committee, how they went about things, and really an awful field and a largely unwatchable batch of games. This is not going to be some defending of Notre Dame thing. I'm not. But don't gaslight me. Don't have Notre Dame 9 or 10 for a month, and then mystically, with no evidence, with no games taking place, move Notre Dame out and move Miami in. Just do it from the start. Tell us they won head-to-head. Have Miami ahead of Notre Dame the whole way. Have them close. You didn't. Then you factor in when you lift the hood of this thing and you go, oh, I see what's going on. So the teams that got screwed have no affiliation to ESPN, the very network that bought the playoff. The ESPN doesn't own the Big Ten. ESPN doesn't own the Big 12. ESPN has a vested financial interest in the SEC and the ACC. Who benefited? Bama, SEC. Miami, ACC. Who'd they screw? Notre Dame, who has a deal as an independent with their direct competition with NBC. Look, I've always said to you, the networks run this sport. It's clear. My question to you is, where are you at with this sport? I don't know how anyone takes it seriously. And make no mistake about it, with Notre Dame sitting out that bowl game, everybody who wants to grab their plums and rotate about how proud they are of the message Notre Dame is sending, let me help you with the message it's really sending. It's only going to fuel playoff expansion and not to 16. This thing's going to 24 or 32 like the 1AAs, because they're going to say, hey, I know we killed the bowls and we're really sorry about that, but we can make more money if we do it this way. And you parse those bowls out, you sell them individually as broadcast rights, just like the NFL, and you'll have a 32-team playoff. I can't wait for 7-5 versus 8-4. It's going to be hot.
Here's the thing: if that happens, what they're really saying, it really is about the money. I know, shocker, surprise, and it's not about the fans.
You're
because
kidding.
If they go that route, your team may be playing in 4 different bowl games throughout the country.
Isn't that great?
Good luck trying to. Okay. Maybe if you're lucky and you're, one of the teams here in Michigan, you get to play downtown at Ford Field. Don't have to travel for that. Oh, next game is going to be the Holiday Bowl in San Diego.
They don't care about
followed
fans.
by the Las Vegas Bowl, and then you get to the main bowl.
In what planet do you think they care about the fans?
No, I said.
They paid $8 billion for a 12-team playoff. What the hell do you think is going to happen for 32?
No, it will reinforce because fans, except for the really rich, you can't follow your team.
Hey, newsflash, fans are bailing on conference championship. That's the other thing that's going to happen. Why don't we just say it now? Conference championship games are going goodbye. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you got a good memory of your team winning one. Ain't no point to it.
There'll always be LJ Scott.
That's right. All right, to the people. We go to Chuck. He's in Detroit, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing?
What's going on, Mike? Hey, I got a couple of issues. First of all, I love how you mentioned that you can't take the sport serious. It's really getting difficult to take serious at this point. Okay?
Agree.
But I got 2 questions, and who comes up with the tiebreaker for the ACC that allows Duke to even be in that championship game?
Chuck.
How does that happen?
Chuck, this is where the ACC just sits in a room and come up with, make up an obscure rule. Hey, Duke, sorry, we'll take care of you financially. Heck, we'll even give you a percentage of Miami's money if they make the playoffs, but you can't go. Because we need Miami to win this thing to justify a team in there. I'm with you. And it's happened before. As I said, in 2020, the Big Ten made up a rule and told Indiana, sorry, you have a better record than Ohio State, but we don't think you can win a national title, so we're going to put Ohio State in instead of you.
Okay. Now, I appreciate that, Rico. Now, on to my next question. Are we ready for the world where teams are opting out of the conference championship?
Yes.
Do we see that happening
I
yet?
think you're spot on. How did it benefit BYU to play that game?
0.
No, but Chuck, if BYU opted out, they would have killed any chance of going. Certain teams will be able to opt out of a game, if like Ohio State says, hey, there's no point, I don't want to risk getting injured, and we're already going to be, worst case, the number 2 or 3 seed.
Yeah.
We're not going to play.
Well, Chuck, here's the other thing. Look, let's circle this back to the ACC and Notre Dame. This is the folly of the sport. Why would the ACC acquiesce and agree we'll sign a contract with Notre Dame that Notre Dame will play 4 of our teams every year, but not join our conference in football? Huh?
I couldn't agree more, Mike. It's like join a conference or
don't. And if you don't join a conference, here's my message to the conferences. Don't schedule them. Leave them out in the cold.
Yeah.
Have them find every bum-ass religious school on the planet. Go ahead and play St. Joe's and the Flapping Hawk. Go ahead. Don't schedule them.
I mean, because I just don't see where, like, if you're Alabama, like me personally, I don't want a 3-loss Alabama team in my playoff. You guys have made great points for why they should be in, and I get that. But I look back to last year, same conference, ACC. SMU loses, and they still make the playoffs.
Listen, they make it
no
up.
rhyme or reason to it.
Look at championship weekend last year. You had Clemson and SMU play. They both got in. You had Georgia and Texas play. They both got in. You had Oregon and Penn State play. They both got in. What's the purpose?
And you always make that comment about where are the adults in the room? Who are the adults in the room? Who's coming up with this?
It's nonsense. It's like children did. It's awful.
Unless, guys, and I don't know, maybe you can keep the conference title games if it's a part of this new 2014 playoff.
Oh, great.
Where the loser, you're done. Winner, continue on.
Oh, David's shaking his
I
head.
understand what you're trying to do, Rico, but it's never going to happen. They're gone.
No,
bye-bye. Wave to them like they waved to the Iowa hospital. It's over. I'm not saying it. Never mind.
Wow. Kids,
I didn't say that.
Kids, have faith and have hope. You're going to be okay. David, it's
over.
This all these kids have, man. Don't do that to them.
The conference title games are
done.
done.
The conference title games. Oh, I thought you meant something else. David, but if you put the conference title games and make that a part and say winners, move on, losers, you're out, now they mean something again.
I just like to state for the record, I was fine at 4 teams and I got made fun of. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Everybody. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. I bet you're
oh no.
I bet you're just you're happy to hear from me again. You probably thought, like, after the way this season's transpired, that he says, well, I guess that finally killed him. Unfortunately, I'm
Nick,
still here.
I did make a public ask of, I wondered if you were okay, considering nobody would take your job. I was shocked.
Here's the thing, though, Mike. When I look at the people that he pursued, I mean, when his second choice was Matt Rule, immediately I, went, oh, no. He doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, no.
Okay, but
then
Nick,
he went to the BYU coach going West Coast to East Coast. I'm like, when has that ever worked? What?
The Kalani Sitake thing made no.
Why wasn't he one of his first choices? Why was he choice number 6?
Okay, but Nick, kind of like Miami stumbling their way into the playoffs, which was the right thing. Did you actually get the right coach?
Rico, I have no idea. I hear plenty of people outside of my school's media base saying, "Oh, it was a home run," but I'm like, I don't even know if this is going to work or not. I don't know. Do you know?
No, absolutely not. I think it's uninspiring to say the least. But
I mean, here's another thing. How does Pat Kraft still have a job? I don't understand after the way that this coaching search has transpired how he's still employed.
I love the leaked audio, though, especially the part where he said Michigan cheated their balls off. It's nice to see how ADs really talk behind closed doors.
Good Lord.
What do you got on the playoff that neither of our teams are a part of?
Hey, one last thing. I think it's funny. The Franklin era started with the Pinstripe Bowl, and it's ending with the Pinstripe Bowl. Well, how about that?
The circle of life, Nick. It's tremendous.
Yeah, exactly. But the Notre Dame thing. Look, this whole sport is corrupt, man. I mean, this whole thing feels like that they were just keeping people's eyeballs on the TV, knowing full well that they were going to pull the plug, that there was a chance they were going to pull the plug at the very end because, it just doesn't feel right. This whole sport. And then another thing is, can we just get rid of G5 schools? I don't want to see these schools anymore. It's just blowouts.
No,
Nobody
Nick,
wants to see Tulane or James Madison.
Case in point
play.
with
Nobody.
James Madison. Case in point. Now, look, Tulane, you can make a case. They played an SEC
but they got
team.
blown out by Ole Miss the last time they played.
Hold on. It helps if you let me finish my sentence. Let's try that. So what I was saying is I don't need either. You could make a far better case for Tulane than JMU. Now, JMU, think fast. Who did they play? Who did they beat? I'll hang up and listen. The Sun Belt's an atrocity. No, go look if you want. They have no business being here. That's why 8-4 Iowa's ranked ahead of them. Want Iowa in the playoffs?
Yeah, sure. They play Coastal Carolina, App State, Washington State, Marshall.
These are words, Rico. These aren't even teams.
Granted, Rico, they only play Washington State because Washington State has no conference, so they need to schedule play teams.
Yeah, Rico's just yelling words.
Louisiana, Troy. These are the real teams. This is what they play.
Yeah, and that team's in the playoff. Yeah, that's nice. No. Just keep lathering words.
Okay.
Pineapple, ponies, Legos.
Louisville, but they lost.
Dude, see? And they were a 2-touchdown underdog that night.
You know what? Your favorite too? Liberty.
Liberty Bibberty. All right. When the IRS collection or audit happens, Abraham and Rose are the one call you got to make. They have experience with all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing that IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Bottom line, 30 years of experience invaluable. Jerry and Maurice will get to work. Visit abrahamandrose.com today. Or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Indeed, if it pertains to the college football playoff. By the way, Rico spent the entire commercial break looking up the 1988 James Brown interview again, but also going over James Madison's schedule. He couldn't believe that was real.
No. Not just the James Brown interview.
I feel good.
Jordan Peele redid the entire. Jordan Peele did the entire interview. And it was exactly word for word. He was dressed up as him, did everything the same.
Just didn't have the sunglasses.
No, he had the sunglasses.
No, he didn't have the ones.
Well, they're close.
Okay. David Ticketsex as we continue the wood chipper with the College Football Playoff Committee.
One unspoken problem with the College Football Playoff is when they expand, we'll be playing until the end of January. By then, I'm done with college football. I'm mostly done by January 1st already.
Yep, they don't care, though.
Yeah, but I think it's a slow, gradual thing because the NFL has done that, where the Super Bowl would end in mid-January to late January to now it's mid-February.
Yeah, next year, though, don't worry. It'll be after President's Day.
It'll be.
No, they've already made that announcement. You don't see where this is going, do you?
They're going to take it all the way to March.
Damn right.
Right into Super Bowl, right into the college basketball selection show.
Nothing will surprise me because they're going to an 18-game schedule plus a bye week. That'll bump you 2 weeks out further. Mm-hmm. Plus, you'll have the week between the championship games and the Super Bowl. Rico, they're going to get it to March. College, you think college football cares? No. College football's got games on New Year's Eve again. They don't give a damn. I'll take it to January 15th. January 20th? Sure.
They'll make Valentine's Day special again.
Go ahead, David.
The reason they put the group of 5 teams in those time slots is because the NFL is playing also that night. So they know the ratings will be bad anyway. That is from Mitch.
So then just don't compete.
Yeah, there you go. There's an idea. Don't put the games on that day. How about that?
The SEC is no different than others, with 2 to 3 really good teams and a bunch of average.
Nope.
The only difference is the artificial inflation of those average teams to make the strength of schedule look better.
You're dead wrong. You don't know anything about football. Thank you for showing your ass to all of Detroit.
Is that Jim Cox?
I'll tell you what. Take all those, quote, average teams from the SEC and put them on a football field against the average teams from the Big Ten. Do that for me. Because, again, you don't watch the sport. Stick to texting.
Adam in Utah says, BYU got hosed, and I'm a Utah fan. I will forever hate this committee for making me defend them. Sport is broken, and I'm so tired of the disrespect towards the Big 12.
Yeah, but again, the Big 12 lost their flag bearers. They lost Oklahoma. They lost Texas. So now the Big 12 is really just an upgraded form of what? The Happy Action American Conference. I mean, the Big 12 has 2 teams that anyone halfway respected.
You know what, real quick, David, going back to your previous thing about what a grind the SEC is, I'm beginning to see this now, different sport, but it was kind of like in hoops, the Big Ten schedule was a grind where you had to go up against so many different teams.
That's the SEC now.
And then Kentucky would just have to play nobody. Or Florida would have to play nobody.
Now it's flipped.
Right, it's flipped now. But it's funny because as of late, it's like, okay, the Big Ten is winning the national titles in football, and maybe it's because they don't have to play that grind of a schedule. Right. Whereas, you look at it's like, man, you got to play these 5 teams in a row.
You don't get a break.
They're not all great, but that's just it. They're all teams that could beat you if you don't play your A game.
Top end of the Big Ten is good, but then it falls off a cliff. That's why, like when we used to make fun of the Big Ten power rank, you can't rank these teams. There's like 3 good teams. Everybody else is ass. Go ahead, take a team like Missouri. Missouri would beat everybody in the Big Ten, not named Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State. They beat everybody else, but you want to call them average. Okay.
And if they only had to play one team, then they would be in the playoffs because they would have 1 loss.
That's welcome to Indiana.
I have no interest in this garbage version of college football. It's sad the networks killed the game I loved. And then Ken, driving in Traverse City, says, anyone do a wellness check on caller Rob?
We haven't heard from him.
Haven't.
I think I heard him this morning. He's okay. But, yeah, he called the morning show. And poor Rob.
I mean, to hell with poor Rob. They've been 10-2.
Don't lose to the team.
MSU's over here turning tricks for money. Get out of here. MSU's on the corner with lipstick just trying to get a $5 John.
No. MSU went full Pretty Woman, okay?
Fine.
They found Richard
Fine.
Gere.
They're in a bathtub with Richard Gere.
Okay.
The point I'm
There's a
making is
difference.
I don't want to hear about poor Rob. They went to the playoff.
Big
last
difference
year.
between Richard Gere and 8 Mile, okay?
Yeah, don't lose to A&M. Don't lose to Miami. Don't lose to Florida State. You'll be just fine, Notre Dame.
Jeez. We go to the people. Go to David, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad. How about you guys?
David, sorry about Saturday night. I was rooting for Indiana. Forgive me.
Well, actually, because of some bets, I was actually rooting for that team in Columbus, but you know they let me down once again.
Yes.
But anyhow, this all starts with me Saturday morning, and I'll bring it all in. So Saturday morning, I wake up and I turn on Game Day. I know you don't care for it that much. You guys don't. But I like McAfee. I like what Saban brings to it. It brings it youthful, yada, yada, yada. Anyhow, I was absolutely astonished at where Game Day was. They were in Atlanta while a number 1, number 2 matchup was happening in Indianapolis, and I said, uh-oh, immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Then we fast forward to Sunday, and all the chaos happened on Sunday. So I can get mad at the networks. I can get mad at all of these people. I can get mad here. I can get mad over here. What I'm really mad at is Clemson, Florida State, and anybody else in the ACC. If they would have held up their end of the bargain and, I don't know, actually won some ball games that actually mattered, then we wouldn't have had Duke versus Virginia in the ACC championship. And then all this other chaos wouldn't have happened. And I understand the rules are what they were, and it let Miami be the 15th team out, and yada blah blah blah, and that's why they didn't go to Charlotte. But let's just be real. If Clemson didn't crap down their leg, and Florida State didn't crap down their leg, then there would have actually been an actual team or two from the ACC, and then we don't have to worry about the Tulane, and we don't have to worry about JMU, and Miami would have actually been in the.
But think about how stupid the committee was, David, that they allowed this loophole. We'll take the 5 highest ranked conference champions. You don't think you had to add a little addendum in there? Now look at it.
Yeah, and it all goes back to, and a caller kind of referenced it in a roundabout way, it all goes back to when it was 2 teams, and we were all whining and complaining that there wasn't enough teams. And then it went to 4 teams, and, well, we got to let the little guy have a shot because we care about the little guy.
We don't.
No one gave 2 shoots about the little guy. And then it moved to 12 and all this other stuff, and we have to put the amendment in there to have 5 qualifiers and all this other stuff, while the entire time it was just to get more mediocre football and have to worry about. Here's my question to you, Mike. I thought there was a thing brought out earlier this year that you weren't going to have in the first round of the playoffs, we weren't going to have rematches. Am I drunk?
No, David, I don't
think that was ever a thing.
I mean, I love the idea of it. I'll tell you that. No one's interested in these rematches. That's for sure.
But then again, David, they could have manipulated it and changed it so that, Alabama did not have to play against Oklahoma.
I mean, since it's an invitational anyways and it's not a true playoff, yeah, they can manipulate it however they want.
Look, that's the whole thing, David.
I mean,
this thing is going to be headed for something that if they want to make this the NFL light, then just do it.
Then make it the NFL light and just quit trying to hide behind all this other BS.
Amen.
And my last point about it, Notre Dame, you can just sit over there in your corner and be quiet. You sat there for this whole entire time, and you want to sit there holier than thou and not be in a conference. And then you want to sit there and you want to whine and complain. You had 2 games to play all year long. You lost both of them. The last time I checked Notes, yeah, one of them was at home.
Yep.
And you lost both of them. And then you want to sit here and you whine and want to complain, and now you want to stand on your pearls and and clutch yourself and act like you're some big dog when you're not. And all you're doing is hurting yourself for next season. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. Show everybody and show how big and bad you are by sitting out of the bowl game when now, last time I checked, you have a freshman quarterback and you have other freshmen that could get some bowl practices and get some bowl rep. I understand the big dogs ain't going to play in the game, but let's be honest. except for the first quarter and a half. It ain't about the seniors anyhow. But even that being said, what about the seniors who aren't going to be playing in the NFL, that this would be their last game? They could go to a bowl game, get some rep, yada, yada, yada. And all of that stuff. But you want to sit here, sorry, just one last thing. Yeah, the team that wants to whine and complain and sit and stick to their laurels about how they're a private school because, well, reasons? Oh, yeah, the money. And so you're not going to get the bowl money too. I mean, I'll get out of here and let you guys go. But the whole thing, I know. All day yesterday, I was pissed.
Well, and I'm still angry because the sport's a complete farce. And I agree with you. I mean, Notre Dame. The whole Notre Dame thing is lost on me. It's 2025. It's not 1960. All right? You want to reminisce? Go dig up the body of Ara Parseghian. Enough. 97-1.
All right, guys. Let's talk. Okay. Take two. Let's talk about the Chevy. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Now through December 17th, Hamilton is participating in the Season of Giving Bottomless Toy Chest Toy Drive, delivering new toys and crafts to hospitalized children with cancer and blood disorders right here in the Metro Detroit area. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet to drop off a new toy to help lift the spirits of a child fighting cancer. You can find a toy wish list at hamiltonchevy.com. Then while you're there, you could talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy as well, including the December Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You just got to bring $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you bring a toy with you. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Straight to the people. Airing of the grievances, college football playoff committee style. If you're just joining the show, I can summarize some of the headlining issues outside of this unserious, feckless group of grifters known as the CFP. Why did Miami move up and Notre Dame move down? Neither team played. None of their common opponents played. What was the point? Why did BYU get punished for playing in their conference championship game, and it was only their second loss? Yet Alabama wasn't punished at all for losing their third game. If the ACC champ isn't in, which is fine because the ACC is poop, how do you put a team from said poopy conference in the playoff who didn't even play in poopy conference championship game? I mean, we could just continue along with, guys, you have 2 G5 teams in that have no chance to win. None.
It was almost like committee members were trying to come up with the most ridiculous thing and say, well, no, I can top that.
To what, justify expansion?
Right. How about that? How about this? I mean, I think we all see where the expansion is. It's going to happen. Not that you need it, because I don't think that the current matchups with 12 teams are good.
Like right now, case in point, JMU, Oregon, Saturday night, December 20th. Hopefully you have your little Christmas sweater on, maybe some eggnog, to sit down and watch 56-17.
I think they're praying and hoping that either James Madison or Tulane upsets, and then they can say, see, this is why we put these teams in here. But
great strategy. To the people, shall we?
Let's go.
Carl, 97.1. Carl, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you?
All right. So what I wanted to say is just go ahead and make it a top 24. And then that way, if you do a top 24, then you can go ahead and incorporate it into the bowl games that they already got, restore the bowl games, and do your little silly numbers that you got for your conferences and everything else. And then you already know. So start calling it the top 25, call it the top 24. And then when you do your show, hopefully what it should do is bring other athletes to every school, because then every school has a chance. So, because you guys keep talking about JMU, you know, them getting in, and Tulane and all that. Well, they earned the right to get their brains beat out. If that's, you know.
But that's the point, is it's a waste. Look, in the old days, maybe you had a good mid-major with 17, fifth-year senior starters, and they'd all been in the system. You get a Boise State beating Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl, right? Carl, you're not going to have that anymore in the day and age of NIL. It's dead. It's done. So why are we wasting our time giving 2 spots to these teams? It's ridiculous.
Hopefully if you get a top 24, then you're spreading it out again. You're giving a person in college something to go to. So now if I can't get into Texas or Oklahoma or USC or Notre Dame, I can go to one of these other schools like Tulane and JMU and South Florida and go through it that way. Because when you're an athlete, it's all about a chance. So
see the problem is now, Carl, I got to be honest with you. I openly question this. I've had this conversation. We've had parents of players call this show in the past. I question whether players give a damn anymore. I mean, this truly is boats and hoes. Carl, this is just mercenary work. They don't care about where they play, who they play for, what the scheme is, and no disrespect to anybody, don't sell me they by and large care about rivalries that they've spent no more than 10 minutes around. You think these kids, oh my God, the Floyd of Rosedales this weekend.
Bro, when you got to bring in.
Beatrice, wake up. It's Paul Bunyan's axe.
Right. When you got to bring in former players and say, no, guys, this is why you need to care about this.
Yeah, this is who you should hate and why.
Oh, so what happened again? Now, why do we hate them? Let's start this over from the beginning. We don't like this team.
I mean, right now, I'll be honest. You think players give a damn about a national championship? I think if you had some truth serum, I think a lot of these players wouldn't bother playing in the playoffs, except they have to keep getting paid. I don't think they give a damn.
Oh, by the way, buddy, if I knew you would wear it, I saw an ugly Christmas sweater that literally it was boats and hoes with the Step Brothers on there.
Oh, Prestige Worldwide.
And I was just like, he won't ever wear this, but I was very tempted on buying it.
We could wear it during the college football playoffs.
It was just boats and hoes.
It's all the Santa Maria. That's all this sport is. I mean, think about it. You got guys now on signing day who've made a commitment to go to a certain school for whatever reason, probably the money, then delaying their signing to re-leverage the amount of NIL they get to do what? Follow through on their word? It's insanity. Go to Joe, 97.1. Joseph, what's going on, bud?
How you doing, guys?
Good, Joe.
Good. The only two redeeming qualities that I think with the 12 teams, I mean, I'm looking at all the nonsense, and it's like, yeah, is that when it was 4 teams, I wanted the legit top 4 teams. I don't want the 4 best national brands. I don't want the 4 biggest national audiences. I want the 4 best teams. And they played games then, and they're playing games now. But with the top 12, I mean, wouldn't you say that the 4 best teams in college football made it to the playoffs?
Yeah, sure. But I'm failing to understand why we had to go to 12 to find the best 4.
Yeah, because you have to play games with college football. You have to play to get to see the good teams.
But here's what they're going to do, Joe. Joe, they know they've killed the golden goose, right? They have killed the bowl system. They have killed the ability for fan bases to care about this sport, even if they only went 8-4. So now what they're going to do is they're going to go, okay, well, we've got a better idea. We can replace the very system we killed by expanding this playoff out to 32. Yep. Now all the fan bases can be re-engaged, knowing full well 27, 28 of those teams have absolutely no chance at winning anything.
What college football has done, and it's sad because they truly had something that was unique, and it was a hybrid of let's be like the NFL, but then let's be like our brothers, the college March Madness, and we'll put all of these teams in, and everybody's going to be watching all of our games because of upsets and things like that. Yeah, I've yet to see those happen.
Basketball is a completely different animal, though, because you need 5 good players.
There it is.
You don't need 22 starters. You don't need a kicker that can make it from 60 yards out. You don't need any of that.
Joe, if you got 2 players on your team, you can upset somebody.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Hell, Michigan State lost to one guy in 95 with Harold Arceneaux. Weber State sunk their ship. I mean, one guy can have a hot day. Joe, they've taken away. Yeah, but they also had that balding guy, Pete Upshaw, or whatever his name was. He was like that stretch 4.
Yeah.
He had power alleys like at the back of his ears.
Well, he didn't have power alleys. It was gone.
Listen.
He had the George Jefferson.
Yes. He did. Yes.
A cul-de-sac?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Tell you, he beat our ass that day. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people. I also have proof sports is fixed. We're going to do that in the 4 o'clock. And there's no sour grapes because I won because of it. Oh, but it's fixed. It's not a matter of if the call was made. It's a matter of who made the call. We'll talk about it. This football season, don't just show up on game day. Moran Buick GMC has got you covered all year long. The 26 GMC Sierra Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month for 24 months. Or drive home in a 26 Buick Envista. Leases started at $279 a month, $999 down. Inventory rolls in daily, and Yukons are in stock all the time. So they've got you covered, MoranExpress.com. Get the free loaner with your certified service, Moran Buick GMC. They're on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll knock out the calls. Then I'm going to convince you sports is fixed and an investigation needs to be launched. That's coming up in the 4 o'clock. Go ahead.
Let's call this what it is. It's the CFI, the College Football Invitational.
Yep.
We invite who we like, not the best.
Right. And look, in concert with the fact you got no loyalty from your players, you've never had loyalty from coaches, largely. You don't know the teams. You got these ridiculous NIL deals that are murky, that nobody can really keep track of. Then you get to the next layer where your rivalries have been taken away or altered. The conferences the teams play in, no clue. Nobody knows where these games are on. You need 800 different platforms, only to land in the clubhouse at Caddyshack for this collection of, I was going to use a very naughty word. Honestly, they are a collection of ding-a-lings to then select teams based on rules that, well, there are no rules. We'll just do as we please. And the worst part is they produce a product that is infinitely less watchable than if they had just used the out-of-date and largely trash AP poll. If they just would have taken the top 12 teams, we would have been where we wanted to be. It's insane.
They got you yelling.
They have to sit here and meet in a conference room to screw things up? Are you serious?
Only to every week change the criteria. And it's like, okay, I thought it was about this. Yeah, I changed my mind. It's like going out on the worst date ever saying, what do you want to eat? And 3 hours later, she still hasn't picked the entree.
Go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Just as frustrated as with you guys. And I'm honestly getting less and less interested in college football every year for the last couple of years. And just like you guys, it drags on. I mean, looking at the schedule, you got the games on the 8th and the 9th and the 19th. I mean, those are NFL-type level nights that most of us will be watching the NFL.
Yes.
And once you get past New Year's, your interest in the players drops too. When you're a good level player on a top 5 team who's going to be drafted, why even play for a national championship when you're going to be playing for an NFL contract? You're going to start to see more and more players dropping out of these games. These games really mean nothing. So with these games meaning nothing and these coaches leaving before they can even coach in college playoffs, I mean, why are we even doing this? What are we even doing? And what's it going to take for everybody to hit the reset button and realize that we're all wasting our time?
Kyle, I leave it to Rico. I mean, I left years ago. I leave it to the man who's the ambassador of college football. Answer Kyle. What's it going to take for you to get your head out of your ass and just quit this thing? This sport doesn't love you, Rico.
I never asked to be loved by the sport. I just want some entertainment, and if it's there, fine. If it's not, I could walk away, turn the channel, and do something else. It's not where it used to be, where it's like, oh, my goodness, I'm going to sit there from 12 until midnight and watch all of these games.
You know, Kyle, you're right about something, though. Like, let's think about this together. What is the point of a national championship? If you already got your money and you got your eye towards the next level, it's more risk than reward. The rivalries don't matter anymore. Playing for your school doesn't matter because you got to that place 10 minutes ago.
But I think the national title comes in with the players are competitive and they want the ring. They want the natty. They want those things. So long as you keep advancing, you care until
right. But like case in point last night, like Kyle, I don't expect you to know this story because you have a life. The point is, like last night, Arizona State had their banquet. Every senior got up and spoke except one. Excuse me, every captain got up and spoke except one, Sam Levitt. He no-showed. And Kenny Dillingham is standing there at the podium going, well, we wish Sam best in whatever he decides to do because his parents are busy pimping him like Don Juan and his goblet.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
No, Mike,
you're a captain.
That happens that you got people going after the money, but I do think that the players are competitive enough that they want to win. That's the nature of being an athlete.
He couldn't show up for his teammates last night? Busy shaking his ass on the corner?
Hey, man, I don't represent the Levitts, okay? But they're not going for a national title.
That's something
matter. Totally different.
There has to be something other than just the championship. This is not professional football.
No, it is. It's now the money. The money is what drives some people.
Cool. So the money has taken away any value this sport had. Forget about the Pollyanna stuff, even though, by the way, I found out, do you know Charlie Gant, Little Giants?
Yeah.
You know Charlie Gant's a psychiatrist now. Who knew? Actual education.
Look at that.
The point I'm making is, fine, leave all the whole we're not here to play school thing behind. There still was a level of loyalty to the locker room.
Because, Mike, that's all you had. You weren't getting money unless you were some top SEC player getting the McDonald's bag. But now that everybody gets
and
paid,
that's been so overstated. I hate to break it to people, but like the whole, the pastor got the bag, the old Joseph Barksdale, like the whole idea there. All right, what was that, 50 grand, 100 grand? Man, you're talking about guys.
I understand, Mike, but the fact that when you look at the NCAA and the college football, it's $1 billion playoff thing, and we're still getting angry because these kids are making millions of dollars. The kids are saying, hey, we want to get as much money as we can. Why should we have standards when the adults in the room don't have standards?
That's the folly of it. If they don't sign contracts, that's the folly. I'm fine with them getting paid. I'm not fine with a guy like Sam Levitt dipping out, being offered $3 million. He played for $3 million this year.
Right.
$3 million is more than a second-round draft pick in the NFL.
This is where you need a commissioner to come in there, because I could say, okay, as bad as Levitt is, how is that different than Lane Kiffin, who bailed on a team in the playoffs?
And he should have been fired. I said that he should have been fired. Ole Miss should have said, I'll tell you what.
So I guess, you know what is that, yachts and escorts? Since he's making that much more money?
91 million. Yeah, I'd say that's
yachts and escorts.
Yacht money.
Okay.
Instead of boats and hoes, it's yachts and pros.
Right there.
Got it.
Look at that.
The Lane Kiffin villain arc.
That's why you're on the marquee.
Lane Kiffin is Jordan Balfour on his boat throwing lobsters at the FBI.
There you go. You need, here.
They go down
Take
the
this.
stairs.
I got money to waste. There you go.
All right. David, go ahead. I hate
yachts and pros.
This whole sport is stupid. David, go ahead.
Oh, my God, that is so good. Get rid of the committee, go back to the BCS, have a Power 4 playoff, and then a Group of 5 playoff, like NCAA and the NIT.
Who the hell wants to watch a Group of 5 playoff?
No. But I'd rather see the Group of 5 go in that playoff, because what I can tell you is, guys, you actually have a chance of winning this.
Fair.
Okay? So I don't know. It may be on the CW, but at least you have a chance of winning something, and there you go.
Why would anybody actively want to be in the BCS era again? That was nonsense.
What do you mean? At least the computers picked 2 good teams.
No, he's mad because one year they screwed Miami.
They did indeed.
Oh. If you're going to have bias, just state it, okay? If you state it, I'll listen to it.
There is no perfect system, plain and simple.
All I will tell you is the system has gotten progressively worse the more they tinker with it. The BCS was better than the 4-team playoff, and the 4-team playoff is better than the 12-team. And the 12-team is going to be better than the 24. This is all stupid.
We'll long for the days of the 12-team playoff.
What a world.
Such a blessing.
It is, isn't it? All right. We will get to another edition of Can We Say That? And then I want to make an accusation that sports is fixed. And there needs to be an investigation launched with something that took place yesterday. And it benefited me, and I'm still saying it.
Look at you.
We'll talk about it next. 97.1. It's Monday. It's time for a rapid fire of Can We Say That? Music, David.
All right. Let's have some more fun with this.
Well, you saved one from earlier.
I did.
You screwed us over, and you go, I got a great story. I'll tell you later.
Okay, well, can we say that Penn State eventually got it right with Matt Campbell?
No. Matt Campbell's not a pimple on an elephant's ass. The hell do I care about Matt Campbell for?
Just saying, they went from no one wanting a job to
what? Finally finding some bum low enough on the ladder to take your job? Matt Campbell was hotness 6-7 years ago. What the hell is he now? Okay. You're Penn State. Here, if you come after Kalani Sitake, which made even less sense, we're going to hire BYU's coach. What? You enjoyed the Jonathan Smith experience so much you wanted to hire your own version? Nobody wanted a job. No. I don't give a damn about Matt Campbell, and good luck running the 3-3-5 and soft zone in the Big Ten. You enjoy that.
Can we say James Franklin had a genius move bringing back Brent Pry to be his defensive coordinator?
Yes.
The coach who got fired.
But they worked together before. He was his DC before. Yes. And Pry knows the area. And the fact that Pry's ego isn't so overinflated, I could never come back. It's perfect. Pry did his level best. He just couldn't get the job done. He's not a bad guy, and he's not a stupid coach. I love the move. I love everything VTech's doing right now.
Okay.
Gobble, gobble.
Can we say, and this one's for you, buddy, that somehow or another the New York Giants will screw up having the number 1 overall pick?
Yes. Considering we just drafted a player who's watching Skinamax in team meetings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, as Kevin Garnett said, anything is possible. Yeah.
I was very happy for you. I'm like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Number 1 overall.
And that's great. And then number 1 overall, Joe Shane drafts a guy who dresses like Ronald McDonald. Hank. I mean, we're a clown organization. But look, if Joe Shane is fired, think about what you have now. You have a franchise quarterback in Jackson Dart, and you got the number 1 overall pick. So it'll make it even more glorious when the bum-ass Giants go out and hire Mike McCarthy's bland ass.
So I take it you don't need a quarterback, correct?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make
sure.
No,
I would trade the pick.
Okay. And try to trade down?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
So you don't like the idea of Joe Shane using elite porn watching as a scouting tool?
Correct. I don't think that's part of the RAS score, Paul.
Hand-eye coordination?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Hey, Abdul, how's it going in the meeting? We're a clown organization.
Can we say that Kevin Stefanski is clueless and just doesn't know how to win games?
Climb into a cannon. Before yesterday, I really thought, Kevin Stefanski's a good coach in a bad spot. First of all, can we stop? How about this? I'm going to do a can we say while answering your can we say.
Okay.
Can we say this whole I'm going for 2 when I'm down 14 is nothing more than a nerd-ass math equation that has no real-life application. The Browns score, go for 2, miss, because all these teams do is miss. Now I'm down 8, I score again, I got to go for 2 again. I've seen it work once in my life. Once. Now, to answer your question, you score and you go for 2, and after Shedeur throws one of the best balls he's thrown as a pro to Harold Fannin Jr., you take him off the field to pretend it's 2006, and you have Ronnie Brown at quarterback running the Wildcat. What are we doing out here?
It's a Cadillac. Oh, yeah.
It's not. Yeah. The Wildcat has been solved. Enough. Yes, Stefanski was a total idiot. Here's another one. How about that defense getting run through for 200 yards by the Titans? What?
The Titans. Say that again. The Titans.
That was weird because I expected, basically like the Big Ten championship game, like a 10-13 type of a game. I'm like, there's a lot of points being scored in this game.
Any play that doesn't feature your quarterback is a bad play.
Sticking with Cleveland, can we say Shedeur Sanders may have a better NFL career than J.J. McCarthy.
No, because what you do against the Titans is irrelevant.
Okay.
Titans are a JV team. I think they both suck. How about that?
Well, they both had great games.
Okay. No, J.J. was functional.
3 touchdowns.
160 yards.
3 touchdowns, though.
Okay, great. You play for Mount Union. Come on, dude. Played the Commanders who quit. How about do it against a real team and then we can really evaluate you?
Okay.
I think one thing's for sure. I don't think Stefanski wants Shedeur Sanders anywhere near being his quarterback.
No. Why would you? He didn't shut up. Plus, here's the other problem. The other teams hate this guy. The mocking and the taunting, it's like, oh,
so you don't like what he did to Jeffrey Simmons. Like you throw a touchdown pass and then you go do the stupid watch dance right in front of him. You can't keep doing that. Someone's going to do something. I'm just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Guys, can we say that the Colts are done?
Yes. Didn't rush for 100 yards. But, quarterback's dead. All the bad things started happening when your guy came to town. Minute Sauce came to town. It all went downhill.
Oh, so now it's Sauce's fault.
Nah, I mean, Daniel Jones is on one leg. They can't run the ball. They're turning it over. They're done. Jags, Texans. That's it.
Speaking of which, can we say the Jags are for real?
Unfortunately. I mean, they won again. Look at their schedule. They're going to get to 11 wins unless they totally go Urban Meyer mode. They're going to make the playoffs, but I still think the Texans are the better team.
Duval. Wait, do you have the the New York opera version?
I did not get that one. I'll get it next.
Okay, thank you.
We have a New York opera?
Oh, he was on one of the pregame shows. And then
That's Jameis Winston.
He said, "You're doing it wrong." And then he did that. And they're like, "Can you do it Broadway style?" And he did it again.
Really?
Broadway style.
Fantastic.
Can we say it's official? The Ravens and the Chiefs will miss the playoffs.
Thank God. And also, can we say that I've been right all along and that Lamar Jackson is nothing more than government cheese Mike Vick with a better love for animals? This guy is booty.
I just gave you your victory lap.
No, it's just...
That was the softball that I tossed.
Hey, Lamar, go win the game.
The two teams you dislike the most. And neither are going to make it.
Look, Mahomes' greatness can't be understated, okay? He's phenomenal. He's a weirdo, but he's phenomenal. The Lamar thing is a thing. It's just truth. Since Halloween, more interceptions than touchdowns.
The thing about Lamar, it's almost like he's out there trying to prove he's a different type of quarterback instead of just being himself, and that's the conflict. Like, old Lamar would have won some of these games, but it's like, no, I'm different now. It's like, dude, you should go back to being the old you.
Yeah, you're worse.
Speaking of that, can we say if Buffalo doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, they're never going to win it?
No, because Josh Allen is in that Mahomes class. He's just Superman. He's different.
No, but he won't have to put up with Lamar, and he won't have to put up with Mahomes.
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
All new quarterbacks.
I wouldn't mind Rams and Bills. That'd be pretty entertaining. That'd be pretty good stuff. Yeah, that's fair. You don't have to go through Burrow, Lamar, or Mahomes. It's Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud.
Bo Nix.
Yeah. You know what? Yes. Now that we've talked through this, this is their best shot.
Yeah, you don't make it this year. And
the problem is they're the AFC equivalent of the Lions. They're so flawed. Like, they're good, but they're flawed.
Well, funny you say that. Can we say Lions fans may be a little upset when they find out that the Carolina Panthers made the playoffs and they didn't?
What happened?
I'm just saying Carolina may win their division.
Yeah,
with a bad record. It's going to be like the college football playoff.
I'm fine if you want to put a division winner in, but what I'm not fine with is Carolina should not get a home game. You are the worst division winner. Your record is nowhere close to teams like San Francisco, potentially the Lions, Bears, Packers, etc. Carolina should be the 7th seed. The last team in. You won your division. It's the only reason we're letting you in, but you're going on the road. Why? Your ass.
And then you know what? There it is.
I quit. That was Jameis?
That was Jameis.
Why don't the Lions sign Jameis?
I would love.
People here love their backup quarterback thing. Why don't you bring Jameis here?
You know what? If Jameis was here, we should have him on the show weekly.
He'd at least be interesting, unlike Goff.
Right. It would be worth it. We could just talk whatever, and he would just go along with it.
I'd be good with it.
And not have this disdain for everything that's media. Well, yeah, if you guys knew anything. Anyway. And we could save this next one for something later on in the week. But Mike, David, Paul, can we say the Bears are going to be a problem? The Bears are not what you thought that they were. They're actually a good team.
I took nothing away from them in a loss yesterday. I thought they played a great second half. I thought they were going to get dump truck down 14-3. They battled. They pounded the rock. Caleb had a really good second half. I know the last play was not a highlight, but I'm convinced after watching that game, they're going to beat Green Bay in Chicago. And that's going to be a nightmare scenario for Lions fans. But this idea that the Bears aren't winning a game, they bombed Philly. They had an opportunity there to win that game in Lambeau, which is not easy.
Do you think they would have went for 2 if they was scored? I do.
Maybe.
I think Ben Johnson would have said, you know what, guys, we're on the road. Let's go for 2, walk off victory.
And the way he designs 2-point plays, maybe. I didn't like his play. I know we're not here to re-adjudicate it. I just didn't think going run on first, second, and third down. I didn't like that. You needed to mix that play. Oh, we're out of music anyway. So there you go. That's Can We Say. David, what are we doing here? That's Can We Say That?
I thought he was going to hit us with a Duval.
Okay, I want to present something. And I only ask, I need 90 seconds of your time and an open mind.
Duval,
if I may.
Go ahead.
I want to enter into evidence, yet again, sports is fixed and that the NFL is controlled by scriptwriters. I want to take you to yesterday's game, and I'm only stating this just so you don't think there is sour grapes here, okay? I had Raiders plus 8.5, which I'm actually embarrassed to say that I, on my own volition, bet on the Vegas Raiders. But it's a divisional road game. You're laying 8.5. That's just something you got to do. The point I'm making is the Broncos are up by 10 with 1:06 to go. They are in field goal range, and they pass up the field goal, and they go for it. They get stoned. Raiders get the football. No timeouts, and there's about 50 seconds. Okay? Kenny Pickett is your starting quarterback now because Geno Smith died. Kenny Pickett really isn't trying to score. The idiot could have run out of bounds for a first down. He stays inbounds. They complete a ball. The receiver stays in.
I'm watching it right now. Go ahead.
So they throw a ball to Tyler Lockett, the old Seahawk. He's inbounds. 6 seconds. You go, well, this is done. A Bronco, for no reason, comes over and does a little whoop-de-woo with the football. The refs throw a flag. Delay of game. All right, well, they're going to get one more crack at a Hail Mary. Nope. Pete Carroll sends out the field goal unit with 4 seconds left in the football game. And before you tell me they're going to make the field goal, have an onside kick and an untimed down into a Hail Mary, we all know 4 seconds is not enough to kick a 45-yard field goal. But he sends out the field goal unit. They kick said field goal. They lose by 7. I would also like to tell you that according to all available data, over 82% of bets and money were on the Broncos, meaning the house needed the Raiders to scoop up all the money. So let's look at this whole confluence of events. Why did Sean Payton pass up the field goal? Why did the Raiders even bother down 10 with no timeouts? Why did the refs throw a delay of game there? And why would Pete Carroll in that moment try a field goal? It's not a matter of if the call was made, it is who made the call. Was it Vegas? Was it the mob? Was it football Jesus? And I say this to you, I bet the Raiders. I'm embarrassed. This is what we do on Cash Day. You have to bet bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I bet the Vikings, for God's sakes, with J.J. McCarthy. The point I'm making is, people, tell me that's not fixed. Tell me that there shouldn't be an investigation on Pete Carroll. Explain it to me. Name one good reason you kicked that field goal. And it ain't college. You don't get to tell me the kicker needed reps.
No. Oh, I was about to say Jonathan Smith made a history of it. Pretty much the entire season. What's the spread? Okay, so
you need to investigate Sean Payton and Pete Carroll. That was a caper that got pulled off.
So
argue it.
The phone rang on both sidelines.
Just argue it.
No,
I'm asking anyone to credibly argue what I just said.
You can't, because if anything, you go for the Hail Mary. I mean, you're going to lose anyway. So I guess maybe Pete Carroll's trying to save his job. 7-point loss looks better than a double-digit loss.
Covering the spread is going to save his game.
No, I'm just saying when you look at you lost by 7, it looks better than losing by 10. That's all I got.
Okay, so Rico's quit. That's excellent.
I mean, there's you're down 2 scores, so most people would just go for the Hail Mary or just take a knee. Guys, I'm not going to get anybody hurt. We've lost. We're going to wave the white flag. We're going to do the Todd Bowls. We're done. We're done. Or you throw the Hail Mary. At no point do you rush out there to kick the field goal because, yay, we only lost By 7. You going to sing the fight song for that? Yeah, I don't think so.
Can anyone in Metro Detroit, credibly argue anything I just said, that the NFL, there's an element of it's rigged, that the script writers played a role in that yesterday? There's absolutely no way the Raiders should have kicked that field goal and covered that number. None. Can't justify it.
No.
Can't do it.
No, you can't.
Happy they did, but you can't do it.
No, you can't, Mike. The script, maybe we got new script writers this year. Because I still look at the Kansas City game and watching Kelsey bobble. Like, he's bobbled so many balls that have turned into interceptions this year. Like, he did it again in this game. Like, that's the one that had me wondering, like, Travis, what, Taylor ain't got enough money for you? What's
you know
what's
what it
going
is?
on here, man?
I tell you what it is, though. The fact that I think gambling's changed the way people think about sports. I think it's changed the way we view what should be just a general skepticism of a mistake, and we've turned it into conspiracy. Look, the Pete Carroll thing is outright conspiracy to me. Yeah. There needs to be an investigation with Peyton and him. Why did you do what you did? That makes no sense.
Yeah, that would have been my first question.
When the Broncos were arguably the heaviest public side of the day, Vegas made the call. You're going to cover this number. Figure it out. Mm-hmm. What do you want me to do? I got Kenny Pickett. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. The delay game was absurd. Totally absurd. You don't throw that flag there. But it bought him the extra 5 yards. They line up, they kick the field goal, and the announcers are sitting there like a collection of idiots. They can't comment on what's really going on. Well, they're going to kick this and try the onside kick. Guys, there's not 14 seconds to go. There's 4.
See, that's where you need Brent Musburger doing the game. Well, there's a lot of people in the desert happy over this.
They alluded to it in a very uncomfortable one-liner. It was like, fake banter. David, would you like to explain it?
I can't explain it, but I can add to it. Because it wasn't just the spread on the game, it was the over on the game.
No.
The over hit. So, just saying here.
Hold on. We're going to continue this investigation. You just wait 1 second.
Yeah, somebody's saying it was 40.5, and I was happy. So.
No, and you have to leave behind your happiness or sadness, and let's deal in principle for a moment, but hold on. I got to find this. I know we're live. Just bear with me, guys. I promise. Okay. Oh, my Lanta.
It makes you think, right?
Over 70% of tickets and 76% of money were on the over.
Oh.
So, no. So that doesn't compute. The over doesn't play.
Okay.
The result of the game play.
Okay.
But, David, people are not betting totals the way that they're betting SOT.
But you're right. When things happen, you just in the back of your mind, because I think it was a week or so ago, Derek Queen for the Pelicans. I know no one watches the NBA, but they're down by enough, right? They're down by enough, and then he steals the ball late in the game so that he can get a dunk. And I'm wondering in the back of my head, what was his over-unders? What was the game? Like, it's just in the back of my mind.
Dude, I'm with you because I'm watching Travis Kelce on a ball that was so easy to catch, and he's just dribbling and just, boom, interception. Mahomes is like, dude, seriously, what are you doing to me? We're trying to win a game here. And I'm thinking, is Kelce? Did he just?
I love how Travis Kelce, because he dates a global icon, has been allowed to grift his way through the last 2 seasons. He's basically Al Bundy stuffed into a helmet.
He is.
He's so done. Yeah. And yet, no one says it.
No, I mean, because he has dropped so many passes.
He's not good.
They're not even difficult. Where like one-handed catches, hits him right in both hands, and he just fumbles it.
Can
oven mitts.
Can anyone argue what I have presented to you, that there needs to be an investigation into Pete Carroll and Sean Payton and the end of that game?
I don't know, man.
I just, if
Chauncey?
anyone. What?
I said Chauncey?
Little Chauncey's poker table, huh? Go ahead, David.
Someone is asking, he says, what was the over-under on the prop bet for the kicker on field goal made?
I don't know such things. That's a Jim Costa thing. Can we just keep it to what happened? Do we need to really vet out 800 other things?
No, I think they're wondering. Just in the back of their mind, they're wondering what this could have been.
The only
they have
thing
no
that
idea.
matters. The only thing that matters everyone would have had the Broncos in their parlays. Everyone would have had the Broncos in a teaser. Everybody bet Broncos laying the 8.5. Why would the Raiders kick that field goal? Why? That is preposterous. It makes you feel like it's rigged. It just does.
Yeah, someone says we need you all to be the investigators because something's wrong here.
I was watching it, and I had the Raiders, and even I was Charles Ramsey.
But you took the money.
Not going to lie. All right, Red Tag sales event going on right now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You want to elevate your tailgate or just get through the Michigan winter, which, by the way, what is up with us getting an inch of snow every day piecemeal? Just drop the bomb. Let's get the snowblowers out and move on.
Michigan winter, that's why.
All right, well, they've got deals. 26 Silverado Crew Cab, $199 a month, 0 due at signing. They also have the 26 Equinox LT. Leases starting at $199 a month, $19.99 down. Whole team at Moran. It's fast. It's easy. They simply get it done. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Oh, great Christmas song. Great Christmas song.
Elite Christmas album. Nat King Cole.
So Mike asked the question, can you explain why the Raiders kicked a field goal?
It's fixed. It's rigged.
They were down 10 points.
Vegas
4
made
seconds
the call.
ago.
Where was the game played? Oh. The game was played in Vegas. Earth was on the Broncos. House needed the Raiders.
Yeah, that's what somebody did
So
text
somebody
in.
showed up with Pete Carroll's brother in the suite?
Well, they said the game was in Vegas and the big wigs, the people that needed this, were on the sidelines.
I'm just telling you. It doesn't make any other sense, but the Ace Rothstein phone rang.
See, I
You'll
thought it
never
was-
convince me otherwise.
I thought it was Pete Carroll looked up in the suite. Is that my brother? Oh, boy.
Oh, they brought the brother over from Italy
Yeah.
with the little Christmas ornaments around his neck. Go ahead, David, and then I'll get to the calls.
The NFL is definitely rigged. Likely catches the ball yesterday, and then they go back to replay and say incomplete. Everything is rigged. Yes, there are scripts as well. Someone else says, Aaron in Garden City says, perhaps the kicker had an incentive in his contract. I can't find any other reasoning for this. It makes no sense.
Now, the likely thing was a head scratcher because he took 3 steps.
It looked like a catch, but then it was ruled it wasn't.
It's sad. You don't know what a touchdown is anymore.
No, you don't. Let's go to Rico, 97.1. Rico, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm fine, and thank you. Let me turn my radio down. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Long-time listener, long-time caller. Let me say this, period, and then I'll hang up and listen to you guys comment. With as much money, I read an internet article the other day. There are literally millions, if not billions, being betted on football, basketball, baseball. Once they opened up the gambling portal, hey, please, my grandmama could bet on a game and win. The point I'm making is this. Money is an inducer. And you can't tell me the way some of the things have gone during some of these professional seasons. You can't tell me that somebody ain't on the take. Now, we may never find out. Of course not. But some of them look a little suspicious unto me. And maybe organized crime.
Rico, I'm telling you. But I want to help you with something.
Fishy thing, especially in the NFL. And I'm going to hang up.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Rico, I want to help you with something. And I want to talk to my Rico over here, my special little guy. Do you know how much money is estimated to be wagered on just the NFL in the 2025 season? And I will remind you, that does not include the Super Bowl. And the figure I'm going to give you is according to the AGA, the American Gaming Association.
I have no clue.
Take just a guess. Have some fun.
Let's say, I don't know, $1 billion.
Higher.
Wow. $3 billion.
Higher.
5.
Higher.
10.
Higher.
20.
Higher.
50.
An estimated $31 billion will be wagered on the NFL. You want to tell me Pete Carroll kicking that field goal's on the square? Get the hell out of here. And I'll say it again. This isn't bitter Bronco guy. I had the Raiders. I benefited. I still can call a spade a spade. That's crooked. Somebody named Tommy 2 times made a phone call yesterday. All right? Come on.
Kick the field goal. Kick the field goal.
Kick it or end up in a trunk. Like, kick it or end up in a sand grave. Like, come on, man. You just can't. Nothing made sense in the last minute of that game. And then for him to kick a field goal with 4 seconds to go down 10, when the spread's 8, 8.5, come on, man.
Well, I mean, but Mike, see, at least acknowledge it, because I love it when I like it when the coaches just come out and be like, yeah, we knew what the point spread was, and we just went out there.
Like if Pete Carroll came out and said, hey, listen, we suck, but hopefully I helped our fans today, I'd actually laugh.
Right.
It's honest.
So, yeah, I like it when coaches acknowledge the fact I knew what the spread was when I did that move. I think Lane Kiffin said something about it.
Lane apologized to bettors earlier this year when he didn't cover against Kentucky. We'll go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing, pal?
Hey, guys. There's tons of proof on YouTube about the NFL, people breaking game film down and showing crazy stuff. Like, I watched the Minnesota-Chicago game earlier in the year, and Minnesota's defensive end had Caleb Williams dead to rights. He was a foot away from him. Instead of sacking him, he avoids him on purpose. If you watch it, he falls backwards and allows Caleb Williams to go through his progressions and complete a 15-yard pass when he should have sacked him. And there was nobody around the guy. So it was just him and Caleb there. And instead of, doing his job, he falls backwards. And it's just completely rigged. And there's a lot of other evidence, people, coming out and, breaking film down and showing us crazy stuff like this.
Yeah, Aaron, I think what has happened is because when athletes get busted gambling, even the slightest little thing now, we're thinking, oh, you must be on the take as well.
It's a sad byproduct of what the betting has done. It is. It's a sad byproduct because you can't just watch the game and feel like it's on the square. I mean, Aaron, I hear what you're saying and understand. I'm giving you a very specific example. I've given you the betting data. We all know football together. Come on, that's really hard for me to look at that and go, come on. Somebody made a call there, right?
Can I just say, though, Pete Carroll isn't exactly famous for wise decision-making at the end of games. We saw that in the Super Bowl.
That's fair. Oh, Paul, you're not wrong.
I wish he would say what he really wants to say. He keeps yelling at me. Just say it, Paul.
Well, no, it's just gambling has been going on for like hundreds of years behind the scenes. Why is it an issue now? It's because it's public and it annoys people?
No, because it's out in the open. Because
you've had athletes get busted for gambling on themselves.
And you're seeing how much is being wagered into this. And Paul, it's a part of the broadcast now. Like, look, I don't live in a Pollyanna world. I mean, plenty of people had parlay cards at the GM factory, okay? That's not what we're saying. But when it's so ingrained in the broadcast and everyone's aware, and Lord knows you've been inundated with the advertisements, whether you're watching or listening to the games. We clearly know that. Paul, you're watching that game and you know the line is 8.5, and you know there's not a reason in this lifetime or the next for the Broncos to go for it, for the flag to happen, and for Pete Carroll with 4 seconds to go to trot that kicker out there. I think at this day and age, Pete Carroll, if the gambling's going to be that in your face, Pete Carroll should have been asked about it at the press conference. And you know what? Just say, listen, we stink. We're 2-10. Hopefully I save people some money today. I'd rather him just be open about it. Rather than what I really think, which is nobody bet the Raiders yesterday. The house needed the Raiders. The game is played in Vegas. I'm sorry. Paul, I apologize if I've let you down, Paul.
Well, no, I mean, I understand that. It's just like Vegas isn't going broke because the Raiders didn't cover, Mike.
No, but when you can make a score, that's all it is making scores. It's right there for you. Like, Paul, you start to just manipulate a few small results here and there. It equates to a big win. And look, sports books don't have this ridiculous margin where they do have weeks they get taken to the cleaners. So how do they balance the books out? Well, you need the public to lose. Obviously, you want two-sided action. You want to just be able to collect your vig and move on. But there are plenty of games when you ask bookmakers at the end of a week, who do you need?
Right.
They're going to tell you. Who do you need? Like yesterday, you know who the book needed? They needed the Titans. Why? Everybody bet the Browns. They needed the Vikings. Why? Everybody bet the Commanders. They needed the Broncos.
Oh, no. I remember.
They needed the Raiders. Everybody bet the Broncos.
No, I remember back when we used to have Derek Stevens on. He would say, you know what? Yeah, we're hoping that this team would win.
Thank you. That was the better way to say it. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm sorry. Great job by you. That's why you have a founder's Q-zip and I don't.
Good job by you. Better job
by me. All right, FanDuel, if you want to bet the game tonight, if you believe everything's not rigged, go for it. You're on your own with tonight's game. I don't even want to watch this damn thing. FanDuel giving customers 30% profit boost tokens for Monday Night Football. You want it, go ahead and do whatever the hell you like. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can bet on that or anything else. You bet on table tennis. They got all kinds of stuff. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, President Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Well, this is one that I've been saying all day today. Can we say that the College Football Playoff Committee does not need to have 2 group of 5 teams in the playoffs?
Take it a step further.
You don't need any.
I've come around to the idea we got to stop playing. We got to stop kidding around. The G5 shouldn't be represented in the college football playoff. It's ridiculous. None of these teams have the wherewithal to make a meaningful run. They don't have the money to buy the players. And look at it now. 21.5-point underdog for JMU, 17.5-point underdog for Tulane. It's who does this benefit?
Nobody, except for the G5 schools will get to put a little patch on their uniform to say, hey, we were there. Here's a participation trophy.
That's the equivalent of flowers on a headstone. Next. Person's still dead, but the flowers are pretty for 10
Can
minutes.
we say that Notre Dame did the right thing by just opting out of the bowl system this year?
I can't, because if you don't want to go to a New Year's Six bowl and play in a game, then why have the bowls? Like, look, the bowls are here. Go play the damn game. But you know what? They're mercenaries, and it's not my money that they were paid, and it's not my problem. I just think Notre Dame looks like a giant bitch, which is fine by me.
Even though your star players were not going to play in this bowl
Again,
game.
It's not my problem. What, did State turn down the Peach Bowl in 21? Kenneth Walker didn't play. Kenny Pickett didn't play. You play the game. Hey, you like getting paid? Play. See, this is something they should put in the damn contracts. No play, no pay.
I'm waiting for the bowl equivalent of what we saw for the hoops tournament, where it's $1 million on the line or $2 million. Winner of the game splits $2 million.
It's going to happen differently. Is that ultimately these bowls are going to be replaced by playoff games? They're just going to keep expanding.
So just the bowl. So basically, what it is now, it's just for bigger bowls.
That's right.
Or smaller bowls.
That's right.
Can we say Fernando Mendoza is going to win the Heisman?
Yeah. It's the worst Heisman Trophy crop maybe ever, but yeah. And also, can we say Fernando Mendoza is a weirdo? What was that Kirk Cousins-esque post-game interview? My God.
Because he didn't
you didn't
swear.
like that? I hated it.
Because he didn't swear. Come on, man.
Indiana's in the flipping playoff. Hi diddly do, neighbor. I'm Fernando Mendoza.
Wow.
Ah!
Man made his family proud and didn't go out there and embarrass himself.
This is so I'm blessed. Amazing. Ah!
You don't like the fact that he enjoys a clean pair of slacks, Mike?
Oh, my God. Yeah, Paul. I'm like, okay, get this kid off the TV. I'm getting angry. I was like the Santa in A Christmas Story. Okay, Chris. Down the slide. No more Fernando Mendoza for me, please.
Can we say Texas should drop Ohio State from their schedule next year?
Yes. No value in playing the game. And the committee will just make up rules along the fly. You know what? Schedule Houston Baptist, drop a bomb on them, and make sure you get your 10th or 11th win. There's no value. None.
Can we say, and I've said this also, we should just take the college football playoff show on Tuesday night off the air?
Correct. They shouldn't even release a
pointless.
ranking until the final one. It's nothing more than a grift.
Yeah, just leave it as the AP and the coaches poll.
Yes.
Because you've given those credibility. That's how bad the college football playoff. You've given credibility to the coaches poll, a bunch of gentlemen who don't watch games.
What was the point of having Notre Dame at 9 or 10 for a month, only to move them down for the first time in a month in the last week of the season when no one played, no common opponents played?
Yeah, by the way, Notre Dame is still 9th in the AP poll, I believe. So,
But hey, let's make sure James Madison gets in.
Can we say that Kirk Cignetti is going to get a lot of coaches fired throughout the next few years?
No,
because
I
the
don't.
model that he has put up, starting from Indiana, nothing, bringing his own guys back to back.
It's a one of one.
He may have a Heisman Trophy winner. He's going in number one.
But there'll be a movie made, books will be written, but you can't replicate it. It is a bit magical. And there's a confluence of factors that took place.
But other schools are going to be like, well, how come we can't be
Then
like
that's
him?
on them. That's like being mad that your quarterback's not Tom Brady, so you draft a new one every year.
What I'm saying is you're going to get 2 years as a new coach.
No, I disagree. You get 2 years if you're a pile of mayo. and you don't win a conference game. But look, example, if Pat Fitzgerald goes 7-5 and 8-4 his first 2 years at State, he's not getting clipped. No.
You'll be the first one. All right.
It's just slanderous, but okay.
All right. Well, can we say Manny Diaz could possibly turn Duke into the ACC powerhouse similar to what Indiana is?
No, but can we say it's deliciously ironic that Miami fired Manny Diaz and Manny Diaz goes to Duke and wins an ACC championship before Miami does?
That's rich.
What in the Nevin Shapiro is going on here? That's amazing.
And that's actually pretty interesting.
I try. It's not just a hat rack.
Can we say
that Mario Cristobal is terrible? Yes.
That Alabama does not belong in the college football playoffs.
I'm fine with that. Again, it's not about punishment. It's about, I don't think Alabama is one of the top 10 non-power 5. I don't think they're that good. They don't run it. They can't stop the run. I just don't think, like right now, if I put Bama and Notre Dame on a field, I think Notre Dame wins. If I put Bama on the field against the rest of these teams in the playoff, I do. I would pick against them. Okay. I'm fine if Bama didn't get in. I just wasn't going to be fine if they go and play a top 5 team for the second time after beating them the first time, and you punish them for losing and then in favor of a team that stayed home. That's not right either.
Okay. I got pros, but I got one more college question. I'll give that to you the next go around.
Oh, unbelievable.
That is, can we say that? Well, I don't want David yelling at me. 97-1.
Pistons are off till Friday. Yeah, just file it under more things that don't make any sense. Sign the NHL's Olympic strategy. All right, so we opened the show with basically the college football playoff. What is the point of any of this? I mean, the committee, here are your questions. It is not even about what they came up with, which is really bad. I'm not defending Notre Dame. I'm fine Notre Dame's at home. It's how they arrived at it. For instance, Notre Dame was ranked 9th or 10th for a month. Nothing changed until the last ranking, where all of a sudden, magically delicious, you flip them in Miami. Teams didn't play. No common opponent between the two played. You gaslit people. Then you do a little bit of a deep dive and you go, oh, I see what's going on. ESPN paid $8 billion for the rights to broadcast the playoff. They also own the broadcast rights to the SEC and the ACC. Not the Big 12, not Notre Dame, who's got to deal with NBC, and not the Big 10. So who got helped? Miami, ACC. Alabama, who lost the conference championship game, third loss of the year. They get in, SEC. Who got screwed? Teams like BYU, Big 12. Team like Notre Dame, in bed with NBC. And all of this ended up with the dumbest thing I've ever seen, which is 2 Group of 5 schools. James Madison's going to be a 24-point underdog by the time that game kicks off against Oregon, and Tulane is a 17.5-point underdog against Ole Miss. Ain't nobody trying to see it. Oh, and by the way, the ACC champion doesn't go to the playoff, but a team who didn't play in that game does.
It all makes sense.
Except it doesn't. Crackhead.
Except it doesn't.
Look, the whole point is this. To sum it up, basically the committee, who are a bunch of clowns, they created a bunch of unattractive matchups. We've gone through what Saturday the 20th and the 19th looks like. They failed on that. They didn't do a good job. They didn't answer questions honestly. And even though they got it right, hey, Miami beat Notre Dame head up and they're pretty similar, they got it wrong by lying for a month. So I'm asking you, the people, where are you at with all of this? Because all this is going to do, including Notre Dame sitting out of a bowl game at 10-2, all this is going to do is fuel the one thing the sport doesn't need to be doing, which is the expansion conversation. And I don't think it'll stop at 16. I'm actually convinced right now they're going to go to 24. Why? They can rebuild the very ecosystem they destroyed, the bowls. I mean, if Notre Dame's not taking a bowl, you've already had 10 teams turn down bowl games. Rico, how could we replace that? 24-team, 32-team playoff.
They own all the bowls. So you're gonna, if you want to play in a bowl game, you're gonna have to play in our system. You're gonna have to play in our sandbox. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to screw over the fans because fans won't be able to travel and watch their team play. You got to pick your poison. We're going to go to one away game. So hopefully we pick the right game and we don't buy tickets to a game when that team's already been eliminated.
But are you enjoying this? No. Like this process, this tournament, this invitational is what I'm calling it, because clearly getting in is not largely earned. They make things up.
And that's it. And that's why I can't, because you're just out and out lying to your customers. Just come out and say, what we say all year long does not matter. We'll tell you who we want in the playoffs and accept it. And if you did that, I'd have more respect for you than every week it's a different criteria why you move this team than that team. But what about this team? But why is Alabama in? They got
the problem in all of this is it's not a committee that's actually doing this. These guys, they're not serious people. They can't even articulate why teams are ranked where and what. Like it's not like
a lie.
And yes.
No, because it's a lie and inconsistency. And it's just like, okay, if you're told the truth, Mike, the truth is going to be the same today, tomorrow, next week, 10 years from now. But for these guys, it's, wait, what did I say? Oh, did I say that? I meant this. But it kind of looks like this. And it's like, okay, it's catching a 5-year-old with their hand in the cookie jar, and they're trying to explain to you how their hand's not in the cookie jar. It's like, you're lying to the customers. You're lying to the people. You had this already set up, who's in, who's not. I understand why Notre Dame just said, screw it. You want to play around with us? We're not going to play your little game. We don't need your money. We're staying at home. What do you mean? You're a bunch of quitters. Nah, we're good.
Well, but see, that speaks to a larger issue within the sport that's not unique to Notre Dame, that if money is the only thing that matters in all of this, you have a problem. The NFL, they have contracts. It's collectively bargained. You have free agency rights that are earned. You have certain things teams can do to retain your services if they so choose. And it's all under a salary cap with which fans don't pay for the players. In college football, you don't have any of that. So if money is the only thing, okay, it's the only thing that matters, the national title doesn't matter. The conference championships don't matter. The bowl games don't matter. These players are nothing more than boats and hoes. So the point I'm making to you is, why would any player at any school making any money play in any bowl?
Most of them don't, unless you're...
It's not most that don't.
No. I was about to say, unless you are a freshman or underclassman, if you have any NFL aspiration, you're done. You're going to opt out of the game.
Okay, so we have to reimagine the system. The problem is they've cornered themselves that the only way to reimagine it is going to be a grandiose 1AA style 32-team tournament. And that's reality.
No, and if you really want to make sure everybody plays in the billions of dollars, you have to put in a cut where the players, winners, get a share of that money as well. And now you'll have players, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and opt in and play in these playoff games because if we win, I'll get a check for, $500,000 for that one game or $200,000 for one game. Not bad work if you can get it.
Can we just arrive at the point these players don't go to school? I mean, why don't we just get there while we're at it? Why even go to class?
We made fun of Cardale Jones.
No, I'm being serious.
No, but I'm saying
the sport's a joke.
He said it years ago, and we all made fun of him. I didn't go to Ohio State to play school.
Right, but the whole point is you still had to do certain things. Like, nobody's sitting there telling you need to be pumped up about it, but there are plenty of guys that education's going to do more than any NIL check. And now we've gotten to a point, it should just be called Michigan or Michigan State, the Spartans, brought to you by, with loose association to the University of Michigan. These aren't even
Greg Williams Spartans, brought to you by.
But that's what it feels like. It doesn't even feel like college football.
No, it's. I mean, they take classes online.
Do they? I'm at a point now. If I'm going to sit here and tell you I thought Pete Carroll, that game was rigged, I'm going to go ahead and tell you they're all doing in North Carolina at this point.
Charlie was Gant. He's a psychiatrist. He took classes
15 years ago, brother.
He took classes
15 years ago.
That counts.
Josh Dobbs was a neurospace engineer or whatever.
That counts as well. But I understand what you're saying.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How exactly do you graduate when you attend 3 schools in 4 years?
You go back to one.
Oh, okay.
Whichever one you have the most credits, and that's where you try to finish.
Gotcha.
Because you promised your grandmother that you would.
It's all a folly. And the worst part is they're not even.
A great question, though.
It's a con. Why do you think these schools have set up fake degrees that you can attain your degree in 2 years if you go to school in the summer? They have a football team track. Then you can get your master's. It's all a con.
No.
All of this. And I'm not saying that the education is the only thing that they should be paid in. No, I'm not a babe in the woods on this. But we have lost the plot here. When you have backups making several $100,000, by the way, paid for largely by fans, like, look at the committee on Surface. They have one job to do, put out a good TV product. Yeah. Look at the games.
No, but it's changed having a conversation with Evan in the break and with Justice Hayes, who may go back to Michigan because they could actually pay him more than he'll make in the NFL if he goes into the draft.
Right, because he's a running back off an injury who would go to the pros, but now they can do what they did with Yaxel Landeborg or whatever his name is. And brilliant move by Michigan. The point is, it's a flawed system that any college player can make more money than their professional equivalent. Mm-hmm. You have guys turning down going pro because it's the Wild West in college. Mm-hmm. So my question to you will be, why don't players opt out of the playoff right now? What's the point?
Because I think if you're in the playoffs, Mike, like it or not, they're competitive and they want to win.
Are they? Because I've seen plenty of guys quit on their team and leave.
No. Because they don't have a chance at winning the national
But what's
title.
The national title? Ask Jake Butt if it was worth it. Go out and blow out in your bowl game. See how that goes.
But see, no, that was a bowl game. But
these are bowl games. That's the point I'm making to you.
If the national title is out there and you could obtain that, That's a ring. That's something that you could say, you know what? If I don't make it into the league, I can at least say I played on a national championship team. That means something to some players.
There's the problem. The fact that it doesn't mean something to all, you've ended the sport. That's insane.
No, I'm saying, but if anybody on Alabama right now, they're all in. Why? We want to get a title. You know why? Because when we come back, we want to say, yep, we got a title, just like those guys had a title.
These are the very same players who are being pimped by their agent in real time. Right. That's how much they care about Alabama.
If you're not in the playoffs, then you don't care. And as you say,
okay,
it's boats and O's.
So perfect. So we've catered to 12 teams when there's 135 D1 teams.
We've been there a long time.
The whole system's broken.
Yes.
And this committee is the latest installment of it. David, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because I was going to say, and I get it, what I'm about to say, they're a group of 5 teams, but they're in the playoff. James Madison and Tulane are in the playoff, and you're going to tell me that without a coach, those players are all in saying, I want to win a national title? I'm playing because I want to win.
No, but David, I think you're taking the example of they knew they don't have a chance as it is. So all they're going to get is a patch. They're going to get a pat on the back, and they're going to get a 5, 10, and 20-year reunion of the team that made it to the playoffs. They'll never buy a drink on their campus, but they were never going to win. But the teams that you think Miami is like, okay, we got our chance, guys.
They have no shot.
Let's go out there and let's prove to the world that we belonged here and let's win. Whether they have a shot or not, they're competitors and they want to win it.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just still existing in a sport where players pull themselves out of the season to retain their red shirt or bail to prepare for the draft. Hey,
if your team
competitor, DeQuan Finn.
If your
bailed on his team to prep for the NFL.
If your team is booty and it's not going anywhere, then at that point,
Miami, Ohio played for a conference championship. I thought they were competitors.
I said national championship, Mike. You're taking my words. And
I know
you're
it's
trying
fun.
to twist them.
I'm twisting just a little bit because conference championship should matter.
It should, but to some,
doesn't.
it's like, you know what? I've already won one of these before, so I'm good.
248-539-9797. David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same thing. We've got experience. But experience doesn't mean a lot if you're treated like a number. Here's the difference with David. He's got the track record, decades of fighting and winning against insurance companies. But when you call, you're not just a number. He makes it personal, and he fights for you. Your experience matters to David. So if you've been in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, to the people.
Is that the remix?
Remix.
Is that going to be on your rap album you were talking about?
Sure. Let's go to the people. Kenny's up next, talking all things CFP. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, Kenny. What's on your mind, pal?
I can fix college football in two topics. One, top 5 teams, Power 5 teams, win your conferences, you're in. That's it. And the top 3 overall better teams. If you don't win your conference, you're out. It's playoff season. It's win and move on.
But if you won the 8, so you want 5-loss Duke in the playoff?
If that's how it ends up, that's how it ends up.
Yeah, I think what we need to do away with is auto bids. It's like in the NFL. The winner of Tampa Bay and Carolina should not get in over a team like the Lions, Bears, or Packers, but that's what's going to happen. Like, if you want the best teams, then just take the best teams and stop with all these nonsense rules.
But at the same point, you get the best teams by playing head-to-head, and
right, but Duke and Virginia, see, here's the problem. And Kenny, look, your idea when it was the 4-team playoff, I agree with you. I think you could have easily have solved this. You had 4 power conferences. You have the 4 championship games that act as de facto play-in games. The 4 conference champs become your Final 4. The Final 4 plays for the right to win it all. But college football went a different direction. They did irrational, half-assed conference expansion. So, for instance, the ACC, Kenny, has 17 teams. That's an odd number of teams, which should never happen. Then they had a bunch of happy horse bleep tiebreakers that, in essence, put a horrific team in that conference title game. Miami sat home, and it wrecks the whole way to do it. Your idea can work if there's actually rules.
Right. And my other problem with NCAA is the NIL and the fact that it's not contracted to where that you don't have to, we're going to pay you $8 million, but you could leave after 1 year.
Right. Look, Mike Gundy.
Okay, but here's the thing, no, Kenny, I think that's a popular misconception now that the money that's being spent, yeah, if you leave, you don't get all of your money.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not like, oh, we're going to pay you $8 million and you decide to go to hit the portal and you laugh all the way to your next school with an $8 million check.
No, like if Bryce Underwood left today,
he got paid for this
year.
He
will have gotten his, whatever, 3.5 for the year this year. No, he won't get the other 9 point whatever.
Right.
Totally get it. The point is, you shouldn't be allowed constant renegotiation. Mike Gundy said this best 2 years ago before he got fired at Okie State. We just have binding contracts. If we sign you to a 2-year deal, we're stuck with you, good, bad, or otherwise, and you're stuck with us. A 3-year, a 4-year.
No, you gamble on yourself.
You want a 1 year? Do a 1 year.
But if you stink, your scholarship, it's ours.
But there has to be binding contracts.
There are binding contracts, but they're with the individual person and whatever they sign with. And yeah, if you leave, then you know what? I don't have to pay you. Now, it's not incentive later, like, well, you stunk this year, so we don't have to pay you that amount. No, you're going to get all of that money. Like Aiden Childs not playing, still got paid the amount of money that he signed up for.
What a blessing. 248-539-9797. We'll go to Jack, 97.1. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Mike, I want to talk about Pat Fitzgerald, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I was trying to call you, and I couldn't get through when he got hired. I think it's a horrible hire, man. And, 3-9, 1-11, and in that 1-11, he lost to Southern Illinois at home. Southern Illinois. It's a bad hire. He's stubborn. His offenses generally stink. And say all you want about the money that Michigan State has, but he's not a good coach, and it's not going to work. I think you're being too light on.
How am I being light? Jack, here's what I said, just so we're clear. Show me the staff he hires and show me their NIL commitment.
Yeah.
No offense to anybody, but Joey McGuire's not exactly Vince Lombardi at Texas Tech. They're in the playoff. Why? They bought a $7 million defensive line. Jack, would he have been my first hire? No. Do I think it's risky? Yes. But until I see the staff, how am I supposed to make an approximation of what this guy is. I mean, his last couple of years at Northwestern, look, it's concerning. But I'd also say NIL started, Northwestern didn't have any. So what do?
And, Jack, I really hate to play this game, but you could say the same about D'Antonio, who ended up being the best coach ever coming from Cincinnati.
What was he, 16 and 17?
Yeah.
Look, Jack, you might be right. Maybe the guy's a bum. I don't know what to do with it. I'm not super invested in it. But if you want me to just shred it, I mean, I'll tell you this.
I'll know more after the 16th of January.
He retained Joe Rossi. I'm not thrilled about that.
No, I'm not thrilled about it either.
No, but Jack, here's how I see it. Joe Rossi, when he came down on the sideline like the Nard dog, he inspired the players. He was the de facto coach of the team. And now you wonder, man, what if you actually got him real defensive players? Would his system work?
See, Jack, this is the problem, and I don't know if you agree with this, but I think what NIL has done is it's taken away the importance of coaching to where you can just buy a roster that, on paper, is so good. A lot of those problems get handled by your staff. The head coach becomes a little bit more of a figurehead CEO type. Jack, it might be a disaster. It might be a masterstroke. I don't know. Yeah. Last go around, Jack, everybody was telling me I was too negative on Jonathan Smith, but I was right.
Yeah, you were. And Jack, I would say this. You were right. Jack, I'll say this, and going back to the whole, I remember Narduzzi, and he said, I remember everybody wanted him gone, and he was like, when I finally get my players, my defense will work. Lo and behold, he went out, flipped his roster, got new players, and we had the no-fly zone for 3 years.
But, Jack, I just want to say this. Hey, I'm not telling you to love the hire. I'd say don't hate it yet. Show me the staff.
Okay.
Just show me the staff.
Can't go 5-7 the first year. No matter what.
No, Jack, I said this the day he was hired. I need 7-8 wins next year, period.
Yes.
You're going to have a $30 million roster in all likelihood. Show me 7 or 8 wins. Mm-hmm. Show me a level of identity. Show me you're breathing on the sidelines. And show me the ability to get in the portal, to Rico's point. They got to get in the portal. You got Alabama money? Get me Alabama players. No more of this nonsense taking the janitor from Texas Tech, whoever that D lineman was.
I got to think if they're that serious about the upgrade and the $1 billion and all of this stuff, they know football is the driving force. If it's not good, none of this works.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it, but I
got to give it at least a year. Like I said, show me in January, and I'll have a better feel of, okay, he's got some pieces here, put it together, and let's go win 8 games next year.
You know what the Rossi thing was about, too. He knows him from the Big Ten West.
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. I prefer a clean slate. But I understand what he's attempting to do. It's his ass in the jackpot. It's not mine. I don't know.
I know, but that Rossi thing, it was like people were like, oh, Joe. I was like, I guess he
what?
He actually.
I can't take it because the guy looks like Mark Ryan. I can't do it.
I can't
do it.
That's a you problem.
I feel like every time they pan to the sidelines, I feel like Joe Rossi, there should be a soundbite. Can I get an amen? We need an amen on 3rd and 19. This defense sucks.
That's a you problem.
It's not a me problem. It's that Joe Rossi looks like Mark Ryan.
That's a you problem.
That's what I think of anytime I see Joe Rossi.
I don't see Mark Ryan. I don't.
David, don't just laugh uncontrollably.
It's because of what Paul said.
What did you say?
This is the greatest state I've ever lived in my life, Mike. The grass is greener here than any part of the country.
Yeah, you imagine Joe Rossi. I can't tell you, Bath, Michigan and Charlotte, the most beautiful area in the world. I feel like I've lived here my whole life. Maybe Joe Rossi will get on socials asking for local pizza recommendations.
You know what? I'm not here for the Rossi slander. I'm not here for the Rossi slander. I'm just going to tell you about Planet Fitness.
Mid-Michigan is heaven.
We're done.
Don't at me.
We're done here.
Have you heard of this White Castle?
I'm going to tell you about Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support anybody's fitness journey. Let's face it, the holidays are coming. You're going to have your fill of the holiday cookies. Go burn off the calories at Planet Fitness. It's a judgment-free environment.
Oh, my God. Have you ever been to Friend?
Where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time and feel your best self, your strongest self with the best in-class equipment. From full workout to strength training to cardio to stretching, There's over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. Free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers and a convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. And now
Meridian Mall, it's the best.
Through December 19th, it's the 12
that
days.
bread pop is pretty good.
It's the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. Join during the special event for $1 down, $12 a month. All right. Let's have some more fun with
Well,
this.
you saved one from earlier.
I
that
did.
You screwed us over, and you go, oh, I got a great story.
No,
I'll tell you later.
Okay, well, can we say that Penn State eventually got it right with Matt Campbell?
No. Matt Campbell's not a pimple on an elephant's ass. The hell do I care about Matt Campbell for?
Just saying, they went from no one wanting the job to
what? Finally finding some bum low enough on the ladder to take your job? Matt Campbell was hotness 6-7 years ago. What the hell is he now? Okay. You're Penn State. Here, if you come after Kalani Sitake, which made even less sense, we're going to hire BYU's coach. What? You enjoyed the Jonathan Smith experience so much you wanted to hire your own version? Nobody wanted a job. No. I don't give a damn about Matt Campbell, and good luck running the 3-3-5 and soft zone in the Big Ten. You enjoy that.
Can we say James Franklin had a genius move bringing back Brent Pry to be his defensive coordinator?
Yes.
The coach who got fired.
But they worked together before. He was his DC before. Yes. And Pry knows the area. And the fact that Pry's ego isn't so overinflated, oh, I could never come back. It's perfect. Pry did his level best. He just couldn't get the job done. He's not a bad guy, and he's not a stupid coach. I love the move. I love everything VTech's doing right now.
Okay.
Gobble, gobble.
Can we say, and this one's for you, buddy, that somehow or another the New York Giants will screw up having the number 1 overall pick?
Yes. Considering we just drafted a player who's watching Skinamax in team meetings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, as Kevin Garnett said, anything is possible. Yeah.
I was very happy for you. I'm like, oh, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Number 1 overall.
And that's great. And then number 1 overall, Joe Shane drafts a guy who dresses like Ronald McDonald. Hang. I mean, we're a clown organization. But look, if Joe Shane is fired, think about what you have now. You have a franchise quarterback in Jackson Dart, and you got the number 1 overall pick. So it'll make it even more glorious when the bum-ass Giants go out and hire Mike McCarthy's bland ass.
So I take it you don't need a quarterback, correct?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make
No,
sure.
I would trade the pick.
Okay. And try to trade down?
Oh, yeah, big time.
So you don't like the idea of Joe Shane using elite porn watching as a scouting tool?
Correct. I don't think that's part of the RAS score, Paul.
Hand-eye coordination?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Hey, Abdul, how's it going in the meeting? We're a clown organization.
Can we say that Kevin Stefanski is clueless and just doesn't know how to win games?
Climb into a cannon. Before yesterday, I really thought, Kevin Stefanski's a good coach in a bad spot. First of all, can we stop? How about this? I'm going to do a can we say while answering your can we say.
Okay.
Can we say this whole I'm going for 2 when I'm down 14 is nothing more than a nerd-ass math equation that has no real-life application. The Browns score, go for 2, miss, because all these teams do is miss. Now I'm down 8, I score again, I got to go for 2 again. I've seen it work once in my life. Once. Now, to answer your question, you score and you go for 2, and after Shedeur throws one of the best balls he's thrown as a pro to Harold Fannin Jr., you take him off the field to pretend it's 2006, and you have Ronnie Brown at quarterback running the Wildcat. What are we doing out here?
It's a Cadillac. Oh, yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
The Wildcat has been solved. Enough. Yes, Stefanski was a total idiot. Here's another one. How about that defense getting run through for 200 yards by the Titans? What?
The Titans. Say that again. The Titans.
That was weird because I expected, basically like the Big Ten championship game, like a 10-13 type of a game. I'm like, there's a lot of points being scored in this game.
Any play that doesn't feature your quarterback is a bad play.
Sticking with Cleveland, can we say Shedeur Sanders may have a better NFL career than J.J. McCarthy?
No, because what you do against the Titans is irrelevant.
Okay.
Titans are a JV team. I think they both suck. How about that?
Well, they both had great games.
Okay. No, J.J. was functional.
3 touchdowns.
160 yards.
3 touchdowns, though.
Okay, great. You play for Mount Union. Come on, dude. Played the Commanders who quit. How about do it against a real team, and then we can really evaluate you. Okay.
I think one thing's for sure. I don't think Stefanski wants Shedeur Sanders anywhere near being his quarterback.
No. Why would you? He didn't shut up. Plus, here's the other problem. The other teams hate this guy. The mocking and the taunting, it's like, oh,
you don't like what he did to Jeffrey Simmons. Like, you throw a touchdown pass, and then you go do the stupid watch dance right in front of him. You can't keep doing that. Mm-mm. Someone's going to do something. I'm just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Guys, can we say that the Colts are done?
Yes. Didn't rush for 100 yards.
But,
quarterback's dead. All the bad things started happening when your guy came to town. Minute Sauce came to town. It all went downhill.
Oh, now it's Sauce's fault.
Nah, I mean, Daniel Jones is on one leg. They can't run the ball. They're turning it over. They're done. Jags, Texans. That's it.
Speaking of which, can we say the Jags are for real?
Unfortunately. I mean, they won again. Look at their schedule. They're going to get to 11 wins unless they totally go Urban Meyer mode. They're going to make the playoffs, but I still think the Texans are the better team. Duval.
Wait, do you have the the New York opera version?
I did not get that one. I'll get it next.
Okay, thank you.
We have a New York opera?
Oh, he was on one of the pregame shows. And then
That's Jameis Winston.
He said, "You're doing it wrong." And then he did that. And they were like, "Can you do it Broadway style?" And he did it again.
Really?
Broadway style.
Fantastic.
Can we say it's official? The Ravens and the Chiefs will miss the playoffs.
Thank God. And also, can we say that I've been right all along and that Lamar Jackson is nothing more than government cheese Mike Vick with a better love for animals? This guy is booty.
I just gave you your victory lap.
No, it's just...
No, that was the softball that I tossed.
Hey, Lamar, go win the game.
The two teams you dislike the most. And neither are going to make it.
Look, Mahomes' greatness can't be understated, okay? He's phenomenal. He's a weirdo, but he's phenomenal. The Lamar thing is a thing. It's just truth. Since Halloween, more interceptions than touchdowns.
The thing about Lamar, it's almost like he's out there trying to prove he's a different type of quarterback instead of just being himself. And that's the conflict. Like, old Lamar would have won some of these games, but it's like, no, I'm different now. It's like, dude, you should go back to being the old you.
Yeah, you're worse.
Speaking of that, can we say if Buffalo doesn't win the Super Bowl this year, they're never going to win it?
No, because Josh Allen is in that Mahomes class. He's just Superman. He's different.
No, but he won't have to put up with Lamar, and he won't have to put up with Mahomes.
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
All new quarterbacks.
I wouldn't mind Rams and Bills. That'd be pretty entertaining. That'd be pretty good stuff. Yeah, that's fair. You don't have to go through Burrow, Lamar, or Mahomes. It's Drake May, Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud.
Bo Nix.
Yeah. You know what? Yes. Now that we've talked through this, this is their best shot.
Yeah, you don't make it this year. And
the problem is they're the AFC equivalent of the Lions. They're so flawed. Like, they're good, but they're flawed.
Well, funny you say that. Can we say Lions fans may be a little upset when they find out that the Carolina Panthers made the playoffs and they didn't?
What happened?
I'm just saying Carolina may win their division.
Yeah,
that's with a bad record. It's going to be like the college football playoff.
I'm fine if you want to put a division winner in, but what I'm not fine with is Carolina should not get a home game. You are the worst division winner. Your record is nowhere close to teams like San Francisco, potentially the Lions, Bears, Packers, etc. Carolina should be the seventh.
All right, listen.
The last team in. You won your division. It's the only reason we're letting you in.
Cooking a lot
but
for
you're
the
going
holidays.
on the road. Why?
Lean on Hungry
Yes.
Howie's to get you dinner on the table in 30 minutes.
And then you know what? There it is.
I quit.
That was Jameis?
That was Jameis.
Why don't the Lions sign Jameis?
I would love.
People here love their backup quarterback thing. Why don't you bring Jameis here?
You know what? If Jameis was here, we should have him on the show weekly.
He'd at least be interesting, unlike Goff.
Right. It would be worth it. We could just talk whatever, and he would just go along
Yeah,
with it.
I'd be good with it.
And not have this disdain for everything that's media. Well, yeah, if you guys knew anything. Anyway. And we could save this next one for something later on in the week. But Mike, David, Paul, Can we say the Bears are going to be a problem? The Bears are not what you thought that they were. They're actually a good team.
I took nothing away from them in a loss yesterday. I thought they played a great second half. I thought they were going to get dump truck down 14-3. They battled. They pounded the rock. Caleb had a really good second half. I know the last play was not a highlight, but I'm convinced after watching that game, they're going to beat Green Bay and Chicago. And that's going to be a nightmare scenario for Lions fans. But this idea that the Bears aren't winning a game, they bombed Philly. They had an opportunity there to win that game in Lambeau, which is not easy.
Do you think they would have went for 2 if they was scored? I do.
Maybe.
I think Ben Johnson would have said, you know what, guys, we're on the road. Let's go for 2, walk-off victory.
And the way he designs 2-point plays, maybe. I didn't like his play. I know we're not here to re-adjudicate it. I just didn't think going run on first, second, and third down. I didn't like that. You needed to mix that play. Oh, we're out of music anyway. So there you go. That's Can We Say. David, what are we doing here? That's Can We Say That?
I thought he was going to hit us with a Duval. Sultry.
It's something. David, ticket text. We'll get to Rieger and Woj next.
Notre Dame has no business being in. They did lose to 2 teams that are in Miami and Texas A&M. Their best win is against a mid-USC team. Join a conference or STFU. Brandon driving to bowling.
It's also the teams you play that are just empty filler. I mean, I give them credit the first 2 weeks of the season. You're on the road at Miami, and you welcome A&M to your place. But if you can't split the bill there, you're not very good. Yeah, then you fill the schedule with a bunch of Stanfords and Syracuses and Navies.
But then
and
they'll
other...
go with the whole, well, we had close losses.
No, you're the one who signed a contract to play 4 ACC teams a year. And I don't want to hear about close losses.
Well, it doesn't sound like that's going to last too much longer. I guess Notre Dame's AD has gotten into it with the president of the ACC saying we took enough of your slander as you guys wanted Miami in over us.
Again, I'll say this one more time. If you are the Big 12, the ACC, the Big 10, or the SEC, here's a friendly reminder. No one's got a gun to your head to schedule Notre Dame. Don't schedule them. Just don't do it. I said that. I mean, this is an opinion 25 years old when they turned the Big 10 down. I said every Big 10 team, gone. We'll never play you again. You die on the vine. Now, it just, I don't get why everyone acquiesces to Notre Dame. It doesn't make sense to me. Do I want Notre Dame to join a conference? Do I think it's better for the sport? Of course I do. Do I understand this? We need to protect our independence. I don't even know what that means. That sounds like psycho-cultist babble. Independence was the 80s, when Florida State was an independent, when Penn State was an independent, when Texas was an independent.
Touchdown Jesus and Rudy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't have that. You can't have that beautiful building in a conference?
You could. And now the funny thing is, the amount of money they get from NBC, they would actually make more if they joined the Big Ten. Because the Big Ten wouldn't give them the reduced share like they're giving some of the Pac-12 teams.
If they want to join the ACC, join it. Lord knows the ACC needs the help.
But no, they would have actually made more money joining in Big Ten with the Big Ten contract with Fox per year, because they would have gotten the top dollar.
I mean, I'd be fine with it if you kicked Oregon out. I wish we could just go back and all right, we're going to do a redraw. None of these expansions made a whole lot of sense.
That would be so. That's where you need a commissioner, though. You know what, guys? We're going to keep this. And we're just going to bring back the old conferences.
Well, the biggest thing that needed to happen was when you had the ACC kind of destroyed the Big East. All right, so the ACC is your East. The SEC is your South. The Big Ten is your North. The West and Southwest, remember years ago they talked about, hey, maybe Oklahoma and Oklahoma State and Texas are going to the Pac-12. You remember those conversations?
And I remember the Pac-12 turned them down.
I know. It's just... The whole idea is if you took the best that the Big 12 had to offer and you put it with the Pac-12, you would have enough substance to have that presence with the West-South.
So you split the Big 12 with the Big 10 and the Pac-12?
Pac-12. No. You need to rip these Pac-12 teams away from the Big 10.
No, right. I'm saying go back to the old Pac-12.
Yeah, but add the best to the Big 12.
And then you rip apart the Big 12.
Just add BYU, Texas Tech, Arizona State, Texas, Oklahoma,
we end up
State.
With Iowa State.
They can go to hell. I don't care about any of those.
No, you can put Pitt back in the ACC.
I mean, Rico's bringing up Iowa State. Iowa State can go one double A for all I care.
I thought they left.
I was like, Pitt's in the ACC.
It's too much going on. Let me read this. Mark Ryan, guys, 6 inches of snow. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
He looks like Joe Rossi is Mark Ryan.
He does not look like
Mark Ryan is Joe Rossi.
No, he doesn't. I will not allow this.
You can't unsee it.
Uh-oh.
Can't unsee it.
He does not. Don't feed into this, Rieger.
Wait, have you guys been at least laughing at Notre Dame all show long?
Oh, I don't laugh. I choose to get angry.
No, I did not. I thought, you know what?
You laughed?
No,
Rico?
I'm like, no. I said, if they want to manipulate you and string you along, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. You're not going to make money off
Notre Dame is the master at manipulating people and stringing them along. What they've done with every ACC, we'll play our little women's basketball, but we won't play football in the ACC for the most. They're getting what they do to others.
Where's that Morgan Freeman picture? He's right, you know.
Wow,
he
does
look like Mark Ryan.
Ryan. What did I just say?
He does.
I'm just saying.
Let me see.
And every third down.
He does not look like Mark
Ryan.
Think?
He's Mark Ryan.
I think
you guys hired Mark Ryan?
Yeah, as our DC.
Wow.
He does not look like Mark Ryan.
He
I got to tell you,
does.
the Meridian Mall is the finest shopping establishment I've ever seen.
Mark Ryan handing out recruits the melting moments. I mean, Joe Rossi.
Mark, this chocolate chip cookie's a gift from God.
Mark, how do you like that Big John's steak and onions place?
It's just incredible.
Nowhere I'd rather be than Okemos.
These are the greatest potholes I've ever driven by.
Some people say mid-Michigan is gray. I think it's melancholy.
Okay, Okemos.
You haven't lived. You've been in Okemos.
I feel like I'm right back home. I'm living in Charlotte. Mark, it's Charlotte.
How about that Woody's Mediterranean restaurant right there at the exit that everybody loves?
Absolute bliss.
I heard Mark was driving on Gradiot the other day.
Woody's
Oasis. All right.
You haven't lived until you've tried the dairy store. Ben and Jerry's can kiss my ass.
What do you guys have next?
We're going to do this.
Are you going to do your topic you did out there?
Can I get an amen?
No. We're definitely not going to do
We're
that.
not doing his dumb
Colin
topic.
Carr versus Brent Petway.
Yeah, which one's better? 248.
I, if you don't mind, would like to shut down the Notre Dame angst. And Rieger thinks, why can't just all the good teams get in?
I just think the whole thing's a farce. That's all.
It's not really a farce. Some people got left out, but one of these teams will be a deserving champion.
I can't wait to watch James Madison. I'm really excited.
But here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. In the NFL, same will happen. Carolina Panthers may make it in.
I know.
Okay.
Couldn't agree more, Rico.
Rieger's like, Florida Gulf Coast should not be in this NCAA tournament. That's ridiculous.
A little different when you
They're
got
just going to get
60-some
killed.
I love calling soft zones.
What do you think of the Izzone? Like the Izzone?
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes.
Keep going, actually.
Yeah, I'm
Trying
good.
to think of more cities he can mispronounce.
Okemos is the finest community I've ever been a part of.
Now that I will laugh at. The Rossi thing, no, but every time I see Okemos now, I'm going to think, Okemos.
Okemos.
We're good. I think we did it all.
What about the wit?
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.
College football nonsense next.